Funky, funky, fresh, funky, funky, fresh.
On the spine, this is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painting, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence, if the planet needed saving. I'll be in the conversation, it's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. I backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus. Old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is just on, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. I backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. Backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. I backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't much you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy. We don't quit, we don't crawl. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is the resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I disturb it. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. On the board, it's a runaway train, unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in their face where I'm supposed to be. Face like a rosary. Stay up on the rise so the sky feel close to me. Give us a surprise when I realize they ghosted me. Back with a vengeance, no limits, no jokes to me. Hopefully, you can see we too stacked. And when we get pushed, we push back. We keep on building with no limits, so only we can say when we finish. Cause we don't quit, we don't crawl. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is the resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I disturb it. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this.
Now, I ain't never been for the small talk. Knock it out the ballpark. Walk off, walk out, ayy. Something missing from the boss dog. Barks off, kinda glitchy. Looking like you need an upgrade. Say,
we don't quit, we don't crawl. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is the resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I disturb it. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is the resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I disturb it. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence.
Here we go. It's time to show the world. We gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we're gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall. No. Won't ever let us fall. No. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we're gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall, no. So high, we will never hit the ground. There's levels to this, and we're taking a crown. We on a level, a whole nother level, it's just us. We going, keep going, it's only one way and it's way up. I won't ever let us fall,
for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die. Don't let it be the day
Next.
Week 2 of VCT EMEA has started, and we are back, I can tell you that. And this means that it is time to end the introduction ceremony. It is time to see that the fanfare falls still as we're heading into daily business. And daily business means I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Zescht. I'm going to be helping you to guide us through this little weekend. But don't worry, I'm not alone. To my right-hand side, I got two wonderful ladies who are going to help me with exactly that. It's been a while, Jess. Since you've been here in Berlin, it's been a while since you've been with the desk with us.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about EMEA?
I mean, look, I was sitting in the shadows lurking about watching week 1 because I didn't want to necessarily jump on the desk until I knew the known quantities of EMEA for stage 2. And now I kind of know a little bit. I'm expecting a bit more this week as well.
Yeah, exactly. We had a lot of surprises in week 1, but still, I think it only gives us more to watch for week 2.
You know what, you're talking about a lot of surprises, right? And we got a little surprise for you as well. Last week, we introduced a new agent. Name's Fade, and we got the top 5 plays right here ready for you.
Soulcast does have the ult for the retake here. That could be pivotal.
Could be. Whenever he decides to invest it, there it is. And now Big lose all of those senses that they once had. Yampy gonna make the most of it, gonna punish one, and you can see the follow-up, it's instantaneous. The dominoes fall, and Liquid can't be on the retake. I want to watch it back because I have no idea how 10 seconds I need to get that spike across. Oh, he gets caught by Scream! Big, it just feels like they're moments away every single time. And he can't get the spike down just yet. Oh!
Are you joking?
Wait, what?
Are you joking?
Show me it back. Show me it back right now.
Delete the
Show
VOD.
me it back right now. Show me it back. Show me the weird jumpy thing and show me the end around, please. Mike, what just happened?
Most is a little disconnected from this. He's going to be on a late mid lurk, so... Is he coming all the way back to B main now, Lauren?
There's a time limit on this. I've got to see him pick up the pace a little bit here if he wants to have actual impact on it.
There's
It
the
looks like
Viper's
he's
Pit.
kind of foregone that plan, and you're right. Viper's Pit comes in. Angel trying to do any sort of damage he can as well, but it's Mystic to find 2. Angel, Sugetsu, Artist, they're all doing the damage. And where's Boaster? Finally comes in, he gets the kill towards Sugetsu. Looks like it's going to be smoked in as well, almost baited in.
Beautiful
Enzo
reveal.
to unleash. This is gorgeous. This is exactly why Fade is a real fiend in these rounds. It can be such a problem. The late round coming in, the information that was just passed through, they kept control.
And straight away, Vac has just hit 2 crazy headshots. Here comes the ult through, which will give the information over, and also going to try and stun him up at the same time. He's down to just 1 HP, but Vac looking to try and take that fight. It needs to be an almost instant kill if he's going to get it, but even still, it's gone back and forth either way. Vac still caught within this field, and eventually Destrium will put him down, having to use everything on his belt.
this was just week 1 of Fate. There is so much more about that agent that we're about to discover throughout the next few weeks that we get into this. But you know what? I can tell you one thing for sure. There were some nice highlights over there, Kaquka. And one man that we should definitely talk about there is the one who enabled those retakes on Icebox. That was Soulcast.
Yes, exactly. And especially since we're going to be seeing them early today, I wanted to talk about, as you said, the retakes. Of course, you know, when we see Team Liquid in the server, we can expect something different, something new. But the way the Soulcast was playing on the Fate, to me at least, was a surprise. Of course, we were surprised to see Scream going on the race, but the way the Soulcast was setting things for the retake, the way that he was using his utility, you know, on that last play from Destrian, we saw that he had all the utility to play for that 1v1, and that is not a good indicant of you playing well on that agent. On the side of Soulcast, he was preparing all the ground for his teammates, so I'm very surprised to see that even though with all the swaps that we had in Team Liquid with the double controller and yada yada, Soulcast is performing to top of his level.
Oh, there's another man on your screen right now. I love some of his A lineups. A little bit lackluster on this B side of, you know, Ascent, but on the A side, he knew where he wanted to throw his horn. He had lineups for everything, for his Cs as well. Of course, his Nightfall was something that was maybe not necessarily shown throughout its full possibility, but he's the highest rated Fade currently in VCT EMEA. And yes, okay, there's only been one play day and there's going to be others that might overtake him, but at least for this first week he gets to be the top dog of Fade, so that's kind of good.
I'm sure you don't need to convince Kaquka when it comes down to a man named Chow. But one thing that we definitely need to take a look at, right? We've talked a bit about a new agent. How is it looking overall with the agent pick rate, Jess? And there's one agent absolutely standing out in that table right here.
Yeah, if you added me to that table as well, it would shoot off the top of the graphic there, because I love Chamber. Even though there has been a change, we'll get to that in a little bit, I still think that he is one of those agents that you can do so much with. It's not a surprise that teams are bringing him, and of course you saw the likes of Sky missing. Yes, my girl, my Australian girl, she won't be there, but I'll be here in her place instead, so it's okay. But I will say I'm loving the Chamber pick, and I'm right there with it.
Yeah, totally. And also to see the Sage also that far up, a lot of Soap Raze actually as the primary duelist, of course, not a lot of Phoenix, but Jess, you were mentioning Chamber, and there is something that of course we need to mention for this week as we're entering a new patch. And it's time to take, I mean, I'm sad that Lothar is not here to actually give us this introduction, but you know, we need to talk about Chamber and the changes that are coming into this new patch. So of course, it's not a big change, it's nothing like Yoru Reband, but of course the cost of the trademark is going to be increased, and now you're only going to have one of them. So how is this going to translate into how teams have been playing it? I wanted to take a look into some of the setups that we've seen in some maps where Chamber is, you know, very popular. So I'm going to start off with Fnatic versus FPX, and I'm going to look here at Ascent. I'm going to do this very briefly as we take a look at the minimap and how things are going to work. So when you say goodbye to the Killjoy, one thing that you almost know for sure is that one of those Chamber trademarks is going to go onto mid. So of course utility needs to be used to destroy that. And also another one, most likely going to be used onto B lobby. Also sometimes we see it on A if you want to take, you know, a little bit more control, but it gives you some possibilities to play around the rendezvous. Okay, nothing crazy going on there. Let's move on to the second one. I like to highlight this one because on the side of FPX, when they go into the defense, they're also playing with the Sage. And take a look not only at what Artis is going to do here, as we see that wall coming in. He's faking, after using that trademark so often on B lobby, that he's not going to be there. You think that that side is under control, that they do not care that much, and they're just using the Sage wall. On the other side, we see Durka using that trademark at the entrance, at the beginning of Amen, to see if someone is going to go on the aggressive. Late things, but now you can only choose one of them. Let's move to a, you know, more sophisticated map, a map that we love seeing Chamber on. Let's take a look at Focus versus G2. I wanted to take a look at both pistol rounds from Focus, because at the beginning here, we're going to see a setup, you know, part of it is what we used to see, but the second part is not that common. So as we take a look again at the minimap, we saw that Chamber Trap just being destructed, and the other one is just going to be waiting there onto Kitchen. Again, you do not have the Killjoy, so you need to take control over that. See what they do on the second pistol round, because now that they are attacking, some teams, for example G2, just say, you know, we don't need the trademarks, let's just go for bullets, and we still have the Killjoy, so we don't need it. What Focus does on this round though, is buy both trademarks, and after deciding to do this fast execute onto mid, again, take a look at the minimap, they place both trademarks so they know that no one is pushing from behind, one under the tube and the other one right behind them, impossible to dodge. And lastly, I wanted to take a look at something that G2 likes to do also on the attack. And it's this beautiful setup here. Again, take a look at this mini-map. This is also impossible to dodge if you want to take a flank onto them. Clean stuff, you know, clean setups that we've been seeing from Chamber. Is this actually going to change how we perceive the agent, how the rest of the teams also do? We'll see it today.
We'll see it today, right? This is the hottest patch that we're working with. And this means it's going to be an exciting weekend. And you know what? I can tease you a little bit. We got a few statements right here for that weekend number 2.
Zipman gonna put what? And G2 now they're left with the big boys. This is the one that's gonna make the difference. It's the man.
New players, new faces.
He's gonna take down, already in this one. Oh, what is that?
You know, Alpha was just being Alpha at this game, you know? You just send him in and you see what happens.
I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that
I think Alfire is a really talented guy, like a young player.
Yani bana nazaran kendimle kıyasladığım zaman daha agresif bir oyunu var.
Future looks promising and everyone wants to prove themselves.
My role is just like popping ads, you know, and taking care of the sentinel role, but that's a, side job.
Monster is just ripping them apart.
We have definitely not been restrained yesterday with excitement as we saw something new come up as well, and that was Fade.
Looks like it's gonna be smoked in as well, almost baited it in, so they're gonna unleash. This is gorgeous.
I would say Fade is going to become the meta on certain maps.
It's not working back, just hit.
This time we lost the G2, but next week we will definitely come back stronger and take the W against Jason.
I think good luck, Focus. Like, I feel you will need it.
It's time for new players to shine into VCT. We are hungry, we want to show what we can do, and we want to prove ourselves.
Well, it's kind of funny, you know? You're a new player here in VCT, and you're instantly that cocky. I mean, Monster wants it real badly, doesn't he?
I mean, he's a young gun, is what he does. You know, he's just there to pop heads. I love also seeing Enzo being like, yeah, it's time for the new players to shine. But also he was saying, yeah, we just send Alpha up and just see what he does.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of new blood, maybe get rid of the old guard a little bit. That's like sort of sweeping out from under the rug, going, oh, yeah, it's a little dusty there. We'll get rid of that one, lay the new rug, and maybe that's what Enzo is sort of saying here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see that because one thing we have not seen yet, and you might be a bit surprised, that is the standings of the group. Yes, we have not taken a look at that yet. And I mean, you said you were lurking in the shadows there, Jess. How do you feel about this group so far?
Group A, not so much of a surprise to me really at all. FPX obviously having that little bit of trip and fall. It's just been one play out. I'll give them a little bit of time. Group B, a little bit more concerning on that. That doesn't necessarily paint the picture that I was expecting, and that's why I was lurking in the shadows, to see how those standings would fall in.
You know what? One thing is remarkable to me is, how do you put this? It's very simple, right? The Red and White talent factory from Bosporus has been constantly shipping the best things to the mainland. And one thing that we've seen right here is that every team with Turkish participation won their game so far. And we're going to start there with BBL Kaquka.
Yes.
They started this season, they started this stage wonderfully with that victory against Na'Vi.
Yeah, exactly. But let's take a look at how the year started for them. A lot of new faces, a lot of role swaps. And at the beginning of stage 1, they weren't really there. But I wanted to showcase in this clip how they've evolved and actually adapted. And they're no longer that team that just gets the kill and just run onto a side with no information. In a map as big as Fracture, seeing them perform a kill, then walk back, having Power also playing on a new agent, being like, okay, I'm just gonna wait here. I'm gonna fake with all the utility that we're actually approaching this side in such an important round as this. Aslan maintaining control of A lobby, getting the kill, and now giving the cue to the rest of the teammates. Still Power with all the aggression and all the presence and pressure that he's putting, getting the kills. Na'Vi is legit not ready for this, and even though Zeddy finds one, it's going to be a clean execute for them. So it's not only that we're seeing them adapt and, you know, overcome new agents, adapt to the meta. No, they have adapted to stop being just a Turkish team and actually be part of EMEA.
Wow, I couldn't have said it better than that. I'm just sitting here going, all right, I can listen to that. That's a beautiful little monologue there, and you're right. I think, you know, if Turkey really wants to stake their claim here in VCT EMEA, not just in the stages, but internationally, they themselves can't just keep being this predictable known quantity that Turkey sometimes is. You know, jet main, do this, pew pew, get in there, be unpredictable. Now they can be a little bit more strategic, and I like that because people don't expect that, and that's nice.
You know, you not talked about expecting things, right? Not necessarily everyone expected that we get a 6 16-year-old Turkish man on the roster of Fnatic. But man, what an inaugural game Alphagear had here.
Oh my goodness. I wanted to give you a very specific set of stats here from the one series during his debut, of which Tombizz stated was one of the best debuts in all of the EMEA region. He got 8 2Ks, 7 3Ks, a 4K, and an ace in one singular series. Now, if that was my debut, albeit my debut when I was a comp player was very bad, I would not be shy of that in any way, shape, or form. I hope he's really proud of what he performed there.
I mean, there's a reason he's there, and we're just old in some way. But to me, also, we mentioned in the previous week, we had kind of doubts of how Alphagear was going to fit into Fnatic, what he was going to be playing, and of course, we needed, you know, that firepower. But for example, I could not imagine Magnum doing what he does. So I love this new way that Fnatic is seeing the game.
They've changed up a lot of things, right? That's super, super fascinating to see how that will evolve in the long run. But you know what? I can tell you what we'll see in the short run. That's going to be the schedule of today. And we're starting off with Team Liquid versus BBL. And later on today, we go on because it's time for the Battle of the Wits. It's going to be time to see who is going to strategically fight it out between Fnatic and Oglu. Those two will be fighting later, and those two are actually quite interesting in many ways. We're going to first talk to Molsey from OG London United and see a little bit what happened there last week. Time to talk to one of the famous faces of Oglu, and that is Molsey. We have to start a bit before the game of last week, because after stage 1, you had a lot of time to go back to the drawing board and fix things. Could you tell me, during the bigger break you had, what did you focus on as a team regarding improving as a team?
Being honest, like, we didn't have a lot of time to prepare because we decided to change our 5th player. So yeah, we had like maybe 2 weeks of playing with him. So it was not much time. But I think mostly we focused on repairing stuff that didn't work for us in a previous stage. So for example, trying to trigger discipline on official games, stuff like that. And I think we are on good way. We are still not the best shape, but I think with the time we're gonna be in our peak.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm talking about that. You know, last week you had a really tough opponent. Ascend seemed to develop really good. What I would like to know, particularly taking a look on your defending side, on your attacking side, it felt like you were lacking a little bit there. Sure, the second map was split, but do you believe that still defense is just where you excel a little bit more than on attacking?
I would say it depends on map, because we can easily say that Split, for example, is very defensive map.
Of course.
So you're always winning more rounds on the def. But yeah, I would say that we're playing a lot of times on the momentum. Like, you know, when we win the rounds, and we always win the next round, so it's good for us.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with that. We struggle sometimes on T side. But in the game with the Ascent, I could say that even in def on Icebox, we wake up too late in def, that, you know, to manage to get more points on def.
Right. What in your eyes would it have been on Icebox that you would need it to fix to beat Ascent? Because you wake up too late. What was it that you would need it?
I think one of the main reasons why we lost Icebox was that we didn't know anything about the new roster Ascent. We didn't see their games before, and also their team was really crazy for us. We never saw that, like, before a long time, no see Reyna on this map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say like their team comp was something surprising that we didn't expect, but I think that was a bad pick from us. We shouldn't pick Icebox, because I feel like this is a good map also for them in this scenario. So yeah, that's why I say it.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and I mean, we're going to see you later on the server, so good luck there.
Thank you.
Quite exciting insights there from Molsey from OG London United. But you know what? We're going to stick to the present. We're going to stick to exactly the game that we're about to see. And this is going to be Team Liquid versus BBL Kaquka. And last week's standings, last week's showing showed us that both started off the week quite good.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it wasn't the same feeling because obviously BBL had to go into that third map. And actually, that first one on Ascent didn't look too clean. We actually thought that we might go on to a quick 2-0. But the round differential here that we see, and of course, Liquid had an easy day, let's call it like that. For this week is going to be different from both the teams. Is BBL going to show the same resilience? And to what point is Team Liquid going to keep surprising us?
I think as well, both of these opponents had quote-unquote easier opponents that they could in their group to go up against. I know, big slander, my apologies. But against Team Liquid, a Masters appearing team, albeit they didn't necessarily sort of naturally go there, I do think that both of these teams will now have a fair sort of battle against each other. They'll now be tested a little bit more than they were in their first week. And that first week is a bit more of a testing grounds, laying the foundation for what the expectations were. Exactly. How did the comps do? You heard Molesy talk about, we weren't expecting that. Well, guess what? You have to expect a lot more as we get into stage 2.
Right, there's still a few maps unplayed, right? That's coming on top of that. But you know what? It is quite exciting to see that Team Liquid, because we're starting with Team Liquid, and we're taking a little bit look on something that is very familiar, Jess, and that is very obviously their lineup, right? It feels like they might change compositions every single stage, but the faces are still the same. Yeah, you got the same faces, and then I have Lothar's voice in the back of my head that constantly says, they're reinventing the wheel. They keep trying to reinvent the wheel, and I'm like, I get it, Lothar, I get it. But Sliggy's not at the helm anymore, and so that kind of innovation, that new creativity, that reinventing Team Liquid, I didn't think we would necessarily see it continue. Albeit, we got your man on the raise, and guess what? And when I say your man, we mean Scream.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing that I really wanted to highlight from Team Liquid when we talk about last week is the double controller, the way that they were using it, and especially here on Split, knowing that it's so important how much ground you take, and knowing that you have hard shooters, how do you want to use them? And it's not only that Yampi has that freedom, and he can use the smoke and stack it a little bit with Soulcast onto who is going to be the one taking the next duel. I feel like we saw some micro things that really are going to work in the future. And it's, you know, kind of weird to say that Liquid looks like they're one step ahead of the rest of the teammates regarding compositions.
Maybe this is where they're sticking. Maybe this is like, okay, this is our identity.
Never.
Maybe. I'm always throwing it out there as a possibility for Team Liquid. But the fact that we're seeing Scream play an agent he's never in his competitive career in an official play before, I think is just a huge nod to the fact that they want to enter a new era of Liquid. And this is what it looks like so far.
I mean, you're talking about what it looks like. You know, you had a very special request, and
I did.
On what Scream would look like as Ray. So sure, our graphics department took care of that, so you have some wonderful nightmares. How he would look like, right? How would a Scream look like?
I always do this.
And it is really nice.
It actually fits.
The hair
Look
fits.
at the hair. The hair is perfect.
The hair fits. But let's stick to business, Jess, right? The man is not only playing the race, right? He not only picked up the role, he's also now IGLing. He's steering the ship here.
Oh, I mean, when you lose a leader like Sliggy, you know, you sort of have that coaching role in that leadership. You yourself know that not just in the game, but outside of the game, you're going to have to come up with a bit more yourself. And if he said we need someone like a Raze, and we also need the likes of Soulcast and whatnot to move on to other agents and fulfill other roles, he's the one that has to step up. And yes, we know him as being a brilliant Jet, but my God.
I mean, of course, it's completely different to see him on the race, but I feel like it's the point where Liquid says, like, okay, what does our compositions need? Okay, we need a race. I'm going to be picking up that role. What is the rest going to do around it? And just taking it one step ahead every single time. I love that. You know, maybe he didn't have the best showstoppers just yet. Just give Scream some time to actually perform on race.
I mean, it seems like that ship called Liquid might have lost its captain, but at the same time, they still steer towards victory. It works quite well for them so far. And talking about what worked quite well, that is BBL. That team right here has done a major job considering what we might have expected from them, Jess. And that win yesterday, last week versus Na'Vi, was actually it felt like it was exactly what they needed. Even Icebox was still a little risky.
I mean, look, you are now the face of the Turkish region. You are what's left remaining, and as a result, we sort of alluded to the fact before that they are setting a brand new pace, a brand new identity for what it means to be a Turkish team inside of VCT EMEA. Do I think it's impressive? Yes, because it doesn't rely on that unpredictability. There is a known quantity and there is a strategic element to it that allows you to be a little bit more and have a bit more depth.
And totally. I think that last week we saw all the teams being so incredibly slow in the attack. They know what's at stake, and BBL, you know, was not falling behind on that stake. Of course, there's a lot of experienced players. They have power. He's been in there from the beginning, back when Heretics was winning first strike. So it's a long way, but I love this new face of BBL, all the changes the new agents, the new compositions, and still how they're managing to work around the maps. Again, that Ascent was not looking the brightest, but the resilience that they showed, especially towards the last map, proves a lot of what we want out of Turkey.
I mean, we talk about new compositions and new agents, right? And every team sort of swapped that. But what was more remarkable about that team, about BBL for me, Kaquka, is the entire diversity of players that we usually know only on a certain amount of agents.
Yeah, and we need to highlight, if we talk about agents and players, we need to talk about that chamber role and how Kushner and Aslan were swapping out. So you have Aslan, that was a previous Jet player, now taking this, controller support, a little bit of everything, and you have Kushner, who is, a duelist by heart. So of course the playstyle that you're going to find in both the cases is different, and that is a threat to the enemy that you have in front of you, because you don't know which one you're going to get. Is it going to be the flashy Kushner, or is just Aslan just playing more for the team and for the strategy?
I mean, look at the stats. They're almost mirroring each other. Imagine you going up against a team where two of the players at any one given point, depending on the role that they're playing, could put up those numbers. That's a scary thing, because you're not relying on what we would consider to be having that tip of the spear, the Turkish Jet, the Turkish duelist, to do all the work. Nah, these guys, they're happy to swap it around as they need, and I think that works really well. That diversity will be something that grows depth for the team, and there is so much more that I think this team can offer.
I mean, it's kind of remarkable considering that we always talked about a winning condition for Turkey considering a Jet, for example, right? And that is what we really noticed with BBL right here, how much they can swap it up. When we quickly just try to go for a little comparison, Kaquka, a little quick comparison between Liquid and also the side of BBL, is there something where you would say this is the antidote to that, or something in that way?
I mean, I think they're going to need the best chamber that they can. I think that, no, listen, even though I think Aslan was performing better in the chamber as Kushner, I would put Aslan on the KO just because they need that power to shut down Team Liquid, and Aslan is such a smart player that could be one of the antidotes.
I'm a little bit worried about the map pool, I'm not going to lie to you. I think that there's a lot of maps that could favor Liquid, even maps that weren't favoring Liquid, and then we got to Reykjavik, and I sat there and I was like, oh, they're actually putting a pretty good performance on this. Where does this put my Excel sheet? In disarray. That's all I can tell you. So far, I think the map's going to be pretty important.
You know, there's one interesting thing that we didn't talk about yet, and that's an unknown. And when we talk about unknown, right? You've been hiding in the shadows. Yeah,
I have.
We got that. But there's something that is also hiding in the shadows. Who's going to be that coach for Liquid? And we still don't necessarily know who steers that ship.
It's me. Don't tell anyone. It's me, guys. It's me in the background. That's what I was doing last week.
Really?
No, I didn't come up with those comments. Trust.
I mean, she has the clean feed, so I'll be worried.
That's not good. That's what I promise you. I am not. Competitive integrity first. But you made mention that there might be someone in the background based off of Link's interview.
Yeah. When we had him in the interview last week after they won, he was like, "Yeah, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get in trouble." But we know that probably there's a figure there. I think that the difference this time is that Sligi wanted to give like a general direction to the team, and then the team follows. But I think in this occasion, the team has a very strong idea of what they excel at, and they're like, okay, we have this. We need someone to help us prepare for other teams or actually find new strengths.
Yeah, right.
I think I might be wrong.
No, I mean, it's a valid discussion, right? I saw Hunden trolling it, and at the end he was just trolling. They still have their analysts as well. Bacon right there. There's a lot of things working right now for Liquid, and we'll see if this is going to be a continuing trend. But what definitely is a continuing trend is the maps that we're about to see. And let's dive into that, Jess, right? We didn't see too much from Liquid last week because they ended that quite swiftly. How broad would you say about stage 2 does it look like?
I mean,
I didn't even have that on my ear. We're going for it.
Last week, the fracture went off the board, so I wasn't sure if that would be a repetition. Of course, it wasn't to be. You can see it as the #1 map pick. BBL says, well, if you're not going to ban it, we get to pick it. I think that's a dangerous game that BBL is playing by doing that, because they themselves will go, okay, Team Liquid, they have shown things on this map before that have been quite good, and we know the speed at which they can move if they do implement the Neon, for example.
So here's the thing. I was actually pretty surprised that BBL is not going for the split ban first, because we know that Team Liquid doesn't like to play on bind, and even though BBL likes to play bind, I think that for a very long time, I think Liquid banned bind throughout the entirety of Masters 2. So it's a map that originally they do not want to play in, but I am surprised that BBL went for that ban first instead of splits, because that was the second map that they banned against Navi, and one of the maps that Liquid excelled at last time.
And you know, we're directly heading into that agent select, and you're talking about the last time. Liquid, the last time they played this, that was double duelist, and that was including a Jet. It doesn't seem too realistic necessarily, Jess, does it?
No, not at all. And I mean, you go back to sort of BBL. BBL has fresh bots. So if you are Team Liquid right now, let's say you do have that figure in the background working with you and, you know, concocting up maybe some counter analysis, of which I'm very familiar with myself, having a fresh VOD and forcing or almost tricking your opponent to pick into it, knowing full well you will have every counter ready on a silver platter, might actually allow Team Liquid to come in and just decimate their opponents here. So I like that they've done this, and I hope that whoever's in the background has come up with a comp that will do that.
Yeah, the next question is, are they going to keep, you know, playing on the same agents, just not only playing with the double duelist, but also, okay, so no Brimstone from Link. That is going to be the first. Solkas on the, are they going to play double controller? Because this one also fits.
There we go.
There we go.
No chamber?
No chamber. They try to do the best.
That's the first guy!
I've got your trail. Let's go.
From double controller to now double initiator, no chamber, keeping the Cypher and actually giving us the first try this stage.
Okay, I am in a loop. It's like a roller coaster. I brought the Australian with me. I promised you I would bring a surprise. I've been lurking in the background. I found Sky, put her on the plane. We got on our kangaroo and we are here. So the fact that we have this composition right now, compared to obviously you see BBL's on the right there. Wow, I don't think this is a direct counter. I actually think this is what they've practiced. This is something that they've already concocted.
I mean, it seems very much like it would be surprising if Liquid doesn't come up with something proper prepared. But what I can tell you, we got two gentlemen properly prepared for that game that we have up ahead. Mitch and Tom, take it away.
Properly prepared. Well, you know what, Tom? I sure hope we are. Yeah, diving into today's game. There's going to be a lot of action going down on our screens. I'm expecting chaos, and I'm expecting to, well, not be prepared for this one. I don't know about you, Tom.
I'm a little worried for BBL because it's always been rough facing Liquid as a Turkish side, but I feel like we've got to get into the game and see if they can be the ones to finally beat Team Liquid.
Oh, it's time to get into this game. We're not going to waste any time kicking this one off. And as you can see, map already loaded. The teams on the server, and Fracture's about to be played out in front of your very eyes. BBL's attack side put to the test. And Tom, you know, BBL's opening here was a little bit shaky. We got to be honest about that. You know, sure, they end up taking the series, but it went the distance with map 2 needing, what, 18 to 16 and OT to pull them back into it. They recovered as well. Remember, it was 6 straight rounds. They haven't really been able to get off to that solid start in their first series, but now they're coming in warmed up. I'm expecting to see something a little bit different, but that said, this is a very big opponent to take on.
Yeah, it's also a composition that looks like it will have an awful lot of setups for Liquid, like trap plays that we see with Astra combinations of Breach and Raze. However, this is the same sort of style we expect to see from BBL. These aggressive attempts, these opening pushes, Kushner leading the way, and while I remember he succeeded quite well last time, he's already dead.
Yeah, he was fantastic at opening up that space, but they're running into Scream, and he's taking 4 heads before this round is done. An absolutely fantastic start for Team Liquid. The pistol round now under their belt, and well, it wasn't really anything too deep on that one, Tom. That I think Scream with 4 kills in a couple seconds will win you most rounds.
This is something I wanted to touch on because Scream versus Turkish teams is an absolute monster. I'm just going to read you off his KD of pretty much every game that they've played against Turkish teams. He was 20-8, 39-18, 34-12, 59-46, and 41-24. He's never even had a game that's close to being negative when facing off against Turkish opposition. This man, for some reason, just seems to play his best games versus teams like BBL. So it's not going to be an easy one for them. And, well, he's already off to a 4K start.
Yeah, we could have asked coming into today, right? Is it going to be different? Can this finally be when Turkey deals with Scream? And, well, if that pistol round's anything to go by, certainly not. We'll see, though. This is an eco, of course, so we're not expecting BBL to really make any dent in Team Liquid. You look at the comp that they're running, the Headhunter's pretty much the only thing that's going to give them some hope of at least picking off 1 or 2. If they can do that and just make it somewhat costly for Team Liquid, force some reinvestment. Matter of fact, look, everybody on Liquid, has got a Spectre to work with, right? So 1 kill is actually kind of valuable for BBL, meaning that, they'll have to reinvest. That said, they haven't found one.
Well, if the first 2 rounds you got Scream and Yumpy both getting 4Ks, I am a little bit worried, especially because it leads them closer to some of those fairly impactful ults. I also just worry in general with someone like Yumpy playing an agent like this, because it's very freeing. Like, we've seen this before with the likes of Soulcast being able to be aggressive on an agent like Skye. Well, Soulcast isn't the most aggressive player in the world. Like, if anything, I feel at times he's sort of the calm within this storm. So the fact that it's going to be Yumpy, well, if you remember the beginning of the game, he used to just run at people with a shotgun. So you could see already he's getting a lot of very deep information around the map just using the guiding lights. So this is starting to get a bit worrying straight off the bat.
I like that little bit of utility put down, the grab well in particular, but as soon as the star was in play, those players were running back. BBL knew what they were about to run into. They'll avoid getting ruined by a nade. These weapons moving forward into A main, still a little bit delayed, and there's 3 players from Team Liquid here. Got the stack up on the right side, but they'll still have a tough time in these fights with Spectres. And you can see Pora considering the flash out. They'll blitz, and that's perfect. Fully blinded. Link couldn't do a thing.
Yeah, either you're blind or you're attempting to dodge it. Either way, you're not in a good spot there, and they're starting to pincer in onto the side. The rotation has come through fairly quick, and Scream's done a good job from the top of the site. Yumpy's there again. This deadly duo is just slamming BBL into the ground. And more. I said Scream doesn't go negative versus Turkish sides. He's already got 7 kills.
I think he headshot him with the nade. That's something else. He's got a showstopper online for round 3, but it's not that. It's the fact that BBL moved to the A site. They cut off one of the players as well. Link, he hadn't got a shot on short. And with that control, up against Spectres, smokes down, utility in play, everything going the way they wanted in the early round. I almost can't tell you what happened with Scream on top. I saw Yumpy getting 2 kills. I think that could have been through the smoke. It's just ridiculous either way. BBL got to be feeling deflated to kick this one off. Back on pistols again. So we're looking at a likely 4th for Team Liquid. Still, though, there's a lot of threats that BBL bring to the table in a round like this.
Yeah. It's also worth mentioning that when they played this map versus Na'Vi, it was a very, very dominant attacking side out from them. So they already can't get as many rounds, which is somewhat ridiculous. They managed 10 on that attacking half. And it's not to say that the defense is weak. We just really didn't see much of it when it came to the second half of that matchup. It was over before it really began. But it's very good for Liquid to get off to such a strong start. And, well, trades at least going to go in. But this is what I mean. Just so many opportunities for Yumpy to now be that little bit more aggressive off the back of his own utility. It's still going well, though, for BBL. These trades out are absolutely fine because that's weapons to be had.
Oh, yeah. A trade in this a round like this is fantastic. They've even got a sight. Got a plant. Showstopper coming through. Sadly, going to ruin AMDLL's chances. And Aslan goes down. That's a good recovery by Team Liquid. Still Turco left to deal with, but he's the player with a sheriff in hand. That handle on sight, he desperately wants it, but he's going to have to make do with this pistol. 3 players coming his way. They're all full HP. They've got shields. They've got utility. Actually, now they haven't got any to work with, but rifles will do the job nicely. Defuse for Team Liquid. Not as clean as they would have liked. Good trades by BBL, but it does very little for the attackers. Realistically, getting 2 kills with the amount of steam behind the Team Liquid engine right now. I mean, just look at those credits. He got Scream 7.9k, and he's 8-0.
Okay, so we're continuing the trend of Yumpy using an operator on any agent whatsoever. We've seen it Omen, Breach. I'm pretty sure he's done it on a Brim at some point. And now we're getting it on Skye. I'm not going to sit here and say that there's a hell of a lot of utility that I feel like is going to back him up with an operator. But it's Yumpy, and at this point, there's nothing I can say that will ever make anyone doubt him.
Oh, great stun. Cutie, though, not able to follow up with the kill. Solkis left on 7 HP. Scream. Aggressive nade going through. Aslan's got to move, and he can't TP. He's taken down, and so is Pora. Oh, this is flawless from Scream. Another 2 headshots added to it, right? I don't think this guy's hit anything but heads, bar the showstopper. This is just absolutely insane.
Using so much utility in this round, and they're getting absolutely nothing for it. Finally, Yumpy will fall, and the space of the site will go into their favor, but they haven't cleared out Soulcast. Even the spike being dropped causes another problem, because now all they have to do is hold the cross back, and sure, Kushner has a little bit of extra time, but they're just waiting. You can see the patience of Liquid.
Such fantastic stuns early and great utility usage by BBL, but Cutie not getting that kill, leaving Solkis on 7. It's made this round so much harder, and look how many players he's up against. 42 HP. He's being revealed the whole time, so nobody oversteps. They know the defuse isn't coming through. Nade pressures him a little bit. He's going to try to swing on Scream. A nice attempt, but no result to be found from it this time. 5-0 we go. Team Liquid clocking up round after round.
He's 11-0.
BBL have got to be sweating at this point, man. It's not even about getting a round on the board. They can't kill this guy. He's just ruining them.
Yeah, when he's pushing the north side of the map and you have 2 players waiting and he kills both, you got problems. And I'm not surprised that BBL... I feel like, obviously it's a very different team to the teams that he's battered in the past, but I wonder if there's still just something for this organization that just sees Scream on the other side and just goes, please, please. There was genuinely a game where I think it was Russ, this was a while ago, dropped 81 kills and they still didn't win. Like that's how ridiculous it is for Turkish teams to try and beat Team Liquid. It just doesn't happen for some reason. And, well, 5-0 up, it's their map choice. The most they can now get on this attack is 7. And I'll be honest, Mitch, I think the closest round is the one that we just saw. And most of that was just QT trying to get some kills at the end of the round. Like, most of it was already done.
The one difference here, though, you know, they're in a really weird spot for BBL. Just look at their credits real quick before they've invested. And, like, some players can buy, some can't. Then you look at their ultimate economy, and I think that's the key thing. You have a Rolling Thunder. Cutie's got his ult to play with as well. But most importantly, Aslan might be able to grab a kill or an orb to pull out that tour de force, and then the rifles drop to someone else, and all of a sudden this is a doable round.
And if he dies, he has it for the next round, so it doesn't. It's not a risk him buying this rifle. Like, it might look like a peculiar purchase of him having a gun and nobody else, but there really isn't that much risk behind this play whatsoever.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to see a switch up in setup. Scream just seems to be almost playing the rotational star at this stage, taking space elsewhere. They've had so many deep guiding lights going through just to get them that early information, but they're also using the cams, which is something that just works wonderfully for them. They also have the trip, so they can't really give anything up at the moment, and it feels like they're just using all of that utility so early on to gain them space that realistically there's not a spot that currently BBL can go without them knowing.
I like this. We're starting to see BBL move towards Dish. This is going to give them a lot of opportunities with weaker weapons falling out of Evan, but most importantly, if they decide, and they've seen the trap wire nest, so you're going to have to give the info away. You could see a world where Aslan decides to take that ult, but they're going to try to entry into site first, maybe go off the plant. Good kill by Cutie. Great space taking. They've got sight. Plant's coming in, but it's Turco going for it, getting that res online.
He died.
Another kill for Cutie. That might be the most impact we've seen out of a Neon ult to date. And it's not finished yet, with Team Liquid still 3 players strong, trying to fight back into the site, and they'll at least take aim down.
Another kill for Link will give him the Rolling Thunder, and then things become that little bit more dangerous. Still, trying to retake with an operator is not necessarily going to be easy, and it's going to be reliant on someone like Soulcast to try and make the move. The anti-flash actually held by Pora, but even still, they're going to find a way back in. They've got to try and clear this close angle, and they're not going to. Kushner just taking over this round. 4 kills for him already, and while Yumpy might just want to try and save this operator, but he's going to do some damage on his way out.
Well, he's actually not going to make his way out at all. Cutie's found the ace. An absolutely fantastic response from BBL in a round where they have practically nothing, and we theorize, you know, oh, maybe they'll work around the tour de force, but they had a completely different hero in mind. It's this man with the finger guns, and he made it work. Finally able to take down Scream. And it's been a long-awaited kill. Now, look, they've just shown us that they can win a round where Cutie aces. All right.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. But now they got to do it in more conventional ways. Still, a couple more ults in the back pocket for BBL to work with, and it's going to be the same blitz stun, and it's successful this time. Another stun around, and Cutie follows up.
Okay.
Screw it. That's Cutie ace back to back, I guess. Let's just keep going with the same game plan.
You know, normally we sit there and go, well, you can't rely on that every single round. And Cutie's going, well, maybe you can, you know? Like, maybe I can just continue to kill everyone. Even if he doesn't, though, giving them a 2-man advantage this early, he's got rid of Scream again, which was the bane of their life in the early rounds, and also taken out Link, who I believe was the only person who actually had an ultimate online. So the impact of Cutie's already, well, completely overblown in this round, and now he's going to try and take that space once again.
This movement's so beautiful now on the site, starting to blitz around. They've spotted Yumpy. They'll take him down, trading out as Sulcus falls, and Oliveira left to do it all. Not gonna get it done this time. BBL have found a second round, and we are really starting to see Cutie come alive on that Neon. Not only the impact in the early duels on Dish, which was the blitz, the stuns, you know, it's heavily reliant on this agent, but then in taking control over the B site, popping up that fast lane, blitzing in, this has been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, they've also done quite a lot of damage now to Team Liquid's economy. The back-to-back rounds, dropping every single player. It's going to leave Yumpy down on a Marshall, which, okay, it's still not that much of a weakness for him. But now we're going to see where this aggression actually comes through. Now, they've spotted that there's no one over towards Dish early, so they know that the likelihood is this push is coming in another direction. And this is something that Sky is going to give you as a bonus. Scream, though, about to be pressured again. And, well, he has everything on his shoulders here. And, well, Aslan gets both.
Yeah, he had the nade through, but it wasn't able to connect. Now, Navarra's going to try the same trick through the smoke, but no dice this time. That op from Yumpy completely smoked out. Or not op, sorry, Marshall. Scope. So used to seeing it. That's going to get a chance eventually, but yeah, pour out in the open, ready to take that one. This has been clean from BBL. One player lost eventually, but they'll certainly be happy enough to walk out of this with 4 alive if they get there. Sulka's going to try to make it costly. At a certain point, though, that Guardian might be worth just bringing through to the next round. I think time's going to dictate that. And actually, Tom, look where Cutie is on the map. Already making his way through Dish. He's ready to cut him off.
He's hungry. These are some nice shots, though, from Solcas. Just going to be a couple of extra kills, a bit of extra damage. So one thing I will say is the last couple of rounds, we've seen what I would call BBL just going straight back to the bare bones basics, because they're being caught out by aggression. Like, you saw the amount of individual duels that Scream was able to win. Like, it'd be 2 players on one side of the map, 3 on the others. Last 2 rounds, group up as 5. Like, make sure that if it's going to be a trade, it's at least going to be even, and not allow these superstars on the side of Liquid to actually just pop off. Which, again, like you saw it even in some of the early rounds with Yumpy, just having those sort of aggressive spots on the map. They haven't been able to do that anymore because they now risk pushing into a full 5 player, and that's what they're doing again. Just grouping up together, playing as a unit, keeping things nice and simple, because I think that's what BBL does best.
Versus a team like Liquid, it could be those fundamentals that take you across the line. Oh, that's not great, though. Somehow Cutie's able to survive despite being tagged up initially. Showstopper not gonna land. Cutie running around with a classic in hand. Somehow this man is still alive. He ran through, got caught up by a trap wire, got revealed, made to sight.
Taking 0 damage.
Like, it's 150 HP. Explain that.
Oh, this is a problem. Or maybe it's not. Link actually gets nothing from it. I think he's just flashed his teammate. Well, they're going to have to just fall back into the corners a little bit here. The thing is, the weapon disadvantage that's currently there for Liquid is going to make things really tough. It's a dink. It's a 1-4-5. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a kill. And this is looking like a 4th round almost guaranteed. Link just getting hit by every piece of utility. And Cutie's there to close out the round. 5-4, 4 in a row for BBL. And okay, this one definitely came a little bit too close with how low some of the players were, but they get through it.
Yeah, some of the players, that's the funny part. Everybody, you either died or were left on 5 HP, except for Cutie. Guy that first dashes
who went
into
in
that trap
first.
wire, goes inside first, ends up running out of a mag, runs past a Showstopper, sprays him down with a classic inside of smoke. Like, what? His
As he
round
turned
was
on
wild.
God mode by accident. Did we,
Yeah.
did we just not realize? Is that
like
what's happened?
Scream in the
It's just
scrims
like,
the other day.
oh, whoops. Yeah.
Oh, God mode on, boys. My bad, my bad. Oh, 5-4. This has been a remarkable recovery by BBL, and I don't even want to look to their overall strategy. I want to look to the success of Cutie for it. It feels like every single round has been spearheaded by this man. I mean, you'd expect nothing less than a Neon. I think we'd be complaining about him if that wasn't the case.
He's going in last.
Baiting everybody, but look, on his way through again, he's going to be caught, revealed up somehow. Nobody is there to punish. Team Liquid heavy stacking B, pushing Dish. They've lost the A site now. BBL found the one gap in the defense.
They've got amazing retake utility though. Like, you look at the ultimates online, you got Seekers, you got Rolling Thunder. Like, there is pretty much everything they could ever need to catch out these players on the way back in. So I think this was well and truly planned by Liquid.
It could be a plan, but let's see what they've got to follow up on that. Because BBL are playing super deep inside main. They're ready for this Rolling Thunder to come through. In fact, they're actively countering it. Stopping anybody from taking main now. Orbital Strike comes through. Team Liquid are going to look to late play through it, but they've lost so much time on this that I think they might have to just save at this point. I mean, unless they find some kills quickly, and with Link being pressured up close with Cutie finding another frag, there is just no time. No time for this round to go their way, and they are dropping weapons left, right, and center, ending with Link. That is a rough round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I love that from BBL. To have the read on the Rolling Thunder, knowing that that's likely to come through in a moment's time, just backing away and making sure that they even have that orbital strike to deny them the space back through. That's an incredibly well-played round, especially considering, I said, I feel like Liquid's plan all along was to try and retake. Like, when you have that many impactful ultimates, they even utilized 3 of them there to try and get back in. And then there was just counters from BBL. So that's always something I think that takes a team from being an okay team to a pretty damn good team, is that you realize the ultimates that your opponents have and you counter them in the moment.
Couldn't have played it better. Really couldn't have on the side of BBL, and you saw it. Everything that was set up was very much ready for it. Even in the start of the round, the fact that they moved to this A site and find it open, this time not so open. What? Cutie still wins that fight, follows up with at least an assist on the screen, who's now having a much tougher time staying alive. BBL, they may just have taken the lead from a team that was looking down and out. They were lost in the first couple rounds here on Fracture. Well, they have certainly made the recovery of a lifetime, and look, Cutie's tucked up close. They're checking it though. They'll punish him this time. Flash up now. Things are looking a little bit dangerous. You can see Turco just hightailing it out of there, realizing they don't want to overstay their welcome and get taken down. They're resetting for an actual hold, but Team Liquid will have a tougher time with that molly. I think they've just won the round off timing.
Yeah, a couple of aggressive positions, but then the passive ones to make sure it's backed up. AimDLL getting out might be a little bit difficult as he's got a full firing squad. In fact, Yumpy's even going to take down another. The thing is, though, at this stage, it really doesn't matter that much. It's going to be the round still going in the direction of BBL, and it's not like they're going to run out of finances for this final round of the half. So I guess it's a few extra ultimate orbs on the side of Liquid.
Essentially, yeah, for Link saving that Vandal, right? It doesn't do too much for them, realistically. But yeah, it was the right choice, I guess, overall. No point going down the spike for no reason. I gotta say, big risks by BBL, but I love the fact that they have the safety net. Like you said, having those passive positions that they can also fall back into. You know, even if they don't lose Turco, they've got the molly, they've got the 2 players to hold sight and crossfire. Things can be okay. It's really important to have that. Too many teams go all in on a round that they think they've won already, or fully commit to the aggression. It was fantastic. 6-5. Genuinely mind blown by this comeback from BBL. It's been night and day, really, between these quarters. And while Cutie in again, he's getting them through the smoke. Oh my god, this guy, and he's in for one more. Link's down 2. He just doesn't stop.
He's just obliterating them. I think there might be another Turkish import soon if BBL don't have his contract locked, because this man is having a worldie of a performance, and wow, somehow Yumpy still manages to win that battle. The thing is, though, again, the time is ticking, and sure, there's these more aggressive players in the form of Cutie and Aslan, but the rest of the team are just set up for this afterplant, not giving them an opportunity back in. A crossfire they have to try and get through, and Navira just being tanked by utility every second he stays on that site. Time is gone, and AIM-DLL will even put a bullet in his head to close it. 7-5. Impressive stuff. An impressive comeback from the Turkish squad.
I mean, that was 7 rounds in a row, right?
Yep.
It's just unbelievable. The fact that every single plan they're going for in those first 2 buy rounds, it falls apart. It looks flat, and Team Liquid easily able to pick those ones up. And then Cutie goes, all right, guys, I've turned my monitor back on. I'm ready to go. Up the pace, get on in there. And it's not about
I think he ran into every single trip as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. You know, all the things that you want in good Neon play often is going to revolve around getting your Neon to site pretty safely, getting rid of that utility, right? They didn't do that. This guy was just running around like a death match, picking everyone off. It was gorgeous. Now we come into half 2. Let's see if that continues on the defensive side.
Well, all going to be broken, but the orb's already been taken. That was the main initial goal for the side of BBL. Now, they can definitely hear all of this being broken, but not really rotating anyone yet. Of course, for the side of Liquid, it's almost just an attempt to try and either pull someone in this direction or just reclaim some of the map that they lost in the early stages of the round. But now that the steps have been heard going through, you can see Kushner starting to make that rotation to try and support A, and almost just playing that flex player, because he can just get between the sites so quickly.
They're about to open this door. It looks like, you know, Team Liquid not going to fight it, man. Moving towards the site already with Cypher only now coming up through Dish. It's going to be a super late push, or with 35 seconds left, waiting for that shift walk is, I mean, not really an option. I guess he's just trying to lurk it up and catch them as they pay attention to sight, maybe. We'll see. Smoke's going down to block off angles. Pora, not really sure where to go with that smoke down. He can't really initiate onto the site in the same way. And it looks like BBL called for them to just pump the brakes, wait for the retake. Wait for Cutie to come in entry, I suppose.
We need a space taker. Who are you going to call? Well, I think it's going to be Cutie in this scenario. I think it's a solid afterplant setup. They're all looking to try and make their way through that door at once, though. Aslan already manages to find one. Link can't counter back, so the advantage, at least in terms of personnel, only goes one way. And Aslan's found another. Now it's left on to Link and Soulcast, but they do a fantastic job. Navira will even be there to catch AIM-DLL trying to come in a different direction. And Liquid, well, that's now both pistols under their belt.
That's huge, right? The pistol to buy you right back into this. Team Liquid have just lost 7 rounds in a row to a team that looked like they were just on God form, God mode enabled. Now they're coming into this, picking up the pistols, should be able to follow it up. They can start to get some wind behind their sails, and on the attack side, that goes there. I guess they won't be caught off and pressured as much or as easily by Cutie. I'm not going to say as much, because I have no doubt this guy, he's friends with the W key. He's going to want to use that quite a bit. They're pushing up on B, but Team Liquid have their eyes set on A for now.
Yeah, again, just leaving a bit of a lurk in terms of the controller on the other side of the map. Just making sure that any aggression is going to be instantly shut down. Navira left with a firing range. He might be sat over there on Cypher, but put a sniper in his hand. And I was going to say there's not too many opportunities for him to miss. But, hey, he just lost the battle to a classic.
Not ideal. But look, if they just lose the one player, it won't be the end of the world. Gotta be careful on the way back out. This BBL are just going to tuck in by the looks of it, play hard for exits. Oh, Pora's walking up at a classic. He should be gone. Oh, that's a shot connected. Solgus was in danger. These players tell him, right, they're both above one hit. Turco's got to hit the headshot on his way around with this Marshall, and he will not. 7-7. Decent follow-up from Team Liquid, but this next round is where it's all at.
Yeah, this is where things get that little bit more interesting. Of course, it's still going to be a bonus round in for the side of Liquid, so you can't necessarily expect them to just win this one straight off the bat. It's also curious as well with how much we've seen in the past, the likes of Nivera actually switching up onto Chamber. That trap disappears, and he's straight back to Cypher again. Even though there have been a lot of calls for Cypher to get a buff, the fact that that one little flank control makes so much of a difference, it is quite intriguing, but I'm not necessarily surprised by it. It's obviously going to be a shame for him because he loses all the weaponry he had along the way, but on this attacking side, I don't think they'll mind that as much.
Yeah, I think the thing that I've heard from most teams at the moment is that essentially you no longer play as a sentinel when you're Chamber. He's now essentially a duelist who can use that trap for himself. Maybe occasionally on a map like this, use it for drop, and it gives you a little bit of control. But I think Team Liquid, if they like to turtle a little bit more, not take as much aggressive control. That's where you're going to see that Cypher really get its value on defensive side, being able to lock down 2 angles, solo hold sides, and as well as that push up. I think we saw a few rounds, or we've seen it in multiple games, right, where you push dish, grab that control, pop down a trap. You've got huge info for the whole round, and then still control the other side of the map or aim and exit or something. Team Liquid taking a while here with their weaker weapons, but eventually it's going to be the B side hit Rolling Thunder through. That molly, though, perfectly timed to cut off Yumpy at least.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they've used this utility, but they haven't actually been able to capitalize on it. Basically getting stuck in the mud. You've seen all the other players actually rotate out of the site as well, so it leaves just the remaining couple and no one really to fight until they go for the retake. Link is going to be able to get one, but the trades are effective, and Nivera will drop another. It's at least something for Liquid, some extra credits and also 2 kills, but yeah, I think it's always unfortunate, especially when you use something like a Rolling Thunder. If you're sectioned out of the site like that, it almost just becomes worthless.
Yeah, you can essentially see that, like, they want to increase their chances of winning a low buy round like that. Throwing in the ult you got early is always how teams are going to look to do it, but once that's thrown down and doesn't find a connection, I guess we reset into a normal bonus round, and they had a lot of success for it, right? I think it went exactly as you expect a bonus round to go. Sometimes a player gets overwhelmed by the numbers or by the sheer speed of a Spectre. Teammates able to trade it out. Other than that, clean up the rest of the duels, lose 2 players, minimum reinvestment. BBL, 3 players pushing up on A. They've been walling this off and fighting for Orb. Now we're seeing the full aggression come out. Yumpy's holding it in the close corner. Will he be spotted? Yes. Pora's caught him. Scream's going to try to come in and save the day, recover what has been lost, but no shots connect until Pora takes his gun out again. A second kill in the round, and Team Liquid, well, they have stalled out on this one. Nivera's thinking about dropping down on A, right? Opening that extra bit of space, but he senses they might have extra players here. They might have the rotation, and so they'll reset. A very valuable pick by Solkis, though. That's going to give them a chance, a lifeline.
And that gives them control of the B site. Of course, a lot of teams play retake on this side of the map because, well, getting a plant down can be tough, but Solkis has actually managed to win a second duel. Now, obviously, the spike still has to cross, but he's still going to have some extra utility to be able to do that. The molly, though, is big. Again, just sectioning off Link, making sure that he can't actually get through into the site. Cosmic Divide put through, but somehow Solkis has survived all of this, and now they're going to get an after plant.
Well, that's quite a round out of Solkis, giving them a chance, but it's not done yet. Not even close. Cosmic Divide buys them a little bit of time. Nivera's even able to get the camera up, right, without giving them the sound cue, so it's a little bit of something extra. As they try to cross over, information will be fed. There you go, 2 players up close. Nivera knows what he's up against. He spotted the other further down. Good headshot through the box, but Turco still survives on 9 HP. The time now ticking away. Solkis not spotted, nor is Link up above. The utility can now come through. The grav well to start, and BBL realize no time left. They got to run to the other side.
Yeah, this round was looking over with the initial fights that we saw come through. It basically sat there going, okay, this is already done. Unfortunately, Link's going to go down to the spike, which is definitely going to make this quite a bit more costly than Liquid would have liked, but I'll be real, they probably shouldn't have won this round. It was Solkis on his lurk on the other side of the map, managing to double entry into the B site, which somehow managed to bring that back.
A safety net again for Team Liquid, having that individual to pop off. Now, we saw Scream with one of the most impressive starts to a map in recent memory, really.
He was 11-0.
Now 13-10. Things have slowed down. And you got to, again, look at BBL for shutting him down. It's not that Scream's forgotten how to play the game. Where's Aslan's weapon gone? But it's the fact that they've been able to deal with
playing with the finger guns and wanted to try it out with the handguns instead.
The air gun. BBL have done this before, right? Tried to push up and pincer leave the lurk towards the other side, as we said, right? Aslan got his trap on one side.
He got over the trip. He just jumped it. That's
oh no.
Oh, that's such an oversight. He's just yeeted straight up. There's no way they're going to expect him to be this far forward. It's only if for some reason they activate the cam. And look, he's just seeing the whole team. This is horrible for Liquid. Such a big play from Kushner. And he's managed to drop the spike. They've just jumped into the site without it.
Now full control. Aslan's coming through, popping off. If they get this kill, it could be huge. Yuppie's not able to connect the shots, though. Team Liquid stalling out 3v5. 35 seconds left. They've got to get up into drop. Deal with Cutie, which is a task in and of itself, and then get back. Not only that, but BBL rotates coming through. AimDLL now on site, ready to help with this spike control. Yumpie's down, and I think this round might just be tied up nicely for them. Team Liquid need a miracle to get back into this one, and there is none in sight. 9 rounds for BBL.
That's such an oversight. It might just be the switch back to an agent that, again, they probably weren't playing until the nerf of the patch that we've just started playing. But the fact that he's able to just jump straight over that trip, and that's the round. This one kill. Because look, just as he does that, the rest of the team jump into the site. So he now has full spike control. They even throw in a Rolling Thunder just to make sure nobody else can really make a move back out of there. But yeah, that all just came down to basically playing one of the only agents that can actually make it over that.
You know, you're going to be conscious of it if you're against a jet or something like that, but you don't think about it. The fact that you can ramp it on the way over, get SSX tricky with it. It's just nasty. 9-8, BBL. The victory in hand. Being pressured on B. The TP's used, they fall out. AimDLL going out wide, looking for a little bit more, and he finds nothing. In fact, he gets punished. A kill for Team Liquid. Weaker weapons, but as they cross over, they're caught, they're slowed. And Spike up in heaven, so it will it'll still make it a sight. They've got to get those stars down for Solkis, and I don't think he's got any left.
Yeah, this is... Well, this should be impossible. Like, I don't really know how. Okay. Navarro with a tasty shot might just make the difference. Still getting off on the cross is going to be difficult because there's 3 players just watching for anybody to try and attempt the spike plant. And, well, the only safe spot is if they make it over to the other side. They're also going to use the res, which might have been a cue for a move from Liquid, but instead they're just still stuck back here. Maybe trying to bait them into a rotation, and you know what? It's sort of working.
Plant coming through. There's still plenty here. Beauty with the spray, not able to connect though. Spike planted cheap. Scream coming up big. Showstopper through, and that's going to buy so much time. Just running that clock down, getting himself out of a dodgy position and resetting. 3v3. Cutie on his way through. They now know where Solkis is. Oh, but he still gets the shot off, and down goes Cutie. Turco manages to take it to a 1v1. Player spotted up above. Shot was close. Navera wants to swing. Turco chasing him down frantically, but he can't make it there in time. No utility, no slows, no wall. He's got to just stick this halfway and then look to take the fight. But Navera, he knows he won't stick it. And he's now 1 off time alone. That is a fantastic round out of Team Liquid, out of Navera. 4 kills to close that out, and a lifeline as Team Liquid equalize at the final hour.
That's so nasty. Genuinely, from that spot, there should have been absolutely no way that they managed to win that round. And Navera just plays this to perfection. Okay, he does quite a lot of damage to himself jumping back down, but it's even just the patience here not to go for the repeat, because if Turco sticks that the whole way, he just loses the round. But he's so confident that he's not going to do that because of his prior position that he wins it based off that alone. So incredible read of the game from Navera, but hey, the aim's definitely there to back it up.
Really is. It really, really is. I mean, looking at the way some of these rounds play out, man, the fact that Team Liquid are now basically like their top 4 players within 1 kill of each other.
Yeah.
The way things started out, this was looking like a completely different game. But on that other side, Kushin or X, first man into every fight, and yet he's going 20 and 13. Hey, it's remarkable. If you watch back the last 7 rounds of BBL's attack, really, no way he should have been surviving as much as he was. No way he should have been thriving as much as he was.
Well,
but now Team Liquid
it seems he learned about the trips, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah, he did, definitely.
He was testing them for the first half, just running into them every single time. Can I get over this? Oh, okay. And then just makes a play that wins them around. It's all just calculation with Kushner. That's what you have to understand.
Oh, yeah. He was just running the rough calculations first, doing the rough work. He's got his final answer. He's checked it out, ran it twice. Well, they know they can break this wall with that flash. Get a little bit of groundwork early. Take the info out of their hands.
The thing is, BBL don't just sit off the back of this wall. That's what I like. Like, a lot of teams, if they have a Sage, will just, okay, we've walled this. Let's just, that's fine. We can just sit there and wait. But no, they've taken control of the rest of the map on A. So the only position that they can really push in from now is going to be that A main spot. The only worry they really have to be careful of is where Yumpy currently is.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a danger. Plant coming through right now. There's Yumpy striking, but the shots don't land. They do over on BBL's side, though, with 2 quick frags. They're right back into this one, looking to dash into the site, stunned for right. And, oh, man! Oh! Stunned up by Cutie, now down on the side, and oh, Link's good for 3! That is horrendous! Some team utility that grab well. There's no spam on the back of it, though. Solkis is alone. He doesn't want to go down. He's got another one. A stun this time. A swing! Oh! And he won it! 2 kills! Quickly done. Team Liquid have 10 and they're in the lead. That is an unreal round again. Just insane individual performances. But Tom, that stun from Cutie, it tagged up Aslan. And it's what leads to this being such a big play for Link on backside.
Oh my god. I feel like the last couple of rounds that we've watched Liquid win, they 100% should not have won. Like, you've got the crazy round coming out from Navira, and now just back-to-back double spray downs from 2 of their players. And also, it just seems like Soulcast is so comfortable right now with his utility. What is this game? They just run straight down A again after doing the same wall strat they did just moments ago. This time they leave it open, and it's the second time we've seen them get a double entry doing that.
Unreasonable.
As if he's waiting for this.
The flash, though, the flash was good. Even with it, Scream didn't see him for a moment. His head was lit up. The rest of the team's starting to make their way through B main now, and you can see Team Liquid, well, caught off by Turco. That's going to cause some problems. That's going to leave underpass open. The rotations could be coming through, and now double the players for BBL on this retake. They're up against a Rolling Thunder, Tom, but it might not be the biggest of deals.
Yeah, they might actually have to use it fairly early if they're going to use it at all, because taking space into this is going to be difficult, and Turco avoids it. That's probably the round. Link has to go ham once again. He did amazing. An attempt to line them up. First headshot found, but then the rest are like a firing squad. An easy trade out. BBL, well, they've just won a round. They definitely shouldn't have won, and oh, good luck predicting the end of this game.
Yeah, at this point, there is no such thing as a free round. You got to fight for every single one. We already know what a headhunter can do. We've seen it time and time again, but Aslan's about to bring out the big gun. Tour de Force coming into effect in this round, and I would keep a close eye on what he's about to do. We see him rotating through to the B site. I think that's going to be B main pick. Or at least peak for the pick. No, actually, he's quite passive on this. That's a very passive position. He's not going to go for the Tour de Force. That's why. He's gone for the rifle in the end.
I think it's based off just knowing what the opponents currently have. Like, the finances for Liquid suck, so if they have fully invested, it's going to be a really weak buy. And if they haven't, well, it's going to be an even weaker buy. So investing into a tour de force where realistically they could close the distance, try and shut you down, it's not necessarily worth the same risk as when you're up against rifles, and the chances are Liquid would play quite a bit slower.
Yeah, good read, good adjustment. We should see the benefit for that. They've dropped off the wall now, starting to move back. It's heard. I'm not sure what you can really do with that information, though. Oh, good shot from Scream. Nade. It's actually perfect. Aslan's forced out of position, but he lands the shot to Scream.
Oh, they're not expecting Kushner to still be on the site either. A spike down is going to make this one very difficult to try and turn. Hellcast, though, has found one. Again, though, in such a disadvantage, going to be incredibly difficult. Managing to get one more, only a bullet left in the chamber, but we'll have a chance to reload. Yumpy also has managed to find some space, but doesn't expect Turka to be so far back, and now Soulcast basically has to get 5 kills to be able to win this.
You know, in a couple seconds as well. That's the tough part. Good attempt in the first. 4 seconds left. You would have loved to see it, but not this time. 11 rounds for BBL. This team, they have a remarkable ability to fight for any round. I think that's something you can say for both of these teams in their history, right? Even just look at the opening game for BBL. Like we said, look flat map 1, look flat half 1 of map 2, come back and win the whole thing. OT, and then a victory, and then a dominant victory, if I remember correctly, on map 3.
In this game as well, it really helps the fact that Turco is just farming, like orbs, but also kills. So they've had a multitude of reses in rounds that could have been very, very dangerous. So the fact that he's just performing so well individually is almost why that Battle Sage at times can be incredibly valuable for the squad. It's reasons in the past why we've seen Scream actually play it. And again, we're going to see these early set plays, like going aggressive. Is he going to try and jump this again? I wonder if they might just break it this time.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Broken it, rotated, but well, Cutie and Aslan both go down. That was an attempted play on underpass that Solcus has caught, or forced out by the nade. Fantastic utility usage out of Team Liquid. They've got the site. They've got a plant. Not the best ultimates for a retake. Oh, you nasty boy, Soulcast. You nasty, nasty boy. Waiting in the spawn for them. Oh, that's a save. That's a save right away for BBL.
Soulcast's Lurk has actually won the multiple rounds. So he drops 2 players hiding behind. But it might have just been the fact that they started seeing his utility being placed on the A. So they went, okay, well, he's not going to have done that just from hiding very close to us. But the fact is he did. Definitely had its risks about it. But the success he's had is off the charts in this game. And I think one of the reasons they're actually still in it, because I think the fact that this aggression is being spotted from BBL, they're not allowing such fast rotations because they have to be careful of him being on the other side. It's caused a lot of problems. And well, if he's going to take 2 players with him every time they try and wrap back around, you're not going to win many rounds.
Yeah, this has been a great display coming out of Solcus. You can see the value on this map. I think we saw it over in Game Changers as well. I was discussing with Sia the usage of Astra even without having a raise, because it's what we're going to see a lot of, right? Is your breach and then Astra combos with the raise on this map. But on this map, she seems to just have so much potential. The flexibility of utility, it brings so much value for rooting people out of those little corners and comboing with many other players. And you'll see it with the likes of Breach. But Solcus has been taking a different approach, right? Soloing it up, lurking around, and absolutely ruining the global utility, allowing him to still be a part of some of these fights. In fact, look, he's contributing on pretty much every front with the stars that he's got down to start with, giving them the options for a grab well or something like that on a moment's notice.
Trap destroyed.
A minute left, and the offense of Liquid is still very much spread. Now you can see the spike slowly making its way in towards this B site. So you'd assume that's the direction they're going to end up in, but they've still got double lurks on either side of the map, almost trying to bait players in. Now Yumpy heard this drop down, a couple of rounds ago. So he's sort of expecting somebody to be there now and almost hoping he can now catch someone on the lurk, similarly to what Soulcast has been doing.
Yeah, that might almost be why Team Liquid are applying so much pressure, and well, that almost worked. It almost did.
Cutie's rotating. No, in fact, so is AIM DLL. This has worked perfectly. That's all he needed to do. Just showing that little bit of information on one side of the map. It's pulled every single member of BBL bar one. That one is going to be Aslan.
Yeah, the call is for retake. And it's still a retake with Aslan here. He's going to dodge this showstopper. At least he's going to try to. There you go. He's out of there just in time. Rolling Thunder used up here. 10 seconds or just about. They're going to have to get this spike down here and now. If they can deny this, it could be around one. And they have. Link goes down. Team Liquid need to pounce on that spike, and it's done. They haven't done the time. Gorgeous stuff out of Cutie. Again, the savior.
Oh, it must be so frustrating to play against because Liquid played that well. Like, granted, Aslan bought a nice little amount of time. You also had the rotation in from Pora, who stuns them all up and basically delays the plant. But Cutie just decides, all right, well, how am I going to impact this round? Runs in, drops the spike, takes 2 other players down as well, and that's it. It's already over. The first one was just spam, but it's the remaining 2 that make things so much more difficult for Liquid. And while BBL, we've spoke about this man many a time as to reasons why they're doing well in this map, he might have just given it to them.
He might just have. That is unreal. Team Liquid now on the back foot of a map they started out with Scream like 13 or 11 and 0.
How dare you?
Now, though, the kills come through. Damage done. Team Liquid right back in this one. 4 versus 3. Up on Yumpy. And they've got all the time in the world here. They can pump the brakes. They're here in the rotations. They're rotating to B, which is wide open. But Yumpy is going to try to pick them off on A. Try to catch some of this re-aggression.
Oh,
that
no.
timing could not have been worse. Oh, that could have even been a collat in another world, in another life.
That's so cursed. Because up until that point, yeah, he had a great read, a completely different lurk to what they're normally seeing. But again, the remaining players are going to be stuck on the wrong side of the map. Well, Cosmic Divide going to go down. It's not going to make that much of a difference. Obviously, with the problems that they've had trying to get the plant, I don't blame Liquid at all. They're still expecting spam to come through. But again, the Turco Res is going to bring Kushner back. And okay, they know where he is, but I don't know if that will help them in the future of the round.
Yeah, with 4 players coming this way. 3 at least.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, I was going to try to paint how difficult of a fight that would be. How you wouldn't know there's that many players even after the res. But yeah, well, that is nicely done. Nicely done.
There's a few things in this round that I can't believe. That's definitely one of them. Like, Navira just seems to have these explosive rounds out of absolutely nothing that it just wins one. Same with Soulcast. But also the fact that Kushner had the balls to wide swing with the overdrive and try and take down 3 people. That might be the most insane thing I've ever seen a player attempt. And if it was anyone else, I think I'd be really annoyed. But because it's him, I actually believed he was going to get something from that.
Yeah, I think there was a pretty good chance he walks out of there with 2. The way he's been playing so far, but punishment was there. We go to OT. Wow. What a strange reality we live in, where this game, the way it started out, ends up being this close. But this is exactly what we said about BBL after week 1, right? If they come in warmed up, they can do some damage, and what a map for it. The one where they closed out that series so dominantly against Na'Vi. You can see the prowess here. Another attempt at the attack side, lock and load. But when it comes to the rifle rounds, BBL have looked pretty good. They've definitely found their footing. And this is where they looked so dominant against Na'Vi, where they won most of their rounds. Where they started out, granted. See if they can find the success this time around. A very, very slow approach. They're waiting for Team Liquid to get aggressive. They're casting the net wide, but there's nothing there.
Minute left on the clock. Only now just starting to try and clear out some of these more aggressive positions. Now, Pora has actually gone around the map and just farmed up all orbs. So he's now only 1 away from having that Rolling Thunder, and that might be a nasty surprise for Liquid. Something not so much expected, but they will witness him slowly getting closer and closer. Even still, though, he's actually pushing alone. This could just be bait. The rest of the team are in the other direction. There's the Rolling Thunder, but he's not going to get to use it. Even still, though, he sold this fake as the rest of the team entry. Navira's just gone running through like an absolute madman, but his teammates are trading things out.
Oh, the stun! There's only a few seconds left. MDLL has to get back, and luckily he will.
Player standing.
Still, though, that's MDLL all alone. The utility hasn't come where they wanted it to, but so it might cost them. MDLL good for the first. 2 more players coming at him. He has no idea where from, and Link connects the shot right away. 13 for Team Liquid. Map point. One that looked like they were going to take it so easily. They have been taken the distance, pushed to the limit, but now they might be able to close it out regardless.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Like, it's sending...
Match point.
And you're breaching alone on the other side of the map. I guess it was just their own attempt at selling a ruse, and that's the thing. If he gets, even just survives for an extra second or so and gets back around, he can Rolling Thunder out of there, and the rotation's going to take another 5 to 10 seconds. So, like, I can understand the thought process of BBO. It gave them a lot less when it came to entering into the site, though. And you saw how that became an issue with, like, no stun, for example, being there on the cross, and just allowing basically free roam for Yumpy to try and hit things with the operator, which he normally does.
That's the thing. When it works, it could have been fantastic.
Exactly.
But when it doesn't work, well, you get punished, and it might lead to the round loss. At least it makes it so much more difficult for you to take that round. Now at 13 to 12, BBL's defense sees a push-up on Dish. They haven't done this really at all. It's been EMEA that they get aggressive on, and Navera has been completely caught out by it.
And not the start they were looking for. And having to make sure they're not completely losing ground on A. Again, it's just a very wide net currently being thrown by Liquid to try and catch players out. Pretty much every corner of the map, bar the one where Navira lost his jewel. Actually, a deeper wall thrown in this time. We've seen it all the way back, but there you go. That deep net has caught one fish, and this time it's going to be Aslan.
Enemy down.
Big head taken on the other side, though. The scalp of Scream now claimed, and Team Liquid, well, they rotate back. Link's the one with the spike, and going to try to make it to Yumpy, who's securing that B site for them right now.
30 seconds left.
Yumpy just holding with an AWP, hoping he'll catch someone. Really, this will come down to timing yet again. We saw him get ruined just a few rounds ago with this AWP out. The timing as they swung in and took him down.
Don't you dare.
The swing from
Oh,
Cutie.
he's so nasty! That's the spike down, and now his teammates are actually going to go pushing off the back of it, trying to stop anything more from coming through. AimDLL, he's got him stuck in the corner. There is no way out for Yumpy. It's going to go for another OT, Mitch, and you just know the second you see Kushina just look to sprint through, he's going right into their faces.
That pace, again, has just been catching them off guard, and I think it catches everyone off guard, right? At any given moment, this guy could be, I don't even want to say wide swinging you, it's a whole nother level of it. And he hits the shots practically right away. And this is a nice cleanup in the end. And that disruption, combined with the fact that so many of these hits have been coming in the last couple of seconds, it's causing a lot of problems for Team Liquid on this attack side. I mean, this is something that they're going to have to find an answer for, but short of having something like the Cosmic Divide or selling a really convincing fake like they have on the A site, where they've left B completely open with just Aslan there, and he'll leave after just the one shot normally. Other than that, they haven't really been able to replicate that success, and you're not going to have those Cosmic Divides, so you're not going to have your showstopper to entry or any of that sort of stuff. We need to see a different game plan coming into the next round, but this one here is back to defense for Team Liquid. And on this side, it just seems like every now and then you end up with a player holding an angle spraying down 3 players. It's like half of the defensive rounds for Team Liquid have just gone like that.
I felt like there were lots of rounds on both sides that ended up
like
maybe
that.
The Navira 4K was on the attack, Soulcast double entry on the attack. Like a lot of these rounds didn't make a lot of sense, but hey, I don't think they're going to mind too much. I also think we need to give so much credit to Soulcast for just being one of the most diverse players in all of Valorant. Like the amount of agents that he's played and played well is actually starting to become a little bit ridiculous. Like I wasn't sure about him coming in on the Astra, but well, other than maybe the first 5 rounds, he's definitely been the best player in the map, probably, except maybe Kushina.
And to be frank, you know, from a community perspective, he's got to be like the most shit on player, like for how good he is as well. That's the thing that doesn't really doesn't make that much sense. But
anything goes wrong, Soulcast's fault.
Cutie got caught by another trap wire, but of course he's still alive. Don't worry. That is how this man works. East side for BBL. Yumpy on a very early flank. He's going to be caught though. Spotted. Look at the control. Fight from underneath. Pora whiffs the shot. Oh, this is dangerous though. They're all trying to deal with him. They're all moving back, leaving the site to fight towards this side of the map to deal with Yumpy, and eventually they do. They've secured B main. They've got the control to work with. Cutie though, not happy. No, he's not happy with having one angle to play from. He wants to stand out in the open, help Aslan take that double spray, and Scream's got to save the day. It's not looking likely. 1v3, 2 kills to get his showstopper online. There's one. Ooh. There's a chance, an opportunity, but that time is just way too low.
Yeah, there's no way he wins this from here. They're just going to be an instant swing, and while it was almost looking like he just wanted to pad the stats a little bit towards the end, BBL back into the lead and now have an opportunity of their own. Now again, we've seen completely different looks to this attacking side. BBL a lot more sort of raw entry, like taking the space for free, almost disrespecting Liquid at times, whereas Liquid have again just been throwing this net out. They'll have players all over the map just trying to catch the aggressive plays because there's been so many of them. BBL have been doing these setups with 3 players pushing in the majority of rounds, so it's looking like maybe for one of the first times, it's actually going to be challenged directly by Liquid.
Oh, I don't know if that's gone as they wanted. Both kills going BBL's way. They've started this one out, not with the 3-player aggression on A main that we've seen before, this time with 4. Changing it up from last OT where they 3-player push dish. You can see how difficult it is for Team Liquid to have any sort of stability in early round map control. And Solkas, who was supposed to be lurking on the B side, now represents a large portion of their remaining ability and utility. They can't afford to lose anyone else on this one. They need everyone alive. That wall broken, the smoke down, Navera. He's going to find it so hard to dive out. And Tom, there's 3 players from BBL here. They've got the support come through from Spawn, the crossfire. Navera, well, he actually does so well to find one. They're still going. This is still alive. Oh, Team Liquid.
No.
They're right back in it.
How? That doesn't make any sense. They had a 3-man setup waiting for them to push in. 1 stun is enough for them to get a double entry into the site. Kushina's here quickly, but his teammate's very far behind. It looks like he might just try and do this all on his own lonesome, but now the rotations even come back in from Soulcast. It's going to become quite a bit more difficult to find these players within the site. And with all of these smokes just shrouding their positions and even the sounds being made on those closer angles, they're going to know roughly where these defenders are coming in from. Soulcast drops another, and somehow in what is a 3v5, it comes to just 1 man. And unfortunately, this time, Kushina can't do enough. Liquid, I don't know how they found that lifeline, but Mitch, somehow they did.
I mean, I don't want to... I feel like I'm throwing the word miracle around a lot here, but that is exactly what half these rounds look like. I mean,
that's a lot of wine.
You say, hey, that would explain what I'm seeing. It's you look at some of these rounds, man. There's no way, absolutely no way they should be walking out with this. At 3v5, the double opening A main, the 3-player stack on A site, 2 on site, 1 in spawn, good crossfire. They still get out of that, and I think, you know, looking at the fact that you were left with a breach, with an Astra, with Navera, let's say, I think that made a big difference. If you look at another reality where it's Yumpy, Navera, Scream, that's a much harder clutch to win without any of the utility to work behind. Cutie down to start this off. The stun has caught him, though, so Yumpy's not going to be able to scope for a moment. It delays him, and now he's sort of just turtled in, tucked in, hoping that he can catch them on at least one small angle. They're all around him, but Yumpy doesn't mind at all. He'll go down after 3, but surely that's enough with BBL still to even get a spike plant.
Yeah, the rotations are coming in from elsewhere, but we've just seen a round that shouldn't have been in one direction. It's only right that they get one back, but it isn't going to happen this time. I thought Turco had a chance. Now AIM DLL has to pull off tough clutch, surrounded on all fronts, knows that there's a player looking to come in from behind, but while time is being wasted by Link, the rest of the players are making their way to the site, and while he'll win both battles put in front of him, a yumpy round with Link there to finish, and more importantly, Liquid now in the lead once again.
One player holding down an angle, getting multiple kills. We've seen it again and again. Yumpy with an off this time. That gets them the defense round. They're back to the attack. Success has been found here in the past. You look at that timeline, you'll see a lot of red up there for Team Liquid.
Have you noticed how AIM DLL has 18 assists?
It's the Brim Smokes.
I wonder how many of those are just him throwing down the stim.
It's like, oh, they had a little bit of that.
Just running in and killing them. Assist 1, assist 2.
Yeah, true. Then the smoke as well. Yeah, Brim Smokes are weird, man. If you walk through it, and they still detect some Brim Smoke in your lungs an hour later. Team Liquid, here we go. Meat grinder. BBL with the 4-player A main push, the wall up to try and bait them in to a false sense of security. It was a smart play, one that builds on many rounds of conditioning on their side, but unfortunately... Well, all right.
Okay.
I thought that was going to be the end of the game, but unfortunately, I'll continue on the point. We end up with Team Liquid closing it out nicely in the end, ready for that A main push, ready for the final kill. And Tom, impressive stuff, we have to say, from BBL to be able to make it that close after a slow start. But at the end of the day, this is a map that they look incredibly good on, that they destroyed Navi on arguably their best. And in this case, it was their pick. So, look, 16-14. It's a good scoreline, but now they've got to move on to Team Liquid's map.
Yeah, it's going to be a real kicker because realistically, it's one they should have won. Like, especially the last couple of rounds where it was like the 3 versus 5. They had a crossfire set up ready for that push to come in, and Liquid still managed to just pull out these pure BS rounds. It's always going to be tough closing a game versus Liquid, and it's going to be even tougher going to their map and doing the same.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the rounds you highlight there as well got to be haunting BBL. Losing a map that close is a devastating thing, Tom. We're going to be going off to a break. When we come back, we'll see if BBL can bounce back or if Team Liquid are going to make this one a wash.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The bricks feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk. I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind. I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies. Turn them all to allies. Face painting, no cat eyes. Ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices
wings like a berry. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is just on, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm thrown on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You Ricans can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory? Past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine or be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. Backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Dare to challenge yourself.
Who's next? Convinced you wanted to start your weekend with a little heart attack into. Yes, this was just map 1. This was just Fracture. And Fracture looked absolutely amazing, shocking, and a few words that probably would not fit onto broadcast. So, with that being said, let's take a look at it again, because this has been map number 1, the pick of BBL Kaquka that didn't start too well at all.
I mean, let's say, how do we start this? Because we saw Team Liquid get in how many rounds? It was 5 rounds in a row. No bonus, like the pistol, obviously the next one, then they get the bonus, and everything, you know, it started to tell us that this is going to be a quick 2-0. And then there's a pause coming in. After that, Kushner gets an ace, starting off with his ultimate, just running onto side. And, you know, it made me a little bit preoccupied, being like, is this what you need to win a round for Kushner to get an ace? But after that, every single round went for them. And even, I think it all stopped again when we swap halves and they go on to the next pistol round where Liquid again wins. But to be honest, I feel like BBL was doing such a good job at shutting them down, and there were so many duels that Team Liquid shouldn't have won.
Yeah, I think Tom and Mitch were just bewildered about 8 of those rounds at the very least. They shouldn't have gone the way that they did. But I really want to talk about BBL's utility usage throughout the entirety of that map. I mean, of course, it looks impressive when you're on a map like Fracture. You have to get side control. How can we use it? But it's not even just in aggressing with the utility. I thought their retake ability as well was incredible. They used every bit of utility that they could. They made sure that they acted upon it. That's something Team Liquid did not do. They would try it, you know, we'd have the Rolling Thunder, and they wouldn't act on it for 7 seconds. Whereas BBL, the moment that Rolling Thunder goes out, they go, act on it. This is where we need to go. This is where we need to be. Because that's what allows them and activates them as a win condition. Team Liquid, they're like, all right, we'll pew pew and we'll hope for the best. And I think that's the difference between these two teams.
Let's see if you agree with me on this one. I feel like at the beginning of the round, Team Liquid was better at setting up at the, you know, main setups with Cypher, the cameras, the trip wars. But reaction-wise, BBL was better.
I would say mid to late round, I would put my money on BBL. Okay. 9 times out of 10, yes.
Understandable, right? I remember those famous last words where Tom said, you know what, it's 5-0, but they really need a good attacking start, right? We haven't seen them too much on defense, and you see how this turned out. It is remarkable what we have to witness here, Kaquka. And there's one thing that I would really like to highlight, because we mentioned in the pre-show as well, that Scream. Because that map right here was not necessarily his playground.
Yeah, exactly. I think like at the beginning, like at the end of the first half, he ended up with 13 kills, which is, you know, average is good. The problem is, I don't know exactly the number that he ended with, but let's say that in the next half, he got like 4 kills. So of course, you have the duelist, you want to be explosive, especially if you're against a Neon that you know is going to create all that space for BBL in the way the Kushner was doing it. Scream wasn't really there, but we had other players that really stepped up. First of all, all. I think it's disgusting that Yumpy can do that on every agent. It doesn't matter what he's playing, from the Omen, from the Killjoy, from the Sky. He's just going to pop off with the Operator. So that's the word that I'm going to use to describe it. Soulcast and Nivera, insane clutches. Nivera with the Guardian, something else.
I think Soulcast was really impressive to me. There were rounds that I think when we're talking about mid to late round where I would put my money on BBL, well, if I had to put my money on one player on the server, I could on Soulcast mid to late round. His lurks, his ability to have those plays. I think he was the linchpin to getting Team Liquid into overtime to begin with, especially in that second half where Scream went, I'm out of the server now, see you later. Soulcast was like, oh, I have to kind of put on the shoes of Scream and myself and sort of pick up the slack in those mid to late rounds, and he did really well.
I mean, roughly 1 year ago, this man was the chopping block.
Yes.
Right? A lot of people thought he should not be with Liquid anymore. He's not doing the service he should. And at the same time, he constantly swaps agents. He constantly comes back. It is remarkable. And I think once more he proves what he's really worth within this team. When we now step a little in the future, Kaquka, right? We still have to take a look at something that we mentioned. Map number 2 is going to be kind of exciting because there's one thing in the pre-show that we mentioned that's going to be live right here.
Exactly. Most likely we're going to see Team Liquid repeating on that double controller again. Scream is going to go on the race as expected. My question is, what is BBL going to do? Because Fracture was a map that we already saw last week. This one right here we still haven't seen. We know that they swapped that race into Jet last time that they faced against Ascend, and even though they didn't get that win, it was insanely close. A 13-11, a score that many teams would love to have against Ascend on this map. So really looking forward to see also the changes, if they're going to keep the Astra, the Cypher, maybe see some Chamber, maybe even, I don't know, why not some KO, trying to bring in something different to the table that I feel like BBL can do. On the side of Liquid, we saw it last week, they have a lot of things prepared.
Yeah, I want to see for BBL now is that utility usage on Fracture is important. But I think like on Split, on their attacking half specifically, if you can act off that utility really quickly the way you did on Fracture, you will reap the rewards 20-fold on Split. It's the kind of halves that we've talked about before where you can be like, all right, I need to get onto site, I've used my utility, I'm out, I've lost my opportunity. I really think BBL is the team that acts on it really well, and that's something they can exploit against Liquid here. And Split is the map to really test how your timing and synergy works with utility, with strategy. And if BBL's really at the point we think we're at with them, then yeah, this is the map to see it on.
Yeah, you talk about the attack, and especially against that map against Ascend, it was Ascend that literally could not find a way to defend Split. So if they manage to mimic that against Team Liquid, and you know, trying to adapt a little bit to the changes, they might have a chance to actually take us to map 2. Do I think that is going to be possible? I mean, even though Scream doesn't have the best ultimates, I think he's legit the only race player that has, on average, more kills with the nades than he has with the showstopper. I still have to check on that stat. He still looks insanely scary because of the movement that he's having, and he's improving over and over. You know, when we saw Kushner on the Neon just dashing away and getting the kill, Scream can do the same with a couple satchels.
Should we rename Rosa ult to Scream ult?
Not yet. Give him some time, okay? Just
to give us more of a montage, failure montage,
You know, you're just talking about failures. Maybe he's coming up with every single ult working this time around.
Maybe he's just building it all up. He's just powering himself up. I'm going to be on the Hopium very, very much so for this map, so we'll see.
Anyway, you know, talking about all of that, what I personally find remarkable when we take a look at Split from last week, Kaquka, was definitely, I think, one of the most synergetic Liquids we have seen, particularly on the defensive side. It felt like they really made it work so wonderfully with that double controller setup in taking space and making perfect synergy with utility.
Yeah, so the thing is that Soulcast was using mostly on attack those 2 stars to be put up on A, knowing that if you want to play from screens, it's not going to be possible. If you want to pick it from heaven, it's always a question mark. Of course, they were playing against the Chamber, so you want to deny that possibility. Let's see what BBL is going to put on the other side, but no pick is going to be easy. And also, especially when they swap onto the defense, I think we've seen a couple of times that play that is a stun and a pull and a nade, and of course a lot of damage. But most importantly, Yump is going to be put in the one way on the other side of the map, and that is a lot of control for you right off the bat.
Yeah, I think one thing they didn't do on Fracture was shut down the duelist of BBL. He was allowed to have free reign. He would, just throw up his lane, run on in, and I think they didn't shut that down like they could have. I think if they're more confident, more comfortable on Split, and they know know, with the suck, the nade, everything like that, that they're able to stop that initial push.
Yeah, they have more means.
Then that's the kind of thing that maybe BBL won't be prepared for, because they've kind of been conditioned on map 1 to think, well, no one's going to stop our entry here. We kind of have space to work with. I think they'll be shocked a little bit by what Liquid will throw at them.
I mean, to talk a bit about the hypotheticals, right? This technically could be the first map where BBL would play Jet. And it feels a lot like this split has been a map where there's a big invitation to play a lot of other duelists, right, Kaquka?
So the thing is, as I said, they swapped onto the Jet, but previous to that, they played the Raze, which makes a lot more sense. Another of the players that I'm going to be looking at on the side of BBL is going to be Turco, because I think that he was doing a great job shutting down Scream. You know, he was one of the reasons that he wasn't having the time of his life. And I think, I expect him to go back on the Sage here, which I think what gave him the title of the best clutcher in SMB back in the day.
I mean, he just was able to sort of be the grey wolf in the background. We didn't actually see a lot of him because he was just doing his job around the map, especially map number 1. So I think that that's an opportunity for him to slip around the map, maybe do a bit of a Soulcast impression of going, all right, I'm here, I'm using this, and now I can be a pocket Sage if I need to. So for overall, I do think BBL's a really good shot. Map number 1 has really impressed me, so Team Liquid has to be on their toes here.
You know, that impressed me. I'm not so sure. It felt a little too tight from time to time. I'll see where you're coming from, but I was a little worried. Anyway, we're going into Agent Select. Enough of the stalling. We're directly heading into it. And this is where it gets exciting because of that Agent Select, mainly of BBL Kaquka. So many different varieties.
Yes, exactly. I don't know what to expect. We've seen them actually bringing in new compositions almost on every map. We see the new agents, yada, yada. So for Split, knowing also how important that Omen has been in the past, is Aslan going to restrain himself to the Astra, or is he actually going to go on the Initiator? I don't know.
We were highlighting the fact that Team Liquid had some crazy choices on map number 1. It's nice to be able to look to the left-hand side of the screen and focus a little bit more on BBL. There we go. Breach at Aslan on the chamber. I like that.
This is a lot of change. Hold on.
Yeah. Because Indiana was supposed to go on the Breach. Kushner is back on the Raze, which makes a lot more sense now. And Turk is going to stay on that Sage. I have to say that I think I really like the composition. Again, I do not know how much freedom Aslan is going to have on this map on the defense, how much Soulcast is going to allow himself to have some sort of an impact. But overall, I think I quite like it.
I think it definitely plays to the strengths of a lot of these players as well. You know, Aslan with the chamber and whatnot. I actually thought he played that really well. I think there's a lot of players, and all right, we've spoken about them switching up between QD and himself, but I do think his ability to be able to manipulate parts of the map effectively with chamber is what makes him good, even with the chamber change. So I'd like to see how he plays it, but I truly think the story won't be written for this map until we get into the second half, to be fair. So for the first half, it's laying the foundations for what could come. The second half is where that composition will be really tested.
You said it, the first half. We first have to get that game started, right? And we're exactly going to do so. No worries about it. 2 fine gentlemen will do so. So Mitch and Tom, let's get on to Split.
Let's do exactly that, Zescht. It's time to dive on into this map. And Tom, I got to say, I'm excited. After what we just saw on Fracture, now we go back to, I guess, more familiar territory for both teams. A map that's been in the pool a lot longer. And I'm expecting to see some crazy stuff out of both of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because, again, you've got that double controller coming through on one side, which really suggests that you're going to have fairly slow play because you're going to have all of this ability able to just set up your executions. On the other side of things, you've got the combination of Chamber and Raze, which makes me think that almost the complete opposite on the defensive side, especially. You're going to have one team almost wanting to take as much ground as humanly possible just to try and get up in your face, and having the few other players trying to almost set them up along the way. So I think this could definitely be a little bit of a clash. I am a little worried on the side of BBL because if they are going to play aggressive into this sort of composition out of the side of Liquid, it could actually play into Liquid's hands as we've seen in the past.
I think that's exactly it. After how we've seen the previous map play out, there is a lot to be expected of both of these teams, but BBL certainly going to be feeling tough, feeling rough after what was... Look, a disappointing loss, such a close one, 16-14, their map pick. Now they look to come in strong to start this one off, but no kills for them on that defensive side. An orb found, they fall back with a little bit of damage, and Team Liquid seem content to reset. They actually managed to push back over and confirm pretty much most of the map control that you get at the start. The only thing is they don't know if someone's pushed in B main. And with that contact on A, it's a decent chance. They might even burn some utility to clear it.
Yeah, I think the only worry here is that in the past, at least, we've seen BBL incredibly reliant on these sort of aggressive set plays on the defensive side. So the fact that that hasn't really given them anything, okay, they've been able to fall back, but now it's very sort of standard, just hoping on individual duels. And as you can see, that's not gone great for Aslan.
Yeah, already taken down. A good start for Scream with a headshot delivered. Another for Yumpy, and another Navarro taking the 3rd kill of the round. Well, that is pretty weak defense to start for BBL, as you're going to get Team Liquid with a plant and a 5v2. Still, Cutie and Turco left to try and make it happen.
Yeah, it seems unlikely. Liquid have been incredibly solid in their pistol rounds. Bear in mind, this will be 3 for 3. And doesn't seem like there's going to be much to try and get it over the line. Almost looked like Yumpy coming up some sort of elevator just to finish him off. And as you can see on his cam, he's having an absolutely fantastic time right now. 1-0 in favor of Liquid. No real surprises there. As said, they've won every single pistol so far. But for BBL, definitely not the start they would have wanted to come up against, because we know, well, what I would say at least is for both of these teams, they're probably going to be hoping to get the landslide of their rounds on the defense.
You would think so. I think with pistol given away, BBL, you take the eco here, you buy up next, and you really want to make that stop. Oh, no. Well, I think Kaquka said that Scream's nades are really good compared to his showstoppers. So I hope that, you know, showstopper on this map's going to pop off. Oh.
And now, though, again, just taking their time on the Liquid side. They're going to know that realistically, there's not going to be a whole lot put into this round. A couple of shorties they've got to be careful of, but with the amount of utility, without the amount of smokes even that they have available, they can definitely go for these same sort of setups. A decent position for Turco. Actually, well, Pora comes a little bit close, and it's not quite going to be anything. They've at least made some of the players that little bit lower, but realistically, it's just going to be about getting a kill or two, and for now, it's not going great.
I'd put a lot of faith in Aslan, though. He's only coming to the party right now. 54 HP on Scream. 46 on Link. Both these players in a lot of danger. Aslan coming around the corner, taken down. The shorty now being watched by Sulcus. We shouldn't really see any issues here for Team Liquid. They might just get away with all 5 alive. Unless Cutie's able to make something work. He's still got his nade, but you're not going to want to deploy that. Waiting for the peek up close. Here's a chance. But yeah, not quite packing enough of a punch.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, especially now that Liquid get to go in and play this as almost like a flawless bonus. They don't have to worry about basically anything in terms of this round, because ultimately they're going to be able to buy comfortably into the next one. And well, this is where you almost hope for BBL's sake that they manage to break off into this better start, because realistically, as said, a lot of their plans, a lot of their setups normally on the defense involve a lot of aggression, and I think Liquid are going to be ready for that.
Oh, let's take a gander as we kick things off. Already the stun down, going to slow anything outside of the A site, but BBL not taking advantage of that space. Cutie's down to 3 HP on the mid fight, and that's going to yield a really passive play out of defensive side now. I mean, they didn't push up A ramp. I'm going to have to rotate around, get the heal onto Cutie, give up fence, give up mid. Obviously, with that heal coming through from Turco, he hasn't been able to continue covering the cross. There were smokes down a moment ago, so that info was taken. This is tough for BBL. I mean, it's not just about the weapons that they have. It's the complete absence of any information. They have to be super careful about the fights that they take from this point out. And it looks like they've gambled on a B site take with Cutie having rotated around there. And in fact, Team Liquid have their eyes set again on the other side of the map, the A site. Aslan alongside Pora are going to have a tough hold. They're down on the site. So lots of distance between them and their opponents.
Yeah, they're not in bad spots, and well, they should have quite an advantage when it comes to the range. Even still, though, a trade back Aslan's managed to get out of there and just trying to do some damage on the cross, but realistically, this should be an afterplant. Of course, they've got to wait for their utility to actually go down, and I think they're a bit wary of this next smoke actually fading before they can get anything done. Now, Navira's going to have to hit some pretty tasty shots to stand a chance here, and instead, AIM-DLL has dropped him instantly.
The chance is certainly not looking fantastic over in the Team Liquid camp. Damage would be great, realistically, for them. Get 2 kills on the way back through, and they'll be delighted. That's a fantastic split. They've realized last player must be spawned. Good spams. Yumpy can't do anything. You can try for like a super late exit. Even if he saves the Guardian, it won't be the end of the world. Nah, goes down. Okay. Well, 2-1. That's the round BBL needed to win. Now they come up against a full buy, and Yumpy, who died in the end, right? You see why he was content to take those fights? Worst case scenario, you save a Guardian. And if that doesn't go your way, well, operator for this round.
Yeah, still going to be in an excellent spot in terms of their finances, but at least BBL managed to keep that one relatively clean. Like, it's not going to be the end of the world. They can still come in with a purchase of their own. And as said, building into this defensive side is going to be pretty important. Already, you're still going to see this sort of slow, tempered pace out of Liquid. Their composition has a few explosive elements to it, but realistically, they just want to make sure that they're not going to fall for any of those aggressive traps that BBL like to play. Even still, though, I like the fact that BBL are not really over-facing in a lot of these scenarios. I'm hoping that the information was given over their team DLL, though, because otherwise, well, you could see, it definitely has. Otherwise, it would have gone peeking back into that op.
Oh, the TP across has been heard. That could be terrible timing for AIM-DLL now. Paranoia through. Confirms there's players here. BBL. 3 up in heaven. We're right down below now. 1 on the backside. This is a heavy stack. You do not see this every day. Hell, you wouldn't see this when Chamber had 2 traps. Solo holding the A side and essentially mid for a lot of this round. I mean, they're not watching it at all. They're letting Team Liquid walk right on through, take vents. That's why they got the trap up in A heaven. This is a hard A retake. I think it's a really interesting approach by them because Aslan now, the trap's being destroyed. He kind of has to TP out. But look, they're going the other way. 10 seconds left on the clock. Kill good for Scream to start with. Befora still holding on. They haven't spotted AIM-DLL. Now they have. But that comes at a heavy cost. 4 seconds, no time. Round's done.
Yeah, running out of time was the main issue. I don't necessarily mind the strategy there, because the thing is, breaking that one solo trap actually did make a difference in the rotation. You see Kushner instantly start going back in the other direction, but I think they just needed an extra 5-10 seconds on the clock for that to actually work out.
Ultimate timeout called here. We're going to get Team Liquid taking a pause, taking a breather, and no surprise. The round that was set up, by that they had the operator as well, everything looking pretty decent for them. They played it slow. They didn't run into much contact. They take mid for free. They destroy the trap A heaven. But ultimately, it was that clock that was the biggest enemy. It forced them into making that play a little bit blind, right? Diving into the site, having what they thought was sold a fake.
Yeah, I think they were very reliant on just that little bit of bait towards the end. And I think they were just expecting BBL to be that little bit more aggressive. But as said, thus far, I think after the early rounds and probably the last map as well, just seeing how patient Liquid are willing to be, even on a map like Fracture, where there's a lot more ground to cover, BBL have almost adapted in a way that just has them sitting back. So it's impressive that they still have this extra little bit of depth, and then they're still having these sort of gambles based around their more aggressive players, like, for example, the spot that was being held by Aslan, which allowed them to basically have more on their other side.
There.
We're going slow into this one again for Liquid, but it's based around mid control. Map. Seen a little bit of a shift towards the B site for BBL, and I think that for Team Liquid, you know, having run into some time problems last round, I doubt we're going to see
Right there.
very much time wasted on this one. That said, though, 50 seconds, they're breaking the trap. They're starting to move towards mid, grouping up again. It looks like they'll have a little bit more birthing room on this one, but they still have to destroy that wall. Or wait for it to break in a couple seconds. Try to grab a pick. Here we go.
Oh, he's already scoped in. There's nothing that can be done. It's all too easy for Turco, and that's one of the only weapons that they actually had in this round. You've still got Navira trying to get something done, but again, the clock. This is the thing. Because there's just not been much aggression on the other side, Liquid are being given nothing here. They're reliant on these incredibly late round executions, and they're going to have to try and make a play through a smoke. Mitch, there are 3 players behind it.
Oh, and even through the cage, ADLL's taken practically all of them down, leaving Link on the cross dead. And Solkus, well, he was hoping to lurk up through Heaven, but well, that ain't gonna happen this time around. He's out of there with the operator. At least it'll be saved to the next round, but little consolation if BBL keep picking up these defensive rounds. They're rocking it at the moment on the defense. But like we said, this is what we wanted to see. At the same time, like most teams are going to pick up the rounds here. For the Team Liquid side to pick up the pistol and get the follow-up, you're now seeing why we said it was so important.
Yeah, for sure. As said, I do truly expect Liquid's defensive side to be incredibly strong. So I don't think that they really have to worry too much. But again, if this ends 10-2, then it might be a bit more of a problem. I do also expect now that Liquid will pick up the pace a little bit, because if you're not being challenged on portions of the map, well, maybe pick up the pace. But that's just, I love just watching Turco play this Sage, because it's almost just like, so you want to come B main, huh? No. You're going to have to break my wall. And he'll just place it there at the beginning of rounds just to make things awkward.
They're not breaking it, though, right? They're not making any noise outside. Perhaps hoping he's on top of it and will start to push through or something like that. But for now, it's just information for BBL. They're sticking around with a player here. Yumpy toying with the idea of going up above, taking the fight onto Aslan. They're starting to pressure him behind, make that noise up through the ropes. Good shot. Yumpy down, TP out. And that's what we talked about earlier, that ability to play the retake. They're backed out of A, free kill, and 5v4 to play with Team Liquid. I don't really know what the plan is here, Tom, if I'm being honest. You got a lot of players on B, Spike outside of A, though. And 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, I knew he was going to do it. I knew he was going to take that peek. Now we get to see whether it's a... Well,
oh my god, they're TP'd in spawn. ADLL's in the spawn. ADLL's in the spawn. He's just dropped the spike.
It's over.
TP'd in the spawn. Caught the spike on rotating. The round's done. What?
Why is it there? Oh,
because they left it outside
so
A.
Painful.
They had 2 players. Well, I can't remember if it was 2 Heaven or 2 B main, but no, it was 1 B main, 2 Heaven, right? And then just sat outside the A site was Navarro with the spike behind him in like spawn side. That's got to be the strangest round. What was the plan?
That again, I do genuinely just feel like they're struggling with the way that BBL are playing. They're taking ground, but then just walling it off and sitting behind it and making them slowly reclaim it across the map. And because of this almost hesitation from Liquid, BBL winning rounds. And yeah, you're probably never going to see a round like that for a very, very long time. Like, that's something that you might spot in your matchmaking games. Like, oh, don't worry, guys, I'm rotating with this spike with 20 seconds left, and oh, he's TP'd into spawn. Like, that's not going to happen again. I never want to see that again. Ever again.
I mean, it makes sense, though. He's TPing there to get the early flank on B main. He just looks to his right and goes,
yes.
Oh, I have the spike, guys. It's like, we don't have sight. We don't have the man advantage. We have the spike and a clock. That's well and truly in our favor. A strange round. 4-2.
It must be so stressful being a Liquid fan. Like, genuinely. I'm waiting for Jonas to just be as bold as I am within the next couple of weeks.
Oh, man. Well, they're showing us something we ain't seen in a while. We ain't seen ever. Interesting strategies deployed, no success. Team Liquid on the attack, full by rifles in hand. Looking to pressure B Heaven, but this has been such a slow burn. because BBL don't fight for middle, you can see that Team Liquid's entire approach of the early round is trying to fight someone for middle, and they're not being given those chances. Then when they do move to site, they don't typically have the information to play with and get blindsided by stacks.
Yeah, and then, well, so far this composition hasn't worked great when it comes to aggressive burst plays. Again, we're going to have Scream just attempting to be that solo entry, needs to get something, and while Rolling Thunder goes through on either side, as Kushner winning all the battles. 20 seconds left, and Aftershock at least claims 1 life. But that's all. He just running behind him. This cutie got his sound turned off. I guess he just assumed it was a teammate. Like, no one's going to be sprinting behind me right now if they're not on my team.
Yeah, lost in the chaos. It certainly does happen quite a bit. I'm surprised by Liquid's setup. I think this might be where, I know we've already seen the timeout called, but either a timeout or just a general shift in strategy, because at the moment, they're doing everything they want to do with the exception of fighting someone. They're getting mid-controlled, they're destroying the trap on top of vents, they're selling misinformation, but once again, every time that they move to the site, the foundation that they've set up crumbles because they don't have the information on site, and players are able to step it up, like Cutie constantly changing up his angle, having teammates they haven't really cleared out yet, able to swing through and trade, or even just grab kills for free.
Cover going out.
It's a difficult one to find a solution to if your team wins.
I love the way BBL have adapted as well, though. It's just like, we're not going to give you any of the fights you want. We're gonna, like, you can even see that there from Cutie. It's like he could have gone for a battle in mid. Instead, he's just gonna fall back into a much more passive position. The only person taking any risky fights, and even there, like, Aslan could have easily just stayed in that spot and fought for that control. Instead, he's like, well, what's the point? They don't have anything to force us out of our positions, so we can just sit back and just spam our utility through. The pieces that they have, that was almost a double kill. There's so much damage done onto Link. And again, passive positions. I don't know how Naveira's winning that, but hey, it doesn't even matter. There's a trade almost instantly, and they think they baited rotations, but there's still going to be a couple here. Nice shot, though. And that actually does change things, because finally we've actually seen some entries go in the other direction. Cutie, those hesitant.
Oh, that missed shot causes the showstopper to come through. 12 seconds left. They've got to keep Cutie back, and they'll do exactly that. A blind shot through, a good attempt. The plant will come through anyways. Team Liquid in a 3v3. They have got a huge opportunity now, Tom.
Yeah, one of the best chances they've had. Soulcast has even picked up a weapon and made his way into the site. Kushner tagged low, but so is Link on the other side. And in fact, we're going to see that Rolling Thunder invested, holding them back a little bit further. Soulcast going to use that to pounce, but again, not overextending, not taking too many risks, not wanting to give these individual jewels, and Yumpy's just started landing headshots with this Marshall. It's some individual brilliance that has brought this one home for Liquid, around again that probably shouldn't have happened. But hey, they're going to take it all day long.
Well, Tom, I have to say, Team Liquid, they find rounds that I maybe don't count on them to take coming into them. There's been some surprises for sure. But the problem that they're going to face, again, BBL just have so many credits built up thanks to those 5 rounds in a row. They're buying right back into it. And I'm going to look at Aslan to start this one at Operator on his chamber. Actually, it doesn't matter. He wants a B main pick. Look at where Team Liquid are. All stacked up outside A. It looks like we might see an abandonment of the mid control they've been going for to some extent, and a shift instead towards this A site. They've even fake TP'd. I don't know if you noticed that, but Yumpy put down a smoke on left side mid, and then he TP'd back into sewers. But that tells them the information that maybe he's TP'd across. Maybe, you know, you got to deal with him being close in the corner, something like that. In goes Scream, lots of space taken. He's already behind them. MDLL seems aware those steps should be heard, or should have been. Maybe not. No, maybe not. He's completely blindsided. And Cutie only good for one as well.
Exactly where you are. Yeah, pace change from Liquid that seems to have done the job. With how slow everything has been, this is probably a nasty surprise for BBL that they've actually just executed within the first 30 seconds of the round. I don't even know how late it's been every other time. It comes down to a retake, and not a particularly pretty one. a res. Not going to be the easiest spot. In fact, they're almost just going to have to use Kushner as bait. But, well, I was going to say no one peeks off it. Eventually, Scream will give up his position, but it's a worthwhile trade out. That's not pretty from Soulcast, but Scream is just going ham. We spoke about an ace turning the last map. Well, Scream wants that 6K. They know where Pora is, and Pora doesn't want to give it to him. He wants to hold on to the gun, but I think more so, don't give Scream 6.
The steps behind him. They're coming around the corner. Don't you do it, Nivera.
He's the worst brother ever.
I cannot believe the audacity of this man. You know what, Scream? I would not blame you if you call a pause right now. Just to have a stern word with this man.
The thing is, though, that is exactly what family would do. Are you really on this? You on the 6K? You want it? No, my kill.
BBL.
Gotta pad my stats a little bit. You've had enough.
This is a tactical timeout from BBL, not because they're going to discuss round strategy. They're like, listen, he just had his 6K taken. Let's call a pause. They're going to be like, oh, let's have a little chat, you know? Let's not talk the game that much. We'll sort out our little plan. There's going to be 50 seconds of dead air. Scream's going to turn around. You took my 6K, bro! And it's going to fall apart. Everyone's just going to scream at each other. Team Liquid crumble. BBL 13-4. It's a smart play. I respect it.
Yeah, it's taken a long time, though, for Liquid to really get on the board. Like, the boost, obviously, from winning around basically with a Marshall and pistols, but then I just like the fact that we finally see a pace change, because these slow rounds haven't been working. BBL have been using that to their advantage, saving utility, not really using anything in the early rounds, and so just an explosive setup that obviously they're sat there thinking, okay, it's probably just another one of those fake outs that we've not been falling for throughout the match, and instead, well, Scream decimates everyone. It's bound to happen eventually. It is just his way, but the problem now is 4 rounds already on the board for Liquid. As I said, I expect this comp to have its real strengths on the defensive side, so it's a bit of a scary time right now for BBL if too many more rounds slip.
Wall up, the orb taken. Or now 1 away from getting that Rolling Thunder. They've been getting good value in this early round control, but Team Liquid again are sitting behind this wall, not giving anything away, possibly hoping to drag a rotation. These A players making a little bit of noise, smoking it off, and trying to really cause some problems here for that BBL side. And as you can see, those rotations did take place. They've started to back off from B main to look more towards having some contention on middle. That's allowed Team Liquid to fight for B-Man, but they're going so slowly about it, Tom, being so cautious of an op being around any corner or a player being tucked in ready to take them down, that by the time they do make it to B, rotations have come right back in and BBL are ready for this push.
That's a cool camera angle. I like that one. Put that one in more often. Either way. Yeah, again, all of this utility just being thrown down just to delay. A little bit earlier on the clock, though, for Liquid. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Aslan is going to be patiently waiting, still has the ability to get out of there, and will do just that. Already the Cosmic Divide going to section out the players from heaven. In fact, no, Pora attempts to go through. And in fact, Scream going to get right in the face of his opponent. A trade, though, for Liquid is enough, and Kushner, he's just going to take that space while they can't hear him.
Oh no, Kushner's not done well there. The rope doing him dirty. The scene goes down. It leaves very little for BBL to fight back in. They're up against so much. The utility, post plans can be strong. Solkis still with a star to play with. He's popping down his smokes, blocking off these angles for now, but they're... Oh, okay, that TP out of AMDLL. They're expecting it. They're ready. They knew exactly what he was doing. Aslan good for 1 to spray. Can't be on for more. This is dangerous. Nivera, the last alive. The camera is going to reveal him halfway already. Aslan destroys the cam, but now he's revealed. And it's too late. Nivera taking him down, although he'll go down to the spike to secure a 5th round on the attack. More than worthwhile.
Yeah, I think at this point, Liquid may have already done enough. Obviously, it's going to be very dependent on how strong the attack is on the other side, but again, they do well in the late round execution here. Basically managed to force Aslan out of there a little bit earlier than he would have liked, and then you just have that Cosmic Divide, which is one of the things, like, as we've seen before, the rotations have been incredibly strong and on point, actually, from BBL. But if you make it so that the players on the site themselves are just completely isolated, well, you saw the risks BBL had to attempt, and, well, they didn't go well at all.
That wall from BBL used up on mid this round. Still sticking around a little bit. But Cutie's ready to punish someone trying to go up top. I guess Scream might blast back over is what they're thinking. Good shot from Aslan. That
or a
gap
bad
in the cage. Yeah, that has ruined Yumpy's day.
Oh, he definitely thought he was safe making that cross. An unfortunate start. No way to bring him back from the fray. At this point, again, it's likely that BBL are just going to fall back into more passive positions. They've already got so much in terms of their duels. Timing could be everything. It's going to be a double boombot going off. Weirdly, no damage taken. I guess it was the explosion on the other side. But they have managed to at least get a little bit of extra space. Already destroying the trap, which has been in the same spot pretty much every single round. While Kushner will throw a little bit of utility to try and make them back off. They already have.
Turco's here. He's already spotted the camp. Paranoia ready. It goes through. That's going to stop Scream for a moment. And actually ends up with nothing for it. The Rolling Thunder back. Cancels out the control they were looking for. But Team Liquid, they've shifted gear. They're going to the A site. Fuchsia, Nurex ready for the burst. He's under so much pressure. Oh, players jumping at him from every which direction. Only 12 seconds left, and Aslan's still to be dealt with. They've done exactly that, though. Secured a plant now on the back of that. It should be safe. It should be. Oh, it might not be. Solka's got to get in there. He just about enough time. Oh, that was close.
Oh, they've actually put a smoke down on Navira as well. So Soulcast is almost completely isolated. It's just going to be about that timing, and you can see that they're feeling a little uncomfortable on the other side. Nice shot from Navira. He gives a little bit of space, but more importantly, Soulcast compounds, and he will hit the second headshot as well. Liquid in these clutch scenarios are just so damn strong.
Unbelievable. You know, we can see those issues start to take form and take shape when it comes to some of these rounds, like where they leave the spike behind in spawn, right? Direction is something that we can certainly criticize Team Liquid for. I think not having that strong IGL is something that has caused them problems in the past versus other teams. But what they make up for it in is this, the ability to win out those clutch scenarios, to have those individuals pop it off. Solkas has been phenomenal, not on this map in particular, but the last one especially. His performance on Astra is, he's one of the few players that is actually playing her to a viable level at pro play.
Again. This time wall broken early.
Cover going out.
Seems like Liquid might actually just try and play off of this. Yumpy's just going through. We know that there's always going to be a Yumpy round in the map. I wonder if this is it. Just the timing. Again, with how slow Liquid have been, you're not expecting anybody to just go running straight up there. And Frame DLO, he could be in trouble here. He's got to go forward or back. He can't just stay in this spot, otherwise he's completely surrounded. Forward is the decision made, and now it has to be careful on the other side, because Link's the one with the spike. If he goes down, it could be an issue, but he's going to take MDLO with him.
They're going to be able to get here. Crossing out on B, I think. Oh, not in time. Never mind. Oh, okay. Even despite the first kill, Pora can't connect that final final bullet or two, I suppose, on the screen. Cutie's got it. An aid in hand. In his back pocket. As he closes up, look who's on the right. Yumpy, a nice position. And of course, he can be traded out by Scream almost immediately. Good setup. And a 7th found for Team Liquid. A phenomenal attacking half, despite that 5-round streak from BBL. They did not get enough done on the defense. They've now got a very tough attack side, and again, having lost their own map pick, this is Team Liquid's home turf defensive side of Split.
Yeah, this is where I think things become incredibly tough, just because of the amount of utility. You can have the one-ways used for your actual smokes. Then you can have all of the trap setups for Soulcast, almost just playing as a Sentinel. Then you have another Sentinel on the other side, and that's before we've even started to talk about Scream. So there's so much available for Liquid to play with in this half. I think the recovery they had as well was just really impressive, like starting to be a little bit more aggressive on certain fronts, but also I think just with the couple of wins to make it 5-4, BBL felt a little bit more obliged to try and fight them, and that's exactly what Liquid wanted.
Kicking off this second half, the pistol could be very valuable for BBL. We saw just how hard it was in some of those rounds previously, coming out with the 5. They want to close in the gap, making their way towards B Heaven. There's only 2 players here, but the rotations from Team Liquid, they've come through. 2 in towards the spawn. Solkis ready to fight. Not really. He took out his knife at just the wrong moment. A pick for BBL, and with that, they changed direction completely.
Yeah, info's going to be there almost immediately with the traps currently on board. You can see the full team rotating to try and get back into position. The stun's pretty good, but Pora's just landing every single headshot. We question what it would take for BBL to finally win a pistol round. I guess it's Pora.
That's all they needed. Unless Scream and Yumpy have got an unbelievable clutch up their sleeves. It's a 2v5. And with Team Liquid blitzing on in, getting shot at through that one way, I think we're gonna be pretty content to call time of death on this one.
It's only got 9 bullets. Yeah, and he won't get to use any of them anyway. Aslan's there to close it, but yeah, finally a first pistol won in this series from BBL. It's been a real struggle for them, but that's a great way to try and actually break back into this one and straight onto the Spectre train, not wanting to give anything away versus this anti-eco.
Now, Flawless in that round isn't going to make that much of a difference, right? The pistol, who really cares? You're going to be reinvesting into shields for the most part. You can see there, everybody on BBL still investing, like, pretty much all the cash. But it's this round here that really makes a difference. Being able to walk out of this one flawlessly would be a completely different ball game. A couple of pistols they're up against. Good smoke down. That caught Scream completely as he went to swing. The timing perfect. And BBL can slow it at this point. No need to overcommit to anything. They're up against pistols. They know that Team Liquid might push up or just group up on a site, stack, and hope to overwhelm them on the way through. So I'll take this one nice and slowly to the A site where there's plenty of ranged angles for them to deal with the pistols on.
Yeah, there's also nobody there, which is definitely going to help. Liquid going for a straight-up gamble. Just hoping that they'd push into B. And unfortunately, that gamble couldn't be more wrong. It's going to be a free after plant. I wouldn't even mind if Liquid either just play the exits here or just run into the spike. Like, not wanting to give away too much. They have invested a little bit into this round, so they might want to try and do a bit of damage along the way.
This is going to be a slow burn for sure. Team Liquid, see how many kills they can get on the way through. Like we said, Flawless would be fantastic for BBL coming out of this one. The Marshall shot doesn't connect. That sent them back the other way. There's some players waiting there as well. Coming up out of vents. Well handled by Turco. It looks like Pora will be the only casualty. So all in all, pretty successful round coming out of BBL.
I guess Pora really wanted his ult, because that was that was so aggressive, just trying to go pushing through that alone through a smoke, and with them just waiting on the other side. Like, it seems a little crazy. He's actually still not that close to his ultimate though, so he's gonna have to reinvest a little bit here. It seems like Aslan instead is actually gonna buy up a rifle, so they're almost gonna try and use him as the hero in this round, just to try and either make things incredibly costly and then he'll go back to his pistol, or obviously if they can win it, wow, it's a completely different story.
Look who's on the cross. Yumpy, Guardian in hand. First shot connects. Nade and stun coming after him. In on the backside. Cutie doing damage, but they're not getting the kills just yet. Solkas falls. Yumpy does just the same. That's perfect. Those trades for BBL could not be better. They get weapons and a plant.
Yeah, they're all locked into the site. That's the only worry here, especially with the paint shell still available for Scream if he can find the right spot. Instead, though, no escape for Aslan as he tries to fade away off the rendezvous. Oh, now stuck within. You're going to see the remaining corners cleared. That ult has eventually come online, and it will buy a little bit of extra time, but not enough. Pora now with everything to do. Did well in the pistol, but now left completely blind, just looking for a fight, and Navira will give it to him. It's an 8th onto the board. A little bit of damage caused, Mitch, but they did have a reinvestment of a rifle into that round, so I imagine that's going to leave Aslan in a bit of trouble financially.
Yeah, I think for the most part, though, he'll be in the same spot that Yumpy was in that round there, right? He's playing with a headhunter, and we saw Yumpy not even able to get 8 bullets off, if I'm correct. So, not the end of the world. Certainly to start things off, and certainly on the attack side as well, right? That's the big difference. If you're a Chamber forced to play headhunter defense on this map, and you see the role that a Chamber has a lot, being that like solo A, at least going over to BBL side where they don't have, you know, a Cypher or some dedicated Sentinel. What I mean by that is 2 pieces of map controlling utility. You're in a pretty rough spot when it comes to those pushes defensive side, but yeah, Aslan can make it work here, and you're seeing exactly that. He's going to let his teammates take most of the opening fights. A little bit of damage for Solkas, a few tickles on the way through. Oh, I like the grab well, but with a Vandal, you're not going to stand there spraying that all day.
Yeah, not really worth the risk. Potential spray back isn't going to pay off, and Aslan's actually already dropped by Yumpy. They are content to attempt this retake, and for now, at least, it looks like there's going to need to be a hero on the other side. It's an aggressive peek in, and while the flash is good, but AIM DLL still lost. Pora looking to try and take this into his own hands, fighting back through, but Solkas has found another. And now it's only the players within Heaven remaining, and they don't really have an angle onto the spike, at least for now. So they need to start swinging out. They need to clear Link before they can do anything else, and they do just that. But Solkas is there with the trade. A 9th now for Liquid, and again, although a couple of players dropped for BBL, it's not quite enough.
No, it's not ideal, right? They've paved out the way early with that pistol, with the follow-up, now falling into, I think, the same trap that we saw from Team Liquid. When you come up against those buy rounds, it's a different ball game. Now, can you be slow to start on the attack? A split? Absolutely. Team Liquid proved that. And it's something that we see from a lot of teams, that, you know, you need to warm up into it and feel out how your opponents are playing. But the reality is, as we sit here 9-7 in favor of Team Liquid, they cannot allow, over on the attack side, they cannot allow for a streak of rounds for the defenders.
Yeah.
Wow. Right on up there. Cutie's following him all the way into spawn, but unfortunately, it hasn't really worked out.
Yeah, I think the danger, especially against a team like Liquid, is that when operators come into play, this team gets even more terrifying. Like, we have seen Yumpy on this map many a time cause issues, and that's before we even start talking about Navira as well. So you really don't want to allow the finances to build on the other side. Also, then we start talking about ultimate economy, which is also starting to look very, very good for Team Liquid. So this is starting to get pretty scary, especially with how all-in a lot of these takes have been for BBL. As said, it's a complete clash of styles in comparison to what we saw from Liquid.
Oh, what a beautiful paranoia. I couldn't have been better placed, but didn't look like they were having too much trouble either way. 10th found. Here's where BBL need to step it up. By coming in. Ultimates, unfortunately, the way that things have gone, right now, in the important round where BBL put everything on the line, where I guess BBL have called a pause here. Yep, there you go. It's the right play for them. This is the turning point. Lose this, Team Liquid probably hit 12. You got to win 5 in a row. And although we just saw that happen, it is very rare to find that on the attack side. So for them, it's make or break time.
Yeah. I think as well, as said, like you sort of mentioned earlier about like the chamber trap nerf. The one thing with BBL, that it sort of plays into their hand in one aspect, because they all go in the same direction, that you basically just have to trap your flank. But as you sort of mentioned, I think the danger is the amount of information that could potentially be there for Liquid to sort of set up these rounds. Like, thus far, they've either played into a retake, which they've looked very comfortable on, as said, with all of the utility and smokes that they have available on this double controller. It becomes quite easy to slowly section off parts of the map. But then also, if they do decide to get a little bit more aggressive on the other side, there's not going to be any information there for BBL, because not only do they only have that one trap, but they also push as 5. So unless they're going to switch things up quite drastically here, I feel like this shouldn't be too much of a sweat for Liquid.
I'm with you, Tom. Yeah, this is where we've got to hold our breath for BBL and hope that they're able to make it work here. They called the pause, they took their time, they've discussed what they want to do, but now it's time to put those words to action. And it's a full mid play.
5 mid.
Needed 2 minutes to discuss this one. We'll see what the finer details of this push are going to be. A fantastic boom bot.
That's how they're clearing the flank.
Yep. Nobody behind. We got that covered. All right. Good start. Liking it. Smoke down out of Yumpy. He's pushing all the way through. He's got past the utility. They're going to try to delay them as much as possible. Stuns, nades, everything going down in mid because Yumpy and a smoke from himself. He's on his way behind and they have no idea. They think that trap is securing it and now they realize their mistake. The price paid is not that heavy. Only Aslan going down. That could have been so much worse.
Yeah, as I said, we've seen the reason why Nevera has switched back. And this is it. Like, you can get past those traps far too easily and there's only one really to deal with. And now they're pushing into what is basically the stack site of the map. You've got 3 players here already. You've got utility there. And in fact, Liquid aren't even going to fight it. They know they've got this on the retake, so they're happy to sit back.
Waiting for a little bit of aggression, perhaps, out of BBL. You can see them holding the smokes, waiting for something to happen. Oh, that timing. And what's worse is when he turns right, the barrel is then seen. Gives the info away. The timing there for ABLL works out very well indeed. He drops his smoke, turns back, and takes a double. Or traded out like you see. There we go. Had no doubt in my mind.
Oh, yeah, no doubt whatsoever. BBL actually managed to take this one. Like I said, it looked like Liquid had it in the bag. They had the flank locked down. They had 3 players ready, basically, within the site, and then even opted to play for the retake. But I think just the timing of Pora managing to catch one, and then it almost just got a little bit too scrappy, like trying to run through a smoke to isolate the player. Well, I don't think MDLL is going to be too unhappy taking fights like that every single time. It's the first round, at least, since they got themselves the pistol and follow-up. But now, wow, do we then see that operator? Because as I said, when that happens, I feel like this becomes a completely different map.
It absolutely does. The operator is in Yumpy's hands right now. We're likely to see that pulled through. And yeah, this is going to be another big issue for BBL to deal with. That scoreline looks close, but it's deceptive just how difficult this will be for BBL to get right back into it. And of course, the series loss looming large over their heads at the moment. Damn it. Little recon dart sent out in the form of an Omen ult, but Yumpy spots only one.
Well, he knows the trap's there again if he wants to go fishing, but I think seeing that it's being watched is far more important. Mid control being the aim of the game thus far for BBL, and they've actually started to leave him behind. They're not going to fall for the same mistakes. BBL, we saw it in the last map, are a squad that are very good at adapting on the fly, so I don't really worry too much in that regard that Yumpy will be able to get away with the same mistakes. The only problem is they've got a deep cam in B once again, so they know that it has to be either mid or in this direction.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to start to read this A site. You see the little shift from the B players as they start to move to that side. Rolling Thunder through. Yumpy has avoided it. Now he's going to peek. That's Pora caught. Utility taken out. The res right back through. Nate, beauty. Oh, he just about makes it through. In fact, all the way into spawn. What was that?
He's mad.
30 seconds left.
He's so aggressive in the way that he plays, but he might have just been the difference maker in this round. Rez giving 5 back, and well, now in these after-plant positions, I don't feel good for Liquid. If they get a kill, they can at least reveal where the remaining players are, but it almost seems like Nevera is trying to just spot the backline, make sure they've got an easy exit out of here, because it looks like that's what they need. And well, unless there's going to be an aggressive swing, which there will be, it still just doesn't lead to many possibilities. It does now seem, though, Mitch, that Liquid are going to give this a go.
It might be worthwhile if they can find another pick, but time is really what's going to dictate this. There it is.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, with a nade and a showstopper, if they had a little bit more on that clock.
Yeah.
They could have gotten in there, but BBL have once again just about gotten away with that round. They have lost a lot of players on the way back out, and well, that could be fantastic for Team Liquid, just teeing it up. The damage done, the reinvestment needed, actually puts them in a really bad spot. If they didn't have that tour de force online for Aslan, there would be some weaker weapons in play.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for them because ultimately they played the round pretty well. Like, they managed to isolate Yumpy. I think having a decent idea that he was on that cross. This from Kushner is just grotesque. Like, he goes through the smoke, headshot someone, and then is gone like nothing ever happened. But it's just these kills, these exits. Like, okay, it didn't change the round, but it has a huge opportunity to change the next one. And that's where things are truly dangerous for BBL. Because if they lose this next round, their economy is as far in the bin as it could be.
Well, that's it. They were potentially in a position, if they walked out of that one in cleaner form, that they could lose a round and then buy up right after, or at least contest. But now, a round loss, more or less, again, puts Team Liquid on 12. Gives them 2 chances minimum on full buys to close out this map. It's a very tough position, but not an unwinnable one for BBL. They've put in the legwork. They're closing in the distance. It's the consistency that we need to see. And already, Tom,
right there,
I'm a little bit confused. It looks like AIM DLL is going to be playing with a Spectre. Meanwhile, Aslan has got the Tour de Force, but is opting not to use it in this round.
Yeah, the only thing that would make sense is if they're going to do something fast.
Yep.
Well, I guess that's the plan. Like, every single one of them is built up out B. The presence they've had in towards the A site in the last round and playing into mid, I guess they wanted to try and make some sort of play in this direction. They've even put the trap down. So it's basically just a, we will know if someone's behind us trigger. The problem is, look at Liquid. 4 players are currently waiting there. It's one of the first rounds they haven't gone aggressive in that direction. They have a cam outside of A already. Well, here goes Kushner looking to lead the charge. He's met with pretty much every member of Liquid.
Oh, the nade through was fantastic.
He's gone in with Spike.
It's completely cut them off. The wall through, though, they're going to group back up. AIM DLL leading the charge. Spectre in hand will, I think, manage a plant here. Oh, no. Okay, the utility's in play to push him out. He's on 2 HP. Spam through the smoke on the way back through. He'll eventually go for the plant again, stunned up, trying to TP, and he's made it out.
It started off super risky, but somehow BBL have ended in a spot where it might actually be possible. Link, though, already dropping one more. Rolling Thunder through. It's not quite connected, but AIM DLL was so low, and now it's left all onto Aslan. He has to try and play through this Cosmic Divide, not knowing if they were on it or not. And while Liquid will end up with their 11th, I'm not going to lie to you, Mitch. There was about 6 things in that round that gave me a panic attack for BBL.
I mean, even starting it out, B main, we had a showstopper trade. It just painted the entire B site with, with paint.
Well, it's also the TP from AIM. Like, the rest of his team looked like they were planning to back off. And he then TP'd through the smoke forward with the spike. I'm like, okay, well, they're committed. They're definitely committed now.
Yeah, but I think the problem was he had taken out the Shrouded Step, and as he went to do it, the nade came through. So his team ran back, obviously, because they have no way to blitz forward. And he's like, well, I don't really have time to turn around and line this up. I got to just get out of this nade. So I get it, right? The knee-jerk decision, but for being the player with Spike, with Spectre,
it's
a little unfortunate. Luckily, they didn't get punished, but a wild round Team Liquid come out ahead of.
It's just,
Yumpy,
he has an AWP.
I just hate it so much, but I love it at the same time.
Especially when there's one on the other side. You know, seeing for economy purposes that Tour de Force being used. He actually landed the shot. Aslan being healed back up. Now the trip's here to cover. Spike's still down, so I don't think there's going to be any major commitment here just yet. But on the other side, they're getting cheeky. They're getting aggressive. And, well, they're also getting the orb. Nice shot, though, from AIM DLL.
Oh, Scream just about avoided that paranoia. Oh, no!
Spike
down. They've got to push into him. Right into Scream's waiting arms. He knows there's one up top. He's chasing him down even through the nade. But now the peek comes through. Maybe a little bit greedy. Maybe not. He's got the backup. They'll close that round out nicely. 12-9. Team Liquid. Map and series point now.
Match point.
Yeah, I think that's almost just Scream having a pop-off game and knowing he's been playing so well that there's not really a reason to try and dominate versus BBL. 23-11. We saw him get off to a flying start, 11-0 in the last map with an eventual cooldown. And, well, it seems that he's come back even stronger in this one. 1 round needed. The buy for BBL is about as bad as it could get. Most players without proper shields. one rifle, and it's actually on the player who has the pistol, which I don't think is the greatest decision, but I guess they just have a lot of faith in Aslan, and well, Kushner's already gone.
Down and out. The spray, it doesn't connect. It very nearly did this time. Aslan not so lucky. Split down to 5 HP. Poor is gone. Slowed down. Aslan punishes Nevera. The drop out of heaven from Scream. It's way too much. And what? Yempi's coming up behind with a knife out. He's taking out the sheriff. What is that? What is that? What have I just witnessed? 13-9. They close things out here. Team Liquid taking this series 2-0. BBL again put up one hell of a fight, but it's not enough.
I honestly just love watching Yumpy play. It's like every decision that you expect him to make, it's just like, I know you won't expect this, will you? Just charging him down at the end. But yeah, again, it comes close. There were opportunities for BBL, but Liquid just proved to be too much for them. And wow, that sends them now 2-0 in a very good spot within the group, especially when I think that they've still got potentially like the likes of Na'Vi, who haven't looked particularly good so far. They're definitely safe. It's just whether or not they're going to be getting into the playoffs.
Yes, definitely secured their spot at this point, but some of the harder games still ahead of them for sure. They've got their guild and their mech still to play, and of course you said Na'Vi as well. But as you said, security now for Team Liquid. They don't have to worry. They got to fight for that qualification spot. But with the way they're playing here, it might not be that difficult for them. Certainly taking shape as a strong team towards the top. Let's talk a little bit about some of these players, Tom. Now we got the player of the match ready for you guys at home. You can head on over to Twitter at @ValEsports_EMEA and get your vote in for which of these three you think deserves it. Of course, Solkis, Nevera, and Yampy are your
Scream
three
didn't make the
options.
list.
Scream not making top 3 this time around. Don't know whose choice
Fair
that
play.
was,
Fair
but
play.
all right, cool. Poor guy.
I think I'd go
Solkas. What more can I do?
Solkas in map 1 was a god. Like the way that he was performing, his lurks were fantastic. And I think the fact that he's basically being used to glue all of their strategies together, I can't really give it to anyone else other than maybe Scream.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, look, we had to make sure Solkas gets the props here because he deserves them. So take Scream out the vote. Make sure. Time to go to a break, folks. When we come back, your player of the match will be announced by the analyst desk. Make sure to get on over and get your vote in. For now, though, we're going to go off to a break. See you soon.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing trying to prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my dream, just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just Just me and my team, just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it all, yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the range just fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning all, yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's the king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon, that's more than my...
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Liquid closes it out 2-0, and their map pick worked really a little tough, a little hard, but at the end of the day, they made it work. That's what matters. BBL definitely were fighting hard, but we have to take a look at what Liquid have done, right, Kaquka? And why don't we talk about that first half right there? It was a bit of an ups, it was a bit of a downs, but at the end of the day, right, it was the fundament for their defense.
Yeah, I think that even though, I mean, they start taking the pistol is something that we had seen on the previous map, they managed to do it again, but in many occasions, Team Liquid was running out of time to actually get onto site. I think that a lot had to do with the usage of the Sage wall, for example, and how BBL was not giving away anything for free. But the moment that they started to speed things up a little bit, they managed to get those rounds for themselves. And when we talk about the defense, it's just Team Liquid on split. They're looking extremely solid.
I mean, I said that first half would really set a foundation for what we should expect in the second half, and as the match as a whole, we got to that middle ground, and I turned to you and I was like, yeah, I think this is going to be pretty well done here for BBL. They needed a few more rounds in that first half, especially when you think about the fact that Kushner on that second half struggled with opening frags. Those first kills were not going in his favor 9 times out of 10. Aslan got most of his opening kills on the defensive side. It really wasn't going well for them, and when they needed the tip of the spear that was Kushner, they didn't get it. And instead, he was sort of out of the pack in the first 30 to 40 seconds, a lot of those attacking rounds. So it's hard for the team to get the control they need, to get the kind of stance that they would have needed in that second half. Maybe if they had a buffer of, like, let's say they had a buffer of 5 rounds to work with, plus they get pistol, they convert on the second, maybe things can work there. But Team Liquid, mid to late round, they just wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, especially, we were mentioning Aslan, you know, and his performance and what we expected from him on this map. And it's something that, you know, it wasn't really there. He wasn't really finding where to make the most value out of the agent. And we saw actually in some rounds that maybe they would just smoke that trap and Jumpy gets a free kill by pushing behind because he knows there's literally nothing else that can stop him. On the other side with Univera, they was living with the Cypher utility.
You know what? I've heard we got something special ready for you. Usually I send Lofa over there, but it's your turn, Kaquka. Get in your corner.
Okay. Yes, we are talking about utility. We're talking about Nivera. And I just wanted to take a quick look at one of the rounds that we saw towards the end of the match. That is round number 20. And maybe you remember this round because it was a full buy for BBL. Things were, you know, pretty complicated on their side. They're trying to attack. And before the round starts, before I press play, I want you to take a look at the mini-map. We see that Nivera with that setup, with that camera pointed right here, plus the star, plus the cable, they know that nothing can go towards A. And if something starts to get toward heaven, that tripwire is going to be activated as well. So Team Liquid is just going to rotate to B. There's nothing else that can happen. So I'm going to play the round. We see that the utility starts coming in from the side of BBL instantly with that sound cue. the stars, the pulls, everything falls in place for the side of Team Liquid. And of course, BBL gets divided. All that util, even though they don't stop, they do not have time to freeze. AimDLL is going to go on, just go with the spike onto the side. He's like, yeah, we need to make this happen. There's still a lot of time. And by the time that he starts planting, of course, more utility now on the side of Link. It's going to be, again, extremely complicated. And it's not over. Team Liquid even had more utility. Didn't have the pull because they just used it, but a stun is going to be enough. The problem here is not only the spike gets planted, okay? The big problem is that, of course, BBL does not have the time nor the space to actually play for the post plan because they do not have control over the site and they cannot grant it just because Team Liquid is still on the run. And I just wanted to showcase it around because I think that Team Liquid already knew how important this round is. They used the Cosmic Divide, try to get to the plant, the Rolling Thunder, everything gets used because they know that this round can mean the match to them. And just as that, clean, concisive, clean 2-0 for Team Liquid, what we had the other day and we had today as well.
You know what? We can talk about that. And there can we talk about with a very special man named Soulcast, as we have the opportunity to get a few questions in here and there, as we can finally see what there are some thought process behind. Soulcast, very well, you've picked up that win. You've picked up that 2-0. How are you feeling after that game?
Feeling really good, you know. We came into this match knowing kind of what they were going to do, but we also knew how strong they have strong aimers, so we had to make sure like our fundamentals and like the way we play around the map was going to be good. But you know, I'm glad we pulled out the win.
I mean, it was very noticeable that there were sometimes a few iffy moments, let's say it like that, right? You had a 5-0 start over there on Fracture, and I'd really like to know from you, when you suddenly hit that moment on halftime break, BBL was getting 7 rounds. How was the mood in the team?
I think the mood was still great. I think they kind of just started snowballing. We noticed that they kind of were like starting to group up more, and they were kind of just going like 5-man, just pushing into sites, and they were kind of holding off on the retakes well. And it was kind of hard to like stop them. So I think the momentum like really carried them a lot. But we knew like this map's like kind of weird. Like you never know if it's T-sided or CT-sided. Like you can really just string rounds on either side. So we weren't really worried when we lost a few rounds on CT.
So finally, I'd be kind of curious about one thing, right? We cannot talk about Split for the moment, but one thing about Fracture, you need to tell me. The first time we've seen Sky in VCT EMEA Stage 2, why on this map, and why does Jumpy play an Operator?
I know this guy, he plays Operator on whatever map, on whatever agent, sorry. Yeah, I don't know, we felt like Sky's good on this map as well because like it's just good to get the info. Like a lot of teams play Chamber, and you need some sort of info, like a dog type of like agent to like just scout out areas. So because Chamber's kind of played quite often, yeah, we used the Sky, and we kind of like swapped around the role. So like a Dill's more on Duelist, so we put him on Raze, and then Yampy kind of fits into more Sky. He likes lurking, and he likes to be a bit more aggro, whereas I'm a bit more passive. So that's why we kind of switched around the roles. Usually you'd probably think me on Sky and him on Astra, but yeah, we swapped it around, and I don't know, that guy honestly loves to AWP on any character. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the question was not needed about the Operator, but at the end of the day, you know, a Sky is quite rare. But I have to announce one thing. You're the player of the match for today. Congratulations on that one. And obviously, congratulations on your victory right here. It felt amazing to once more see you guys prevail, even though that Fracture was a little, you know, close towards the end. But, I mean, an Astra top fragger is always something special. Is that something where you would say in the future that more Astra is still going to be viable, or is it going to be a swap in the future with a new few agent picks here and there?
You never know. I think Astra's kind of like becoming a lot more comfortable for me. Like before we started practice, like 2 weeks ago, I don't think I even touched, like I played that agent once. Like literally, I didn't even play at all, even in ranked. So it's kind of scary going into like practice. Like the first few days, I was a bit lost, but I think I picked it up really quick, and now like I feel really comfortable on it. And yeah, I'm starting to like really love the agent. So who knows, might be Astra on every map, or yeah, or Europe.
We'll see. We'll see about that. I mean, it feels very natural, but first of all, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your victory, and we're going to see you guys next week.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, I mean, you know, he just picked it up a few weeks ago.
No.
Played it in ranked.
I love how he mentions, I don't play it on ranked. Like, you have to be suicidal if you actually want to play Astra on ranked. Like, there is no way that your team is going to play with that. You're just built different, okay, Vincent?
It's funny because sometimes it can take, you know, players months to really perfect an agent. And I think that's something that we heard on the cast. You've even brought it up. He just bounces upon all these different agents, and he can have such a huge agent pool. And to be good, you know, a master of all, no one says that. They said a jack of all trades trades or master of none. That's the saying. Soulcast says, I want to build my own saying. That's fair enough, no problems. But such a short period of time of learning, that's really, really cool. And that's something hard to do as a player.
It's really impressive. But you know what? That entire series felt quite impressive to a certain extent, really close towards the end, but this doesn't change the matter of fact that we still have a second game coming up next. And there is a team that still needs to prove that they're as tactically intelligent as many say. Insiders call them a very smart team, but they still need to prove that they are actual OGs. We're talking about Oglu versus nothing else than Fnatic. And I gotta say here, Jess, this game is definitely one of those proving grounds for Oglu, because the first one didn't go according to plan at all.
I mean, if you want to play a thinking man's game and you want to go up against a thinking man team like Fnatic, there is no better proving ground than this right now. You can go on to any of the maps upon which you know you're able to fight strategy with strategy, and maybe that's helpful. Maybe if Oglu has the opportunity to go up against a team where they can adapt, whether it's mid to late round, we've seen that today, not with as much perfection as we would have liked, but I think in this matchup, that's where you see it. And if they want to prove that they are a quote-unquote smart team, this is the team to do it up against.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very complicated because we see Fnatic, Team Liquid and BBL actually won their games last week, but OG London United was not one of them. So it feels like they're coming in together today as the weakest team, and maybe against Ascent, they definitely look like that. But I think the resilience of the team is going to show up today. I know that Fnatic had a perfect score during stage 1, and of course, it's a lot of pressure onto the boys, but you know, depending on the maps, I think they have a chance. Although I think maybe it's going to favor, I mean, looking a little bit at the maps, it probably will favor Fnatic.
You know, it's kind of interesting to see, right? Because this is also one of the teams that went to pick up a player from the VALORANT regional leagues, right? This is one of the teams where they've also not necessarily taken the gamble, but taken the decision. We need new firepower. We can't get it from VCT. All right, let's take the Nordic Regional League. And there's a man who unfortunately then didn't perform so much, Kaquka, right? With the name being hype, he still needs to get in the groove of VCT, really.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have a quote from him saying that he knows that he wasn't performing there and he doesn't really care. He's going to keep his chin up. He wants to look forward, move past it. Nothing is going to work on, it doesn't need to work on day one. The importance is how it's going to progress in time. Here is the quote. I think the experience, it's what really counts, and especially that's what we want teams to get out of every single match. He's actually going to go up against Enzo, also from Alliance. So, you know, that little head-to-head is also interesting to have because they know one another.
It's nice to have a little bit of inside to go. I play badly. I also don't care because my goal is maybe a little bit medium to long-term in nature, and coming in and you're not going to always have an alpha debut. You know what I mean? That's something that's okay to come out and say, I'm not going to have that debut.
But it's different because
in
Fnatic, for example, what did you want? A little bit more firepower.
Correct.
You get alpha, he gives the firepower. With hype, you're looking for something else. So it's not like you're looking for the frags in the server.
You know, we've talked enough about Oglu, right? It's time to step over to the team that is constantly looking for the diamond in the rough, and they always know how to find those incredible talents. The likes of Alpha are just one of them that we've seen in the past being so exceptional. And it really brings me to the point, right? We saw the guys from OG London United, I'm sorry about that, being the first, picking up Fate, also had a schedule, of course. And now we're swapping over to Enzo doing the same on Ascent, Jess, right? It felt like, regarding that, it wasn't necessarily the best pick in that sense, but it still felt very workable.
I mean, the man was, one of my favorite mains when it came to... You think about recons, you think about all the utility we got from Sova. I loved watching Enzo on the Sova, but like his name change, going from Fearoth to Enzo, he now gets a bit of an agent change and he brings the fade, and what he's been able to do with it, I like. A lot of it has been reactionary though, and that's something that's interesting to me because Fnatic has built themselves up as a set play, strategically heavy team that we've always wondered and applauded. And he himself has kind of molded that into a here's a set play with the lineups, but I can also be reactionary mid to late round. I think that's so important. A player like a Fade player that Enzo is, he's smart, he's a leader, but he can also hit his frags, and that's a great example. It hit the top 5 play in the pre-show as well, and rightfully so.
I'm looking forward if we're going to see more Fade coming in from there, because you were mentioning Oglu was the first team actually picking up that agent. If we actually put it in a balance, we see that Destrion, you're saying that Enzo is a lot about reaction. And to me, at least, it looked like Oglu only had a plan A. And we saw at the beginning of the show, on those top 5 plays, Destrion was on the top 1. The problem is that he had all his utility for a 1v1, and that is not the situation that you want to have when you have Fade.
And I mean, talking about plans overall, right? There has been a major change within Fnatic, which are not necessarily only the players, but the roles have drastically been adjusted. We see suddenly Boaster on a controller, for example.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that it fits him a lot. It gives him a little bit more room to actually calm down, focus on managing the team, especially when you have, I'm going to say 1.5 new faces because they have already played with Enzo. Yeah. But especially when you have that, you need a little bit more of like settlement and being like, okay, I'm going to have this extra time. Let's see what I can do with it. My concern is Mystic, because I think that he was an amazing controller. Yeah. And especially on the previous series, I think the last map was okay, you know, playing on Sage. But as a Breach, I didn't feel him as comfortable as before. But still, was the first match. Everybody has those days, so we'll see.
I'm hoping it's just teething issues, you know what I mean? He's just sitting there going, all right, I have a little bit of time. Maybe I'm not a soul cast. I can't just pick up an agent I've never played and just suddenly, you know, wipe the floor with people. So I'm hoping it's just teething issues because I like what they've done. And Minnie spoke to Tom the other day and he said, this is kind of where we wanted to get eventually. You know, we long-term think about when we pick up our talent, we work out how we're going to do things. He said, I think we might be there. And that's a huge statement to make as a coach to come out and go, we might almost be to the precipice of what I wanted this team to be, the roles to be, etc. Yeah. So I don't know if that's what he's saying.
I don't think that might be like a positive thing, but also a negative thing.
I agree.
If you're already there, what else can we expect from you when the other team catches up?
You know, the interesting part, if some of you have been there for the pre-show earlier, we had a very interesting conversation with Malsey, and this is where we go over to the map selection, right? Yes. That is going to come up very soon. The matter of fact that they've picked Icebox or left Icebox in the pool against Ascend, and now sort of the regret from Malsey being like, we shouldn't have done this. This is a mistake you should basically only do once.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for this one in specific, they're going to go back. I think it's also complicated. You're playing against Ascend. There's not many. You can only ban one map as the first choice, okay? So I wouldn't say that Bind was a bad option to go back. But of course, there's going to be a ground where you're not going to feel comfortable. That is why we have a best of 3. A map that you're going to feel comfortable, one that you're not going to like that much. It's how it works. Against Fnatic, we have the map veto, okay? I don't even have to theorize because it's right here in front of my eyes. Haven, the second Haven that we're seeing after that Haven that Meg gave us that I want to forget.
The Icebox again, huh?
Yeah. I mean, look, I wanted to see Icebox. Every time I want to see someone go up against Fnatic, I want to see what their Icebox looks like. Yes, there's a brand new roster essentially with Fnatic, so when I'm asking for a team to be tested, Icebox is one I like to see.
Yeah, talking about that Bind ban as well. Of course, Ugly was banning this for a long time, but for Fnatic, it benefits them so much because they were always between I ban Bind or I ban Freeze. Oh, you ban Bind for me, I'll ban Breeze. So which is the uncommon or the ground where Fnatic is going to feel uncomfortable, really?
Yeah, I think the map pool for Fnatic has always been one of those things that they kind of can put as a secondary thought, and their primary thought is, how do we perform on this map? So I would rather OG London go, yes, that's a map that we would rather not fight you on because we're not prepared and it doesn't make us feel good. So I'm glad they've made that decision. I don't think there'll be a regret there, even if they do jump on Icebox and Haven and go, oh, maybe we should have gone somewhere else. There was no other options.
Really looking forward to the composition of Haven.
Yes.
Because we were talking about Jets, and we also need to mention, of course, Oglu is going to go with Haven. Before we started stage 1, they were on that 11-0. They looked unbeatable. They weren't that lucky when it came to the stage. But still, if they have picked it, I'm sure that they have improved. They had a lot of set plays that I think we're going to see again. But again, the big question, are we going to see Jet, Chamber, Fade?
It could be all possible, right?
What is Alpha going to be?
Well, not only Alpha, right? Enzo, as initiator, has really showed his interest in something like Fade, right? And we've seen it in some of the regional leagues, for example, where there is still a popularity in that agent. So it is a very good possibility. But I can even tell you that we're heading into agency like in just a second, and that brings us to just that point, right, where we can theorize a little bit, because the dual list role most definitely just has been moved to Alpha K in many instances, as Dirk in the interview last time said. Either you play that or you play Chamber. You're wiggling. What is it?
No, I think that it depends a lot. I think it's going to be a big test from both the teams, because also we need to remember that we haven't seen OG London United play after the Astro nerf. So even though it was, you know, the greatest match and the greatest map, we do not know. We cannot expect. I'm sure that Fnatic know that there's something cooking on that Haven, that they know they're going to face each other in this round. So to me, the thing with Alpha is that you can pull them on Killjoy, you can put them on Raze if you don't want to go for that Jet. I think that Raze Chamber with Durkin Chamber could be also a possibility that I wouldn't be sad about.
Yeah. Oh. Up on the screen now. It's almost like the calm before the storm when we get this screen.
Okay, the swap that we actually kind of
there you go.
There we go.
predicted. Hype is actually going to go on the Killjoy, which is what Destrian was playing before. Oh, okay, Chamber Race. I said that I was happy with that. And it's going to go on that Sova. No fade, almost like a mirror, but we're going to have that instead of Killjoy Chamber and instead of Jet Race. So it looks like an updated version on the side of Fnatic. And Oglu, I say that the major change is obviously Hype bringing in and swapping that role with Destrian and Boo going on the Omen this time.
I mean, look, Enzo being back in a comfort pick for him, not just a comfort pick, something that he mained so intensely that he was known for being the Sova guy. So I'm excited to see what he can do, because if Fade is something he's still warming into and he knows Sova to a T, imagine how much he can enable Alpha to get around the map and to be able to act off the information. I think that's going to be really key for them. And I'd like to see Durka in a bit of a slow last map on the Chamber, so I'm hoping maybe he'll be able to step up a bit more.
Well, you know what? We're going to find that out as we're heading over to Haven. We're going to see once more a phenomenal best of 3, and this means we need phenomenal casters. Mitch and Tom, take that away.
Well, Tom, it's time to dive on into this one, get the boys on the server, and get on into the game. I'm super excited for this one. How about you?
Yeah. Just throw this one straight into the intro. I've got absolutely nothing to add.
Well, Tom, it looks like someone in graphics made a mistake. That last man that flashed up on the screen was definitely a model, but I'll take it. Sure, maybe it is Enzo. God damn, he looks good in that Fnatic uniform. Hype over there.
Which of the ex-Alliance players are going to lose today, Mitch?
You know what, Tom? Whoever it is, I'm sure it's going to be decided by a hair's width. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
Course.
A competitive game on our hands here. Haven, Icebox, and Split. Fnatic versus Oglu. And we're kicking off Haven. On the attack side here, Oglu got a lot to prove up against this team, Tom. And I think it's fair to say coming in, it's Fnatic that are favorites.
Yeah, for sure. Like there's a lot still to prove for OG London United, especially with the change being made. It's still entertaining to me that ultimately the plan for Fnatic was to bring in Alfia as this young Sentinel player, and well, I think this is the third map now we've seen him playing Raze, mainly just because of the comfort of Durka, by wanting to have that opportunity for that slightly more aggressive defense. So that's something you can expect to see from them here.
Well, there hasn't been too much offense just yet. Fnatic have crept up into long, but they're waiting. Mystic's going to pop down this stun, and the push will come through, waiting for contact. And that's on Enzo's contact that the stun comes in. They're about to peak. We're about to see this set piece from Fnatic. See what value can be found. It's stun maybe a little bit late in there. Unfortunately, they take Alfia down. That's a big pick for Oglu. Jet has the dash online. You want to play aggressive now, try to yield value, but Beck, you won't have a chance to use it.
Mystic already falling back, and in fact, the attackers themselves are going to look to try and make a move. Now, there is going to be information for Durka already. That first little bit of PC utility broken, but it's mainly just to give them space into the B site, making sure that they'll have to be wary of that flank. And, well, for Durka, he's going to start pushing all the way through the backlines. The problem is he's only got a few bullets left in the pistol that actually has any range.
Yeah. 4 enemies to take on, 4 bullets to do it with. He's already spotted one now, hastening up on the way through, and well, that's the full mag used up already. Defuse halfway secured already, tapping it, letting them know, drawing them into the open, into the fight. That's when Durka strikes with a shorty. He's up in it again! The third kill in the round, a second with the shorty. That is ridiculous.
There's no way. Look at his face. Like, look at his face. You can see that's a man that knows he shouldn't have got more than one kill in that round. The fact that he's being shot by Timmy and then also just has the player in front of him, like he's looking straight at Destrian and just going, don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. He should just be dead here. Oh, that's got to be so frustrating. I also feel like there's got to be a lot of pain for Sova mains watching Molzy not buy any utility and just buying a Sheriff in the pistol round. Like, how far the agent must have fallen if that's what he believes is the best purchase in round one.
It's a new meta developing, perhaps. The Durka. Well, he's got to judge this round to hold down C. Or she can play the range with the head hunter, and you can play the close range with this right here. The opportunity. First found. Gunned up. He doesn't give a damn. Got a slow rate of fire on the judge. He still gets pump out. Takes high pretty low. Now down and cleaned up by Boaster with a quick double. This round has been, I think, very nicely handled. Oh, God, he's still going. He's just running it down.
Wow.
Certainly a confident face from Durka to start this series.
You don't see second rounds much cleaner than that. Like, they barely took any damage at all. And yeah, as said, that's why you're seeing Durka actually switch up onto this agent. Potential for a free operator and still having that instant, like, move back after being caught out. Like, that was the difference between him, like, potentially going onto the Raze, which was the other option, is that he can't just escape out of there as easily on that agent. So it makes a lot of sense. Alfia has a lot more depth within his portal, and as it's sort of said by Mini, it looks like this is where the team is currently most comfortable.
Oh, Alfia still gets spotted. He's actually going to close the gap. Flash packing through. Bet you got him, though. A quick headshot, a wrist breaker of a shot. I'll glue down a man. Recovered instantly and put up into a 4 versus 3. Fnatic are going to have to hope for, I think, Durka to make a big play. He's the one starting to push up in through Garage, but there's a turret watching for it.
Yeah, he can't really go much further than this. But it's actually going to be taken back. Oh, that could be some space. It's just whether or not he knows that he can make that move. Enzo in the corner. Spectre from here won't be too bad. But he's not really taking any damage whatsoever from the shock dart. They haven't checked the other angle. I imagine that's going to happen right now. Well, they now know he's here. Getting out of this spot is nigh on impossible. And with Boaster falling, okay, there's a from the grave shock dart kill. I don't know how many of those you're going to see, but it leaves Durka in what should be an impossible scenario.
Gotta make for a good, like, music video moment. Oh, he's picked up the Vandal. Very nice. But he's been hurt on the way. Mulsey's got the flank through. Boo, super low HP as well as Mulsey. There's a world where this works out, but he has to turn around right now. Those shots not connecting. That's a lifeline for Durka. He's on the way to sight, but Kaquka takes him down. One full HP player that he was up against, although I don't think a bullet landed.
Yeah, I think a decent recovery, especially the way that the beginning of that round was going. They managed to stop the aggression. I also think that's a terrifying prospect, though, with how Fnatic are willing to play those sort of rounds. Like, normally we talk about them being this sort of tempered team with a slight loose and wild flair in Durka, but the majority of their rounds are very controlled, very structured. If you've now got Alfia on the other side of the map doing exactly the same thing, Oglu are really going to have to make sure they're paying attention in these defaults, because they could very easily get caught.
Oh, TP across already. A lot going on here on A-Long. They want to fight for it hard on Oglu's side. Ooh, TP'd himself all the way through, but Mystic has caught a double spray down. Make that a triple. On the way back towards site. Boo creeping up with 45 HP. Both players decently low, but that flash has stopped Boo from taking the space. And this fight has definitely gone Fnatic's way on their first full buy, looking fantastic. And look at that Durka. He's still waiting to try and take that peek around because that turret is holding him inside of Garage.
Yeah, he can definitely hear it from here as well. But he knows that his teammates have the other side of the map locked down, so doesn't really need to over-rotate in this scenario. They're also very aware that B is currently open, and if they go any further forward, there you go. The second he hears the turret go offline, that's where he starts making his move.
He's on the way, but Uglu know that they haven't really got the time here. They've got to make a play, 40 seconds on the clock. That flanks the least of their worries, but Boaster already taken down. Now they just need to deal with Mystic, and he's low as already stated, but he connects the headshot. 4 kills. Good for the ace, really, with Boo on 45. He considered the Rolling Thunder, but look, Mystic, the patient play. He falls. Oh, that actually hit. That was a dead-on stun. It couldn't have been better from him, really, the patient play. And now in comes Rolling Thunder committed just as extra security. I love everything about that round.
Yeah, calm and collected, and Mystic, well, I might be a little bit disappointed that he doesn't get the ace, but he easily won them that round. Again, you're seeing the same sort of A main aggression, like already going very far forward, battling on every single front. Alfio getting shut down early in a lot of rounds, and we might see a different side to him because obviously as a young player, we saw him in the last series pop off straight off the bat, and you know from that point it's probably going to be a good game. A little bit of a slower start, but his teammates are definitely picking up the slack here.
Peku's already used the dash. This is going to be a very fast round, straight up through mid. Shout dart to destroy utility. Players closing in on the site. Fnatic have to respond in some way. They use their utility. They spam the smokes, and then they run through them. Triple kill for them right away. Oglu's pace gets a plant, but little else to write home about.
Yeah, they can try and play for these after plants, but it's... Oh, I thought it was going to be halved, but actually Boaster decides to let go, so he's going to try and opt for these kills. He's getting spammed through the wall. Nice shot from Molesy, but he's going to need a little bit more than that to take this round away, and Enzo actually gets him through the smoke instead. It's a plant, it's a kill, it's a round where realistically there wasn't much invested for Oglu, but it will be 4 now for Fnatic, and as we sort of saw last week, Mitch, Oglu weren't happy with their choice. Now, they've gone into Haven, which, as it was sort of mentioned on the desk by Kaquka, we've seen a nerf to an agent that was very much an integral part of their Haven play, and we haven't seen them play since that happened. They need to do well on this map, because we've already seen their icebox, and unless they've managed to fix everything in a week, and are now facing Fnatic, I don't know if it's going to go any better.
Well, that's exactly it, right? The pressure is most certainly on, and not the best of starts, but those recoveries, we've seen them before.
Shadows traveling.
We've seen them even today. On the way towards C site, drone doesn't get much. The smoke down allows for a little bit of a spam for Boaster, but he's going to just back out eventually, give up control. Wise to do so, avoiding Hunter's Fury to start. Put through blindly with no tag from the drone. I mean, that's a desperation play from Molesy. And it hasn't found any look for them. And the dash has been activated. But then he's tagged up by a drone. So forced back.
Going out.
I feel like if you're going to use that ult, you need to take the space off of it. Because otherwise the value just isn't there. Like, you haven't gained site control and you've used an ult for it. They've still got a deep position currently being held by Durka as well. A couple of players on B. Like, Fnatic haven't panicked here. It's not like they've over-rotated or given up any level of map control. And in fact, Oglu is still having to be very careful in mid that there isn't still somebody around this position.
But after doing all this, yeah, I mean, Oglu wanted the rotations. They wanted the aggression to come out on A, on mid, on anywhere. But, yeah, Fnatic didn't panic. They stayed still.
Oh, dear.
And then in comes Alfier. They dropped straight. What? What is that? He's got another nade. Oh, my God. This guy's insane. 4 kills. And looking to finish this off, Molesy has a 1v5. I cannot believe what I've just witnessed. He was stunned up, right-clicking a nade, and still manages to follow up on 2 players. That is ridiculous.
Oh, it's not fair. There should be some sort of rule about having Durka and Alfier on a team at the same time. That just felt like bullying. Like, the fact that not like he gets one with the showstopper. I'll be honest, at that point I'm like, he's dead. He is currently stunned up. Boo whiffed hard, but then Hype just takes a bullet through the door. Like, it just seems unreasonable. The 3rd kill, and well, the 4th one was just like, well, might as well at this point. Oh God, yeah, I think there's definitely been a power upgrade here. In case anybody didn't realize.
Yeah, this guy is just unreasonable. Wow, Hunter's Fury comes through. This time it's off the back of a tag though, and well, it won't find the kill. It does light Boo to 45 HP. Rest of Fnatic.
Mystic's just fighting
not slowing down.
Once
Screw
in
Mystic. Look at
window.
where Durka is. He's gone all the way through. Oh, I've got Spike. And 2 players right outside. He's killing them in their spawn. Durka is the attacker. It doesn't matter what side he's on. Boo. Ain't got nothing to do. 1v4 and Durka's on the case already. Closing that out with a triple and, well, 1 step closer to his ultimate now. Already.
They've gone into disrespect mode at this point. Like, the play in the last round from Althea, super aggressive through a smoke with a showstopper, sticking around to kill everyone. This round, Mystic was pushing mid as the breach, and then you had deep window control from Durka. Like, they just aren't allowing Oglu to have any map control, and that's the thing. We've spoken about this like Lithuanian core as one that has a lot of structure to it. They're very good at sort of setting up executes into the site and playing off of each other very well. Fnatic right now are just playing disruption. They can't have any plan because their whole plan is try not to die within 30 seconds when we get run at by a judge or someone with a tour de force or a showstopper or a breach. It doesn't matter. There's always been someone taking map control away and punishing them for just trying to be patient.
This timeout is going to be one of the more difficult ones I think Oglu have faced. Coming to a solution on this is, I mean, you got guys running down into spawn. The pace and the tone was set in round number 1. That shorty in mid.
Yeah.
It has kept the same kind of vibe the whole way through. Like you said, disrespect mode fully activated for Fnatic. And now we see what that looks like when Durka's got the operator to play with. Going to be making his way towards A for an early peek by the looks of things. And this is where Oglu were pushing. He's here on the angle and ready to connect. Feku didn't stand a chance.
Flash out. Not the way they wanted this round to start off. Hype might be able to equalize thing. No, he won't. He's even waiting for Boaster and still doesn't manage to win the duel. The IGL has doubled up, and as said, it almost just looks like disrespect at this point. They lose one portion of the map but get an entry, still go pushing the other one anyway. They've got B being locked down, and, well, it seems like for Oglu, their plan is still to try and make a play into this A site. Drone doesn't give them too much info, but it does allow a reaggress.
You know, it's going to be clearing out a lot, but the timing on that peak, and with 3 players here, it's just too much to predict, too much to deal with. The op shot doesn't land, but it's not like that gives Oglu that much of a chance. They go right into the op again. Malsey, well, look, 1 kill, that's fantastic, but 4 more, 30 seconds to do it. Has at least got the spike with him.
30 seconds left.
Good luck. Just the op.
It's funny because when speaking to Mini, he mentioned that he always wanted a Durka to play like Device, but he always ended up playing like JW. But I actually feel like this round he did play like Device. Shot taken, instant TP away. Finds another angle. Even if he misses, it does the same thing again. There was no chance in that round unless it was an instant headshot for Durka to actually die. And then you had just the other rounds where it was just JW rounds playing with the shotgun in your face. Like, that's, for anybody who didn't watch CS, that was a JW round in a nutshell. It's very, very scary to play against with him having a get out of jail free card. And okay, that's one way to deal with him. Oh, an instant running headshot with a pistol. Nice one.
Get out of jail free card didn't last too long on that one. My God, got hit with the cease and desist real quick. Enzo down for the shock dart, good damage. Oh, Feku almost goes down there, 55 as he closes in now, off in hand. Good spray, only 1 found. And with both players going down, it's looking like this could be locked in for Oglu. Big kill for Mystic though.
Spike planted. Bomb buddy out. You should run.
Oh no, the smoke fade! Oh, that couldn't be worse timing. Destrian's luck just continues to get worse. They're actually going to push in off the back of this though, and the pistol's still holding, still waiting. It is a thrifty victory for OG London United. Some solid utility as well. I think that was the key point of this round, was the fact that although Destrian did get caught in the end, the stuns he put through made it incredibly difficult to actually find those extra kills.
Yeah, that is just a much better performance out of Oglu in that round. We want to see them keep some of that form coming into the next. I mean, in fact, you having the operator here early as well. If you can avoid getting picked off early and actually challenge some of these duels, things could be fantastic for them, but that's if they're facing the same Fnatic. This time around, Durka back to his old habits. He's got a judge. He's locking down Garage with his trap. And Alphayer is the one that's actually dueling out, grabbing himself VECU, and solving the problem of the operator on the attack side real quick.
Yeah, it definitely didn't last long. Garage control. Potentially being fought for, but it seems like they're just going to go for a rinse and repeat in towards this A site. Hoping that somebody gives them an angle. And well, Fnatic have been fighting a lot of these positions quite aggressively, but it seems in this round, after finding the opener, they're more than happy to sit passive. I think they've also spotted info there as well. Now, this operator shot would have to be pretty clean. Destrin, you have the right idea, Mitch, but it seems like that smoke has deterred him.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to give away his position just yet. You know, if there's a player behind him or even just directly in front coming out of short, he gets sprayed down, they lose their utility for entry. Makes sense.
Right there.
But now he spotted it, I think.
30 seconds
I think
left.
he saw Alphayer. I'm almost certain. That stun is connected. Flash through. And still he's good for 2. That's ridiculous, man. They marked it and everything. They literally marked it. And he still gets a double.
This is all falling apart once again. They're still like, is he still there? He's dead, but somehow is someone still there? It doesn't matter. 8-2. Fnatic are utterly dominant. And again, it has to be brought up that this is OG London United's pick. Like they said last week, they weren't happy with their choice of Icebox going into Ascend. It didn't feel comfortable for them. While they've gone onto a map that historically has been fantastic for them. Like this year, 13-2 on this map. I think the losses were to Na'Vi and Liquid, beating out the likes of even FPX. But they're getting slammed.
Oh yeah, this is not a pretty sight at all. If you're an OG or London United or both fan. Double trouble. 9-2. Oglu certainly picking up the pace. Much heavier focus on middle. Moving in towards Garage, making a lot of noise. But again, the intention is to drag some of these players into an aggressive stance and hopefully punish it afterwards. You see that a long watch from Boo. But does he know that the players are already up? Unlikely. I don't know if noise is being made. Now they certainly do. They've heard the blast pack.
Yeah, they're gonna use their paranoia, and well, I don't think they've just heard the blast pack. I think they've heard the showstopper coming out to play as well. Even still, it's managed to keep an incredibly aggressive hold. The only danger is actually this position of Enzo. Potentially going to be caught on that cross as they look to push through. Aftershock solid, but VECU has found a headshot. Boaster's just gone TPing in. Straight in onto the smoke. I don't think they've actually heard it, but eventually they'll deal with the aggressor.
This is one of the best rounds for OG London United we've seen so far. Finally in a solid position. It looks like nothing can take them out of this one, but then these two step it up. Now under threat into a 3v3. Nade clearing out the corner at least, but VECU's into one a little bit closer. Alphayer goes down and leaves Durka to do it alone. 1 versus 2. Close corner was cleared previously, but he suspects they're already in. He's going for the defuse now. And he's spotting the last guy! The wall bangs are in! 8 bullets left and he's found him! Time is low, but he's got it. Just about, I think, and yes! The clutch is found. A near unlosable round for OG London United. And yet, by some miracle, Fnatic end up on 9.
You remember that game where Guild X accidentally forfeited?
I do.
I wonder if it might be time for OG London United to do it on purpose. Because honestly, like, this looked unlosable. Like it was such a strong after plant position for them. We talk about the fundamentals of this squad being solid. Well, Durka is making them look like fools again and again. He's doing it with a smile on his face.
Well, they're already right down into window, pushing behind fast, but Fnatic under threat on the site itself. Down goes Denzo. Caught up by all that utility on the way through, but Malsey, when he goes back to check behind, through the smoke, I'm not sure why when they have an alarm bot down, he realizes there's a bunch of them. This final round, Fnatic have a 4v4 retake, but that Blade Storm on Feku still online and still looking to take some heads, so is Boo.
They've got a lot of control here. Their plant is a good one from their current position, and the remaining players all trying to come in from the same angle. It's not going to be easy. Feku manages another. It's looking like the round should be theirs, but again, there's still a couple of dangerous players. This could be big. The Rolling Thunder's going to force them all back. Somebody needs to get on the defuse, and it's just going to have to be held. Durka trying to stop them coming back in, but he can't this time. Still too close for comfort, but Oglu at least managing to get themselves a third.
It's the sigh of relief on the OG London United side, man. They won the round, but when you look at what they were up against, the position they were in, that does not speak well to what we can expect moving forward. We've yet to see them look comfortable at all. They haven't had the chance to. In a 5v3 retake on B, they end up losing it. This one here, like I said, no Blade Storm. That's a different round. A player doesn't come jumping in. This is
Jesus.
just ridiculous.
Oh god.
Well, he hasn't got a shorty at least.
Yeah, I think he'd be a little bit mad. He's just, what he's done is he's put that extra money just into more Headhunter bullets. Because he had 4 last time, he's got 6 this time. That's seemingly the only difference. Oh, a reaction shot. Well, Durka's already up to 20 kills.
It's only Durka that gets peeked by 3 players and kills 2 of them. It's absolutely ridiculous.
He probably wouldn't be happy with that either.
No, he's like,
it's like, I didn't get 3. Sorry, guys.
So yeah, there's one on C now. That's my bad. That's on me. Hype's got a chance here. Bunch of players coming up. The shots are landing at least at the start. Poster down. But Enzo's quick to trade his former Alliance brother out. Cementing another round for Fnatic and putting double digits on the board. This is unbelievable. OG London United's map pick, and it looks like they forgot how to play the game. Now, these teams are on different levels entirely, at least so far from what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think that it's another season where everybody playing up against Fnatic is getting a nasty surprise. Because I think a lot of people were shocked that they even made roster moves based off the fact that they qualified last time and had to play with 2 stand-ins. They've made a roster move. It looks unbelievable. Even whether or not you rate OG United or not, they did it versus FPX last week as well. And now, well, I feel like Durka had a slightly quieter performance last week with him popping off. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to beat them this season.
How do you? How do you? Like this sort of performance and with this sort of consistency out of 2 players as well. That's the thing, right? The fact that you have Durka and Alpha Air, which so far, I mean, we saw Durka, last week he had like one of the worst maps of his career, right? It was
4 kills, I think.
Yeah, it was flat. But it ain't happened 2 weeks in a row. That's one thing we were almost certain of. Good tag coming through from Feku. It's a little bit of damage done. Alpha Air's tickled up, made it a little bit easier to take down. And there's the follow-up.
Yeah, if they were going to have a lifeline, this would be it. They had a shock dart deep when he tried to run away. That's so gross. That's so much utility used for 1 kill, but there is absolutely nothing the fact you can do in this scenario. Now we're starting to see the rotation back up and the steps maybe being heard. Durka already getting a kill. Oh, it's a bit awkward. Hype will drop 1, but it's almost baited them into a false rotation because the rest are still going A.
Yeah, but they haven't really rotated, right? They're stuck in this like 1-1-1 situation, which is fine if you've got rifles, but when you've got pistols, spreading the blanket like that is not good a lot of the time. You see why. They get isolated, and a miracle kill for Boo, really, with that classic on the cross. He's left with 38 HP. You gotta look at, like, at the moment, a miracle shot's needed. Hype has to take someone down. and he'll be dropping out of heaven to do that.
Last player standing.
Already Durka. Gonna put him in the grave. Already close to his tour de force once again. One away on the orbs, and I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to battle for one going into the next round, because this man has been on fire. 11-3, still waiting for OG London United to even be in the map.
Enemy remaining.
Out of Charlie.
Yeah, we're waiting to really find a pulse over on that Oglu side. For now, it's the most they've been able, like the biggest obstacle they've provided is a bump in the road for Fnatic. A little bit of an uncomfortable round or two here or there, and that's it. We come into this round 15, full buy up. Oglu need to win this, obviously. Basically map gone, and with it being their choice, defensive side, this is where the big plays need to come through. They're already in, they're already planting. Now, although they've lost Alpha here, I think that's a worthwhile trade for the round that's in it.
A little bit of time delayed with the aftershock trade for Mystic, but it probably won't be enough. They need quite a bit more from this scenario. Ghost is still sat back of sight, but they clear him. Make sure there's nothing more to get away with, and well, they're going to need to try and find something through the smoke in reality if there's going to be any chance. Now, there are shock darts available just to try and delay them a little bit, but obviously the damage isn't quite as heavy. It does still do enough to at least get one off the spike. They're going to have to try and get one on it, but, well, plenty of time remaining and just a little bit of damage done.
Much better face again. The last time that we saw a good round like that, I think it was the exact same scenario, Tom. And, you know, we got to be realistic. Fnatic come in with not a lot to work with. They lose Althea right off the bat. But what they come out of it with, tour de force online for Durka. My man has got a bookie in his hands. I don't know if this is like targeted harassment or something, but can he please put that away? Please don't play with that. Oh my God. Tour de force. Maybe not even going to get a feature in this round. He might come out with just the headhunter bookie combo.
It's for the afterplan, you know? It's so that he can get up close.
You want to play?
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a legit strategy, you know? If Dirk is doing it, it's going to be meta soon.
So yeah, if someone pushes you, you got a tour de force, then a bucky. Pull that out, take him down.
Exactly. If anything, it's genius.
Kind of a lunatic plays this weapon as a backup. Absolute psycho. That's why we love Durka.
Oh, God. A decent read so far for OG London United. They've got 3 players within this site, mid-hold, and then reliance on hype to basically lock down C. The thing is, though, this seems like it's just going to be a fast-paced execution. Tag already coming through onto the player on back site, and they haven't quite cleared this. No, in fact, they're going to leave it, but Mopsy doesn't get either of them. Alpha's just opened the site on his own. Everyone else could have gone home at this point. He's already closed them the round. And Hype, well, as we said, he's the C player and is probably wondering what on earth just happened.
Yeah, most of his rounds defensive side are evidently not too exciting to play out. Poor guy sat on C. A side's overrun, and then, well, time to count to 40. I don't know how Alphair is able to do this so consistently, though. That run through to sight, the fact that he finds 2 is already pretty ridiculous, but the third guy coming around the corner just didn't know what hit him.
It must be wonderful just being able to call those strats and just being, like, just knowing that someone on your team's going to get an entry frag for you. Like, sure, the supportive utility is there. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not just a straight blitz play, but, like, damn, it's so clean from him on those entries. And, whoa, you got 2 players looking like in, what, potentially 17 rounds, they're going to have 20 kills each. Well, definitely over 40 between them, but that's madness.
You know, the funny thing is, on paper, you look at Oglu, and it's definitely not a team that has any shortage of firepower. I think it's a team that all 5 as individuals have had their moment in Valorant. They've been shown to be top-tier players, and I have to say, you know, something ain't working there. The pieces aren't fitting, at least here on Haven. This being their map pick from what we saw last week as well. It's a worrying start to the season for them, for sure. I'll do well to get anything done here.
What is the plan? I'm just watching him put the rendezvous in mid. Is he about to try and run through this smoke, get a kill, and escape?
I think he might try play the drone.
Oh, they've broken it for him. Alpha is going to get a trade. Feka at least manages to get one. Just lurk in mid. But they actually just they try to push him back, or they try to destroy his ability to escape. Well, they definitely know that he's here now, and actually, they're pinging up a lot of different players. So much information.
It pinged on him, so when he TP'd,
so it got the player
he revealed
behind.
his teammates. That's crazy. I didn't even know it would TP with you. I don't know if that makes sense, like, physics-wise. I don't know.
30 seconds left.
Little TP again. He's gone back. Dirk is in and out of these angles just non-stop, and he's now walking up behind them on mid, trying to make this late flank play come through. The misinformation of the chamber, the rest of the team even delaying the plant, allowing Durka to get in there, take Destrian down, and now they've spotted the guys on backside. In comes a shock dart and a quick double headshot. Mystic and Durka closing that one out. 13-4. One of the most dominant starts that we've seen to a series, Tom. This is scary stuff coming out of Fnatic.
Yeah, and the danger here is really for Oglu. Like, they've now picked a couple of maps and basically been battered on them. The top 4 players all come from Fnatic as well, which is definitely not a good sign. And both Durka and Alpha are popping up. I will also say Mystic was popping as well. It's just that half the rounds everyone was dead before he could even see them. So yeah, it's looking pretty brutal for OG London United. And honestly, Mitch, I don't know where they go from here.
Yeah, I have to say, this was something else. Looking at the performance out of these guys across the last couple of rounds, especially. Look, we're going to have another contentious player of the match vote if this keeps up. I'll tell you that for sure. So, we've seen a lot of cool plays by Fnatic. But now, Tom, before we head into a small break, I believe Boaster is going to take you with him on another huge clutch that he made last Challengers playoffs. This should be cool. Let's take a look. Things are going to be tough for Fnatic to hold on control on the old stuff.
Oh, no way.
Comes back with 2. Now it's left all onto Boaster.
Can't watch it, just stop it.
His reaction time right now, insanely fast.
Welcome to my world.
This player must be pretty good at the video games.
And now it's left all onto Boaster. A 1 versus 4. He's within his own Viper's pit. He's trying to spot where these remaining players are. You can see the spam. He'll take the first, though. Chronicle already gone, and he might have just masked the sound by being able to drop down. He's going to hear all of their own footsteps, and it's just spamming within the smoke. He brings it down to 1, and Boaster clutches the 1 versus 4.
I mean, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just kind of mental. There were some things that I did were super smart, and then the rest of it was up to them. I planted up on top site, so I knew that the only way they could come up the top site is up the stairs. The clip starts with me and a Viper Ultimate up in A heaven. And I know the Viper Ultimate spreads down below as well, and there's no kind of radar for them because all their mini-maps kind of blurred out. I saw his gun barrel, I think, and I was like, oh damn, they know I'm upstairs now. So I'm gonna drop into my smoke, and my smoke should mask the sound of me dropping. And I see someone's leg, I think. And then the next person I saw his bullets flying at me. I didn't know where the last person was, but I knew he wasn't to the right of me or anything because he would have already been trying to fight me before that. This is one of my favorite ultis to play in, and here you can see why, I guess. During the play, I wasn't really focused on it being a 1 versus 4. I honestly was just in my ulti and I had my game plan and I was so zoned in. After the play, all those kind of emotions and all that adrenaline that I bottled up just to try and win the clutch suddenly exploded out of me, and I flew back in my chair. Reality hadn't quite caught up with us yet, and so I was bouncing around like a lunatic. Everyone else was kind of super happy, and then next thing you know, the next round started. I'm still like trying to calm the adrenaline that I bottled up. So
clutches the 1 versus 4.
This is like what gets the blood going.
Yeah, 1v4 like this, it's hard for the LBG, man.
This is when it matters the most, you know? Next round, M3C, they don't have any economy. So if we win this, it's a key round. It matters like if you win 2 rounds, you know?
I think the best way to deal with any clutch situation where you're 1 versus however many is try and find 1v1s. Make sure you're playing as much time as possible. If you can, it's really situational. And then number 3 is no hesitation. Everything you do is with confidence and you're in your kind of flow state in that clutch. This is what it's like when you're trapped in a room when Boaster farts.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. I got the rock. I got the sauce. I got that drip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup. Pulse the rock. Stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. Iced out, I'm too hot. Fly stain on my block. Rolling that green, don't stop. When you're rolling in green, they flop. Look at my ride, too clean. Interior Krispy Kreme. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling frosty.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
It feels like this madness will not stop. It feels like Fnatic is absolutely in charge right now, and it's a monstrous performance that we have just witnessed. Fnatic feels like they are back, that we know the way they are. It seems magnificent, Jess. It is one of the best Fnatics I've seen in a while, to be very honest.
You're like a walking thesaurus, Vincent. I think you have all of the words that I possibly could have ever put on the board.
I mean, look at that. Look at that.
I mean, look, imagine this.
4.7.
I'm glad you're pointing it out, because that was very much going to be my point here, was that I said he had, quote unquote, especially if you think about Ascent on Chamber last series, he had a bit of a quiet time. In fact, he struggled in a lot of those areas with Chamber. Today, he found his groove on his opponent's map pick. Imagine pulling out almost a 5 KD on your opponent's map pick after you've already struggled a little bit on the Chamber here and there in the previous week. I mean, you got to say that's a step up and a half.
How to begin with this match? I mean, of course, it has been extremely one-sided. The problem is that Fnatic gained that momentum extremely fast. Oglu, again, to me, they had the same problems that they were having against Ascent. Plan A is not working. You do not have a plan B, and it shows. I think that the 2 rounds that I think they got 3 rounds on their attack. Oh yeah, this round was just painful to watch. I think that Tom asked for a forfeit after this round. Legit, it was kind of painful at sometimes to watch Oglu being responseless to what we were seeing on the server. Also, Enzo and Mystic, the plays that those 2 players were putting up together were insane.
We could stand here and talk about every player on the Fnatic lineup and have their own story, even though it's a fast map.
Look at that economy.
Yeah, we could talk about all of the players in of their own right. I think something that has probably set the tail here is that I think in of itself, Oglu kind of lost the game themselves, and they themselves were their worst enemy. Fnatic is a force to be reckoned with. But when you apply too much respect to your opponents, of which Oglu have clearly done in the server here today, you stall yourself out so much, you don't look like yourselves anymore. You make decisions you wouldn't have otherwise made. We've already seen them do that week 1, where they don't really have the plans to put in play, you know, mid to late round. For them themselves, what was it, that one drone down C long? Oh, we can't push there.
Yeah.
There's a player. Of course there's a player on C. Of course there's going to be possibly someone there waiting your attacking strategy. You have to push in. You have to be confident on the set plays that you have. And if you don't have that, then what do you have?
What do you have? You know what I have?
Yeah?
I have an absolute player highlight for Durkin.
Okay, let's do it.
I think that's something good to have, right? That's absolutely
I'm so surprised.
This is magnificent, right? Because last week, Kaquka, we were talking about he was not really that much on the server. Ascent didn't look too good for him, but that is the Durkin that I know.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we talked to him after the matchup, and he said, yeah, I'm still getting used to it, but I'm practicing a lot, and the numbers are going to be there eventually. 360 ACS.
Damn it.
You know what? You know why he's got 360? Because that's the circumference of a circle, and he was running circles around his opponents.
Yes.
That was bad, wasn't it, Vincent?
Was just how many collaterals did he have on just
How many
this
wall
game?
bangs did he have?
Sorry, I was meaning that.
Okay, sure.
Is a collateral through the wall, but yeah, it was a little bit disgusting to watch. But yeah, Dirk is back in the server. We were saying it on week 1. The only thing more scary than having Dirk on the server is having him in alpha.
What a duo!
It feels remarkable, right? I'm just gonna hit you with one stat. The guy had 6, right?
6 kills.
6 3Ks.
Oh yeah,
6 3Ks.
Yep.
You heard me right. So you know what?
Same times that he died.
Listen. We're hyping up a lot of the fragging department, but you know what?
Yes.
It is time to get to the telestrator. Show us what you got there, Kaquka.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Jess mentioned this round before, and I wanted to take a closer look, just for a very short time, to what was going on wrong on the Oglu side of the attack. And I'm just going to play the round. They have a very set strategy for what they want to do here. They're going to use Fekio's ultimate combined with Molsey using a drone onto side, and all the utility is going to come into preparation to get onto C. So Boaster, after he hears the drone, he's just going to use a smoke, try to do a little bit of damage. Fikky's going to be like, yeah, we're not spotting anything. So the reaction from Molsey is going to be, I'm just going to use my recon backside, and right after that I'm going to use my ultimate. The problem is Boaster, who wasn't born yesterday, decided to literally just leave the side, and nothing, and when I say nothing, I mean nothing, goes the way of OG London United. The response from this is to Enzo, now that they've given up on C and they expect Oglu to have granted all that space, actually uses the drone and sees that not only that nothing is there, they're actually forcing them out of the site. And I'm just gonna quickly fast forward because it's a moment that I think we should rewatch all together. Oglu again, mid-round call, the plan is not there, they do not have the information on A, but they know that Dirk is probably there. And I just want to highlight AlphaGear's response to all the utility that is gonna come in at once onto Garage. First it's going to be that smoke, Then it's going to be the stun and also the aftershock and the flash. He doesn't care. He's just going to use his ultimate. Gets one. Doesn't matter that he's stunned. He's still alpha. 2 and 3. So yeah, this was basically another round granted for Fnatic. Not a lot to put into place, but when everything goes your way and everything is in the right time, and it's a round for you.
It
also, when you have Alpha to just...
Sure. I was going to say, a drone to force them back, Alpha to collect them. It's like having a wound and then pouring salt into it, and then getting a lemon and pouring the lemon into the wound as well.
And they feel like gods. Like, Fnatic feels like there's nothing that can go wrong for them.
Just letting you know that that kid was born 2005. So
no,
if you feel old, he's remarkable. It's enough. It's enough. We're going on Icebox, right? This is the Fnatic pick. Just emphasizing once more, Haven was the OG London United decision. Icebox is coming up next. This is a map where they have beaten Fun plus Phoenix, mainly on the attacking side. It's remarkable.
I'm sorry, I'm still in shock for the 2005. Icebox, of course, is a very dangerous ground. The last time that we saw Fnatic playing on this map was back in there at Masters, and it was against Zeta. They didn't win, but still, you know, we have to think that is the Fnatic that did not have Durka. Of course, they didn't have Alpha as well. A lot of changes. I expect new compositions. On the other side, we saw an Oglu that really, really struggled against Ascent. And the Ascent formula is very easy to replicate, especially when you have Alpha here for going on that role that Zenit was taken.
Another Turkish fragger, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
I just think
that's the common denominator.
Icebox is just one of those maps for Fnatic, regardless of the composition the players they now have. We'll have obviously the agent select come up now, but regardless, for me, it just seems like such a familiar territory for Fnatic that if you struggle here, there's something fundamentally down to the roots wrong with Fnatic, communication, whatever it might be. And well, we get Destrian back on the fade. I want to see whether or not we will have it come back. And no, Enzo's on the Sova.
So no Sova for the side of London United. Mystic is going to be the one picking up the Sage. I thought that maybe it was going to be Alpha, but he's a great killjoy.
Yeah.
So no duelist for any of these compositions. A lot of Sentinels. Really looking forward to... The problem with Oglu mostly is that they don't have the reps. They don't have that practice. On stage 1, I think we didn't even see this map from them. I expect improvements from last week. I think that maybe bringing in the KO is going to mean a lot, especially you know that Dirk is on the other side. That going on to sides when Boaster and Alpha are also inside. If you deny the utility, maybe the plant is going to come in easier.
The one saving grace might possibly be the fact that they're going to have the KO. They've got Molesy with it. Maybe there's something they can do to shut down the fact that...
Shut down Alpha here's a PC?
Well, if they need that, sure. But I think that it's too much to handle. It's too heavy to have both the strategic and utility side and the firepower of Fnatic. Why not try and limit one side, deal with the other a little bit more forefront? And if maybe that's enough for them, but that's a hectic game.
We'll see, right? We have two pizza-enjoying men with Grandezza from the island to give us through this wonderful map named Icebox. So Mitch and Tom, let's see what you got.
This map. I hope it's as spicy as this pizza. I'll be honest. This pizza is not spicy at all. So I think this one's going to be about the same because based on that first map, Tom, we are in for a quick 2-0. This is moving on to Fnatic's pick.
Yeah.
They look like a better team, and I have no reason to doubt them coming in here today. I'm going to look to you, though, Tom, because you're known backstage. People won't know this. As the king of copium. What are you thinking? Can they bring it through to map 3?
No.
All right. Well, that name was clearly not signed to you by someone competent. I was expecting more. I'm with you, though. Fnatic, they look good. They look really damn good.
Yeah, they look dopium.
Okay, well.
If we're just adding "ium" to anything that's a word, I guess we'll...
He's got some fragiums over there, and we're going to stop. We're going to stop now. Let's get back on track.
Ogluiums? Is that what we're going
God,
with?
don't start. The Oglu, what a name. It just rolls off the tongue. That's really the beauty of it.
Almost as good as OG London United.
It could have been Lugo. You know, they could have been Lugo. Wouldn't that be better?
Wouldn't it be Log?
Luog?
Log?
Luog?
Great, brilliant. Moving swiftly on, we are going to be getting into the map. We're going to see this aggressive start, at least for information, but not really getting too much off the back of it. We're going to actually take this B control. I'm surprised there's nobody there to really challenge versus Dirkred. I think he might be as well, as he could just realistically try and swing out.
Only time will tell how that one develops. It looks like Feku's tucked in. Gonna represent a bit of a problem if they do swing around that corner, but of course he's got his trap down. Open the spot.
Trap destroyed.
30 seconds left.
His opponents, or just opponent, only one player here, and that's Boaster, causing a lot of noise, a lot of distraction, and a lot of rotations, Tom. Look at what Fnatic have found for free. They're already on B.
Yeah, as I said, I was surprised with how far Durka was able to get.
Spike planted.
And even though they had the retake wall, it's not going to be something they can really utilize in this scenario. Durka managing to escape back after being pinged up, but ultimately, it is just coming down to this retake. Now, they do have the wall, and that's going to be the big thing here. It's actually utilized in the long ways, and now you've got Boaster coming out of the flag, which could be a problem. Durka still to deal with, and they're just unable to do so. Eventually, Destrian will get the kill, but the round is already closed.
Well, that one was a piece of pie, you could say, Tom. And I think for Fnatic, picking up a pistol, attack side, you build up that little bit of momentum, get yourself rolling. But I want to see if OG London United decide to come in with something a little aggressive. And with Feku playing with a headhunter, there's always going to be a chance for some serious damage in a round like this. And there's many a team that would force buy in this scenario. We've seen it before. And with a couple of kills under their belt, there would be a world in which it could happen. Ad has gotten all of them. Literally 5 players tagged up by the knife.
Yeah, look at the push through. They're going to have a hot flank fairly quick. And actually just deciding to fall back. I guess maybe expecting after the knife come through that would give the information over to Fnatic that they're being pushed, so you didn't want to overextend, but it is going to be nothing they can really do about this after plant, and although they have all the information, it's kind of irrelevant.
I'm going to quickly note, just Durka playing with a Guardian when he has the Headhunter, it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe that's, maybe there is some logic there, where just, I just don't see it. At least for now. Still. It hasn't gotten a chance to fire a single bullet this whole round. The rest cleaned up. And that's 2-0. Look, it's an eco. It is what it is. This is the one that matters.
I assume it was off the basis of just allowing to spam more bullets, because he was only 2 away from actually getting his ultimate online. Okay. And I think for that reason, Alpha actually played only a pistol, so if he got his ult, he was going to drop it, and then they'd have an insane next round buy. But instead, well, I kind of hope he still drops it, but maybe they'll just invest a little bit more elsewhere. Yeah, Alpha has bought a rifle.
Okay. It's just an intro, especially in this round then. You look at Durka, well, your buddy Boaster, Mystic, Enzo, none of them can fight on range effectively, and Durka's got 2 weapons that can. It just doesn't really seem to add up. But again...
Would you rather he had a Bucky?
No. This is not... This is something that you got to look at how Durka uses this now. Is he doing something that others can't? And yes, okay, that early fight, he peeks out, he can TP directly away if he wants to.
No charges. I'll find you.
It's about having that escapism to it, I suppose. Whoops. Get chased down.
The rest of the team now going to make a pass move in onto the A site. Boo has been able to make some space into the wall, but it's almost just for the control. Still going to plant in a similar position. Mystic going to go jumping in, but, well, doesn't actually take the damage in the end. Instead, they're into this after plant. Bear in mind, this is a bonus, and already with these close angles, Alpha are playing with the rifle from afar, and Durka finding another. Again, it's starting to look bleak for the side of OG London United. They need someone to find a way back through, and I feel like this wall needs to just be properly broken. Give them the angles back. Instead, they're walking into the blender, and Fnatic are happy to farm.
Those red flags starting to raise again with Fnatic building up a lead. It's not that big of a deal, right? 3-0? Yeah, who gives a damn? Attack side icebox. You build up those rounds every day of the week. It's fine. But the context of the previous, right? This isn't 3 rounds in a row. This is a staggering amount of rounds that have gone to Fnatic. All Glue have yet to really compete in a lot. Like we said, there were 2 rounds, I think, over on Haven where we could sort of say, hey, look, these are good. If they can keep doing that, and then right away Fnatic would have an answer. And that's just what happens when you've got a roster this deep. Running Zerka Alpha here, it's one of the most disgusting things I've seen to date, with the way they're performing, at least in this match. Hello. Whoop, whoop. Oh, feck you. Few chances there, but he's not connected. That's the best weapon they had.
Alpha is still lurking. It seems they expected to be there. Nice shot from Destry, and unfortunately not one of the rifles. And in fact, Zerka just playing that border force. You can see how aggressively he wants to play. Boast has now been dropped as well. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous for Fnatic. Up until this point, it's been plain sailing, winning their bonus round and setting up nicely in the after plant, but there is a chance here for Oglu.
There's an opportunity for sure. Hype's wall's gone back up. Here's the flash through the play after, but no one's here. Oh, how's he gotten out of there? Luckily, the shot didn't connect on anyone, but Fnatic, well, they bounce right back into those fights, and no room can be found, no space taken. That's 4-0 for Fnatic. Just again and again, finding themselves these consistent plays back into rounds anytime that Oglu end up with a little bit of a foothold. But look, this is the full buy where things can change. One thing I'll highlight, I wonder how much it'll play into it. Obviously Hype and Enzo used to be on a team together, and on this map both of these players played the agent that they're playing right now. I think some of those tendencies, more specifically looking at Hype, because I think Enzo will be used in different ways by this team, but Hype's soloing B a lot of the time. He's going to be soloing B, I guess, same way as he would before, unless he's reinvented a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see as these rounds go on. But for now, there's been, I guess, no need to even go to that sort of level, because Fnatic are dominating in a lot of these fights.
I think also just some of the decisions from Oglu, at least in my mind, have just been a little bit off. Like, I think not breaking the wall on their way back in on the retake, creating a narrow angle for Spectres, like, for me, that's madness. It was just something that seemed a little rushed. Now they're going to go up and they don't have any tube control. They've just pushed into, well, basically what was a stack in the end. A little bit unfortunate. I don't think we can blame them too much for that scenario, just because you're not going to expect to be almost completely surrounded, and the timing couldn't have been any worse. Now, while you spoke about that site hold, Hype is surrounded.
Right into Mystic. Just too many players there to deal with. You would almost imagine if you're Fnatic, right, you get that many kills on mid that you say, hey, let's just mid to A, let's, go away from the Viper, basically. But they went straight into it. Didn't give a damn, and success was found. Heck, you not even able to hit that final shot, so a flawless 5th round for Fnatic. They clock up that 5-0 lead. We are still looking for heartbeat to OG London United. This is looking like a really bleak series. And well, Tom, it's we've had a team earlier today, Team Liquid, who we said, they've secured their spot now in the group. They're fighting for qualification. It's seeming like OG London United are fighting for survival.
Yeah, I think there would have to be some really weird scenario with a load of teams being like 2 and 3. So it's like I feel like there's going to be some mathematicians like, and it's like, yeah, no, technically, but we don't believe that's going to happen.
An attempt by Hype to get aggressive. That has not worked out.
Oh my. They're just getting rinsed. Like, again, this round's just pistols, but we're looking at Fnatic potentially being 6-0 and having every single player on max cash or thereabouts. Like, even if you manage to start turning the tide a bit, you're going to have to fight up against not only just the economy damage, but also the fact that they're likely going to have all of their ults online. Malzy, given an opportunity, but not really willing to take it. And, okay, they've got some counter-util, but they're not even going to use it here. Almost just giving this one up by the looks of things.
Another kill on mid, at least, though. They've caught Durka flanking up, but yeah, you need some opportunities to really come throwing themselves at you to have a chance. Looks like they're still going to go for it with this rifle. I thought maybe there's a chance they save it, but of course they can buy up next round. Might as well try to have some impact here, but none is found. 6-0 we go. The rounds keep clocking up for Fnatic, and it's worrying, Tom, because there's just no signs of slowing down, even in these buy rounds.
No.
And for OG London United, they made the decision last buy round, go for the mid push, tried to crunch in there, got ruined by players who'd already made it through to Tube. And at that point, that's got to deter you from a lot of your aggression in the coming buy rounds, Tom. Because now, I mean, look at this one. They'll come in, they'll buy up decently, and they've got a bunch of ultis, but so do Fnatic. This is going to be essentially a 10 ult round, depending on how the orbs go.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is, if anything, the counter of Alpha, okay, Mosey can definitely do it with some of the utility he has, but we normally talk about Sova. So that ult's actually going to be more impactful than normal. There's going to be pieces that they're not necessarily going to be able to counter. There's a very real chance we have 10 ults in this round, because both, well, and also the ones that we have missing on either side are ones that really only have a basis when it comes to economy. So Dirk is still going to have a rifle. Veggi's also going to have himself an operator. We need to see him have some impact here, because he is a player that can pop off. He is a player that I think on his day could go toe-to-toe, but as of right now, just getting slammed. And that's the same for the entirety of the roster. I also think as well they have a good opportunity to lock down one side of the map with the Viper's Pit and then have an incredible retake. Like, no command into the Nightfall. That's going to be tough to beat.
There.
Can't see anything, can't use abilities. You're going to be in a pretty tough spot. Oh, down goes Boaster. Wall up, res up. Try to bring him right back. They're breaking the wall, but no angle on it. Boost caught one though. Trying to get those bullets through the tiny gap, and look, 30 HP, 20 HP. He's done damage. And with Mystic down, there's no heals. They've used up a res. I mean, this is a great start for OG London United, all things considered, but still not an easy one to necessarily close out.
It's unfortunate they lose Boo as well, because he also had his res, but he was one of the players to be dropped. And he used to see an attempt to destroy any traps that were currently online, but I think to really be destroyed, it is a real slowdown from Fnatic. They're expecting someone to make a move, make a mistake, potentially give them something here. Now, there is still a Viper's Pit available, but I can't really see it being utilized, at least by the defense. But if Fnatic get into an afterplant, well, again, you've got yourself a Viper's Pit lockdown combo. You could even just use the lockdown here to give you the site.
And there it is.
30 seconds
Going to be activated by Fnatic here to close in the distance, get the site for free, as you can see. They have an idea, though. Snake Bite, Fragment, try to deny the plant. 20 seconds left. Oh, but look. They're in a completely different spot than they normally are. It doesn't give a great post-plant. Zerka! Oh, they're not checking for it. The timing as he comes through, it's free onto Hype. They had watched it for so long, and just as they look to make their way into the site, try to start looking forward instead of backwards, this guy comes from behind. Now his 4th kill, close to the ace. Mulsi might just steal that one away, but even still, I think you're going to be happy enough with that result. 4 kills and a 7th round. Compliments of Durka.
Yeah, and you can just see that how the level of those ultimates were utilized. A free site, you also got the res to bring Boaster back. That Viper's Pit ends you the round, and that's the problem. Like, okay, sure, OG London United do still have a lot of ultimates that they can utilize going forward, but Fnatic have basically just destroyed their buy using 3 of them. And that's because all the other rounds, they didn't need to. They didn't need to use anything. Like, the only one that I can remember really being utilized properly is the Tour de Force, because nothing else has been needed. The rounds have been so clean that when it finally gets tight, Fnatic can just go, okay, well, we've been saving these for a rainy day, and it's pouring.
It's certainly pouring over an OG London United side. They've got 5 ults to play with here. And all up in the hands of Feku. Got the Tour de Force to work with as well.
Let's play.
That was Durka. Right, there's no way that was Feku. I'll lose my mind if that was Feku. Actually, I literally instantly shed all of my hair.
I'm actually surprised, though, with Mosey not having a gun, that he's not using it. You'd almost just want to give that over just as something to play with, but I guess they're going to save it maybe for the next round and allow Feku to be a bit more aggressive here. All 5 ultimates currently online, so even though it's a weak investment in terms of finances, there's still a lot available here for OG London United. And it's patient play within this early round from Fnatic. Not really being challenged across the map, though. They can take most of this for free. They've actually shot the knife as well before it gets the drone. The whole point of that knife is basically just to cancel the drone. Instead, they've been caught, and now you're going to see another ultimate expended. Althea, off the back of it, is going to make a play. That scan is incredible, but it doesn't matter. Zescht won't land the shots, and although Feku has managed to find one, an afterplant still seems likely, and well, Althea's taken his head as well.
One enemy remaining.
Very nice and very clean. Now, you have to remember OG London United, they come in with this op to start. Other than that, everyone was playing with weak weapons, so I'll give a lot of leeway to those fights, like the one for Destrian not working out. Still, though, that's a minor point. But there's a nano swarm on there. There's two now. Hype's feeling if he gets in there, when he takes down these nanos, he's seen them both. He's got to be quick. He's got them. Okay, starting to defuse. This is good. Halfway. Enzo's going to get there just about in time. Really good attempt, though. And you could see he was thinking a lot. He's listening. He's hearing the players go back, go across the rope, the nanos be thrown. He's like, okay, I've got one shot here. And to me, that was worth risking the op, because there's a chance that Fnatic 7-0 up got cocky and are hunting him down on the other side of the map. So
it had to be Enzo as well.
It had to be, of course.
Enzo was sat there listening like, nah, you don't. No,
I know you hype. You sneaky boy.
8-0. Not happening. But they also have Tour de Force. So yeah, it really isn't that much of a loss. Feku's going to be able to save up the cash to have an operator in the next round. And also at this point, it doesn't matter. They're 8-0 down. No matter what they've tried hasn't worked. It might as well go for a ninja just to try and give a tiny, minuscule amount of hope. Because right now there is absolutely nothing. Now the knife's going to deny the screen. It gives a little bit of extra space, but if anything, I feel like that's actually more helped out Fnatic, because you could just see Hype's like, you know, I don't want to fight the op. I just don't want to.
This all comes down to how Feku decides to play this round. He has no idea that these two players are waiting for him. Who's watching above? They've got a solid hold, but once Fnatic apply pressure somewhere else, he has a choice. Go back or go forward. Only one player now waiting around. Sorry, no, still two. In fact, I saw the Silva rotate. I forgot they're literally stacked on top of each other. Op spotted over on B side. Lots of pressure coming through now. If Fnatic make a bit more noise, I'm expecting that push to come through, but the entirety of Fnatic now rotating. Looking for the mid split.
They know that Durka at least has a little bit of deep control.
30
Both are there
left.
alongside him. This rotation's still risky, though. One of the best opportunities I think we've seen so far. The timing, though. Destian's finally going to get that information. Nightfall utilized to try and just leave these players without any information. Even still, though, Hype has fallen, and an afterplant looks likely.
Certainly does. Being secured as we speak. Someone needs to step forward and try and deny it. They can't get there in time. Now just two players left. Tour de Force good for one, and look at the reaction from Fnatic. Immediately getting that trade through. Rez there, yes. But Dirk has got the op. Shock darts coming through. Doesn't really connect. Okay. But there's Dirka's op. He knows exactly where that second player is. Compliments of the Rez. Plenty of time. Well, rather, not plenty of time, which is why I say that. Fnatic can just run this clock down at this point. Boo. Wow. He thought he had a chance. I thought he had a chance, but Durka had something else to say about it.
Yeah, it seems like that week for Durka has definitely made this agent just 10 times scarier. 17-4. I think the first half of the last map, he was 18-4, so looking to try and beat what is seemingly his own record for the week.
Watch him not make the player of the match vote.
He's not going to be on it. Him and Scream are just like, yeah, he's too good at this point. He gets his own one, and then we just give everybody else the vote. Like, they're on a pedestal too high to make it.
We vote for second place in this match.
Oh god. Do you know what? I wouldn't put it past Alpha to somehow get like 15 kills within the next few minutes, and then we have to we have to start questioning ourselves once again. Your man, yeah, you mentioned how much you loved the Bucky. Well, Hype has decided he's going to show you how it's done.
Yeah, we've seen this from Hype before. It didn't work before. This time around, tagged up a little bit and forced back.
Has he had his Viper's Pit like 6 rounds now?
Yeah, they had 5 ults in like the 5th round, I think, or 6th round. So it has not been the best. He's got the cross here, though. There's a pick. They still have a chance. He's sticking around.
Oh, who's going to be next? Oh, that snake bite's not
fantastic snake bite.
did too.
Boaster.
Oh, they got the slow as well.
You get that one off, Jonas? Little lineup tutorial. I think he should stick to Silva.
Oh, God. 35 seconds, though. Clearly wanting to get rid of this operator just to be able to rotate. Not wanting to use too much utility. Durka was trying to bait in the shot, trying to take a new angle. He's going to peek him and he's going to win it! Oh, it's a leg shot. The classic being shot at distance as well from height because, well, his other guns are Bucky and that's not going to work. That's got to be the most demoralizing thing in the world. The only thing now is the time. 15 seconds left. There's an opportunity here, but Boaster now starts to come in from behind. Boo, he might have a chance, but no. Enzo, with eyes in the back of his head, is going to take the last one down on what was the shakiest looking round for Fnatic. Comes out with 4 players still standing.
You know what, Boaster? I think you might have made up for it. Made up for that terrible snake fight with the 3K. That's, yeah, okay, we'll let you off. We've had a conversation behind the scenes. We're willing to write that one off. 10-0. This is why, you know, we were 3-0 up and I'm sat here saying something I never say at 3-0 in any game, which is like, oh, I'm real worried about the other team. Like, especially on defensive side of Icebox, attack side, pretty much every other map. Completely fine. But it's the context of the last map, how things went, and the fear that we would get that repetition this time around, and we certainly have. Fnatic come through, as I said, just playing a different level, completely different level of Valorant right now. Alfier's just ran through mid, through a Viper's orb, and taking a double kill. Just like it's nobody's business. Like he's just on a stroll.
You should run.
And they've still got players waiting behind. It's all too easy. Boaster picks up another. He shouldn't be winning that, Joe. He's already low on HP. And while Molsey, last player standing, 2 kills already to his name. It needs to be an ace to bring them their first round onto the board. That just about tells you how bleak this current scenario is. Still got the flash. Is going to try and almost just bait out the player behind, but that player is still just waiting, and it's a shorty. It's a shorty that closes the Mitch. It was a shorty.
The man's 19-4. He's pulling out shorties at this point. He was pulling out shorties from round 1.
If only he had a pistol, he could fall back on.
Yeah, true. We need something that gave him a bit more range, but the shorty works just fine.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like London United are just in their own head. Like, the fact that even that second duel that Alfire wins, I should be getting that kill. And these are just things that I feel like they're so far out of this game at this point that they're now missing shots that they should just be connecting. And that's going to happen when you're getting bullied around the server like they have been. But I don't think they're going to be happy looking back, even though ignoring the scoreline, just the rounds that they lost that could have gone in their direction.
Oh, that plan's coming through. It's the final round. That was a miscalculation out of Durka, running forward into the null command. Ball goes down, he goes down. Malsey, look, he can be rezzed back up, and Fnatic are going to find it hard to maintain that control, to actually punish on that. Fecu goes down, Malsey's right back up. Poster on 4 HP, playing some spams. That's a risky game. And a lockdown comes, a Viper's Pit comes into play. That's not reaching the spike, but it's allowing them to potentially step a little bit closer. Poster able to catch one before going down. They're breaking the wall wide open and up close. Enzo's able to stop that diffuse. Boo will catch him off. But time is so low and Alfier's still alive. A flawless half from Fnatic, 12-0, and well, that's not looking great for Oglu. I think it's fair to say a pistol round that could potentially decide this entire series. And, well, if it doesn't, I'm sure one of the rounds afterwards will. This is a face of Fnatic that I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, it definitely says a lot when I think Durka's fairly damn close to having the same amount of kills as the entirety of OG London United. I think, well, they've got 23 between them, and he has 19. Like, it's just been a bad game all round, and, well, Fnatic have looked fantastic, but I don't think they've had to go too deep into their strat book, if I'm being brutally honest. I think most of it's just been it being individually better on all fronts across the entire roster. And, well, To say a pistol's important, it would be understatement of the year. You've already got Durka up close, but he does lose the battle. They don't expect more players to be here, though. Let's call it a day. It's left all on to Feku to try and bring this one back. A 1 versus 3, a decimation on Icebox. And well, it's safe to say that Ogla are out cold.
It certainly is. There it is, confirmed, locked in. You're 13-0 for Fnatic, and one of the most dominant displays we've seen in a best of 3. I mean, this was utterly unreasonable, and well, Mystic's not happy that some people thought this was a 2-1. He's showing us a little 2-0 in the cameras there. You'd love to see it, man. And actually, it's one of the first times that I see complete osmosis here. We got Fnatic, all 5 players on top of that scoreboard, and then all 5 of their opponent down below. It was a bleak game.
No, and the thing is, I imagine we're going to be moving swiftly on to the players of the match. You're going to be gobsmacked with these ones, honestly. It's almost like we've just had to be scoreboard warriors at this case, because you got Durka. No way. I think he might win this one. It's pretty close. Alphaya. Oh my god, he's second. And Mystic, who was probably, the 3rd best player. He would have been player of the week if it wasn't for the fact that his 2 teammates were better, unfortunately, today.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little bit unfair that Durka is allowed to have 4 teammates, and with one of them being Alphaya, this is just getting ridiculous, guys. Let's toss things off to a break. That's it from us for the Valorant action here today, but we have an analyst test coming up after this break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Talk big, but I ramble none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't much you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy. We don't quit, we don't cry. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Flexing with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. On the board, it's a runaway train. Unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in their face where I'm supposed to be. Face like a rosary. Stay up on the rise so the skies feel close to me. Cameras a surprise when I realize they ghosted me. Back with a vengeance, no limits, no jokes to me. Hopefully, you can see we too stacked. And when we get pushed, we push back. We keep on building with no limits, so only we can say when we finish. Cause we don't quit, we don't cry. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this.
Now, I ain't never been for the small talk, knock it out the ballpark, walk off, walk tall, ayy. Something missing from the boss, dog bark soft, kinda glitchy, looking like you need an upgrade, say.
We don't quit, we don't crawl. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. emerging. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. I'm a virgin. Never fall back.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
It's remarkable, really. It's absolutely sensational. Fnatic exactly knows how it is to be on the other end of a 13-0, but they have slapped Oglu away from the server, and that was... I cannot even describe it. I'm missing the words, but you know what? It's good that I have a man who will help me with those words, and that's Enzo from Fnatic, as we can talk a little bit. Enzo, I will just ask you, how does it feel after a 13-0? How are you feeling?
It feels good. The game was short. It's a nice win. It was an important win for us. We knew the win against FPX was very important to start, the season for us. I know that second win is also very, very important because we're just playing well, and we keep playing well, and that's really important. We keep improving like every time.
I mean, I'd personally say you play phenomenal, right? It was something we talked about last week. You might remember we talked a bit, how much do you more rely on basics? How advanced is your strat book? Would you say that at this point in time, this is still the basic Fnatic that still can even go way further than that?
It is, and the system we have right now at Fnatic is that obviously Boaster is doing a lot of strategies, a lot of anti-strat as well. We knew everything about OG. When I tell you everything, we really knew everything about OG, like how they play. On Icebox, they switched it a little bit, but we still knew about their aggression, especially in mid. And the system we have at Fnatic is that, so Boaster is doing a lot of IGL, raw IGL, execute heavy, like all the strats, all the setups, everything. And I focus a lot more on all the basics, the fundamentals, like the principles of the game, how to react, how to, have some protocols that allows us to play the game and win the round based on the information we get. To sum it up as simple as I can.
Okay, just to understand that, if I get you right, it is the basic calls that Boaster does, and the adaptation to what you witness and what you see on the server, this is more your responsibility.
Yes, we both do it, obviously. I believe every player has to give information, and every player should be ready to call something if he has more than information than like someone else, So overall, Boaster is always going to do the final call. Like, he is the IGL,
Of course.
But I'm just working to give us a little bit more adaptability, That's my role in the team, and I try to do my best for it.
I mean, doing your best is, I think, one way to put it. Let me just quickly talk about the development of Alpha. I would really like to hear your thoughts. When we go now, we're in the second week of VCT. From the point you had your first prac with him, till now, how much would you say has he developed as a player, as a person, as someone adapting to the Fnatic style?
So Alphayer is very young. He is a machine mechanically. Adana Aim, from Turkey, like he's a machine, bro. He's really good. But when you're 16 years old and you don't have all the experience like you can have after a lot of years of competition, obviously, you're maybe gonna lack a few fundamentals or some reactions or how to communicate properly, and this is what we are working on every day with him. And honestly, I spend all my days with Alphayer. Like, I play ranked with him every time, and his English not only improved drastically, like it improved so much, but also his game sense, his way to react to tactical, like the big picture of what's going on the map, is improving so much as well. So this guy is going to become a beast. He's already a beast. Like, he's so good, but he's going to become even better, like all of us.
I think we can't wait for that. We can't wait for that. We got a few more weeks ahead. You look phenomenal so far. So thank you very much for your time, Enzo. It's always a big pleasure talking to you. It's always great having a conversation with you. And now just take some rest and enjoy that game.
Thank you, guys. See you. Have fun.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. It's always nice to hear that. A little bit of an insight on the system of things. Jess, a 13-0 is always one of a kind. Let's put it that way. But let's try to put it in words a little bit. Because
No. Didn't you say didn't you say 13-0 and then you said there's no possible way that happens? And I believe at the time the score was 8-0 something to that effect.
I said that. I actually
in those
said that.
cases, always trust me instead.
I think I've learned not to trust Vincent, to trust Kaquka. That's what I'm taking from this. And I also took from that interview as well, looking at these stats,
Thank you.
that Alpha himself, whilst he is still developing, and I don't think you can really take much from the stats here. The entire team stepped up. You could look at KD, you could look at everything. You could draw a lot of things, but they'd all be surface level considering the scoreline that we're seeing here. I just think it's so cool to hear that Enzo is very excited that Alpha is growing as a person beyond his capability, because there's a saying we say, all aim, no brain. Or if you can give a player who's all aim a little bit of brain as well, my God, they turn out to be players like this man on your screen, Durka. And of course, that's what Alpha is hoping to be himself into the future with a bit more experience.
Yeah, another thing that I picked up from Enzo was that they actually knew how to play against OG, and it was displayed in every single round. We know that the chamber has been nerfed, so you have one trap. Enzo had the lineup for breaking the trap. He doesn't have he knows that the aggression is going to come on mid. They know also that they're playing without the Soba. Maybe they didn't expect that one, but now that you know, you're lacking that information. You remember how I said that Ascend was, pushing OG a lot, and Destron was not using his utility? On this case, it was the other way around. We do not have the Soba. We need to be extra aggressive on mid. And by the time that the retake, oh my God, this graphic, I don't even want to.
I didn't even know this was possible, but there you go.
Yeah, that's a 13-0. By the time that the retake had to come into place, they literally had nothing to execute it onto Fnatic. And round after round, you jump into an eco, and then Fnatic just, it was impossible. I mean, it was a 13-0. There's not much that we can say on that side.
What do you break down from that? I think the trouble with Fnatic now is he said match number 1, week number 1 was very important. I agree that actually out of all of the matches, week number 1 sets the pace for the rest of the stage for you. So you should always, especially against a formidable opponent like FPX. This one was one that was a dangerous seesaw balancing act for them, as they lose against a team that they should very well have beaten quite easily, which they did today, and they don't. That sets a bad precedence for the rest of the stage, but it also in turn sets a bit of a momentum base for them, as they might expect to do well against opponents into the future. OG London United, I think, is still building, so I hope Fnatic doesn't get a little bit, felt back by the fact that they might not do as well against other opponents the same way that they've been able to demolish OG London United today.
Yeah, to me, especially on this map, I think that we could all tell there was a moment where OG London United gave up. They knew that there was nothing was working. We saw, I think Tom was mentioning, ults not being used, not only the KO ult, the Viper ult, you're buying the shotgun, but you do not have what it takes to be like, yeah, I'm just going to use it. We saw them playing a lot. Hype was saving his wall to maybe play for the retake, but those opportunities were never there for OG London United.
You know what? I want to give you a little bit of surprise, something to look forward to, and that is the player of the match. Who else? Who else? And Dirk, of course.
I could look at this B-roll, the shorty kills. I think he also had one or two back there in Icebox. I think there was a moment, Dirk was feeling himself when you see in the camera that he's laughing, he's having fun. Nothing can stop this man.
This is ridiculous. That he wins this round is absolutely, this is illegal. This should never ever happen.
He's fully concentrated. The moment that he starts to defuse, he's like, oh, it's done finally.
Yeah. There was so many laughter moments. Like if you go back and just clip the cams from Durka throughout, especially Icebox, and you see how many times he had a bit of a laugh, I thought that was great. I do want to point out on the defensive side of Icebox, he was negative KD though. Did anyone do the maths?
Yeah, this was one round.
Yeah, it was the pistol.
Oh, wow, great. I mean, it's always good to know that Lofar is deep in our hearts with his jokes. But either way, it's a fun storyline to me, Kaquka, because of the matter of fact, if we take a look back, right, really, really deep back, first offline event for Fnatic, they were all nervous, right? They were saying themselves, they did those small little mistakes. And now with the comfort that we witness right here, sure, it's not LAN, but this feels like exactly the development you want to see in the long run with such a roster.
Yeah, exactly. And if we take a look actually at stage 1, it was Fnatic the only one getting a flawless score by the end of the stage. Probably, maybe even though they're in the group of death, I think that for now, and I know it's just the second time that we see them play, it's looking good. It's looking good. I feel like the rest of the opponents are going to be very good ones, but I see it doable. After a 13-0, they were also the only team that we had 13-0'd on playoffs. So,
giving everyone else a little bit of a taste of their own medicine that they've been dealt before. I think it's not too shabby. I think as well, something I want to highlight just before we sort of move on to the next segment is that we can sit here and say that maybe it was a risk to have those roster changes. Obviously, we know they didn't have full power in Reykjavik and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I also think it's to do so well in stage one, make roster changes, which is unprecedented for teams who do so well on a stage, then go on to make roster changes. And then Mini to sit in an interview with Tom.
Mini, the scouting god.
Right, for Mini to sit there and go, this is what I wanted from day one. I know everyone constantly criticizes me for making changes, for having these visions that he can't necessarily have everyone see, but now you get to see it. If that 13-0 doesn't paint a nice, pretty picture, Van Gogh worth of picture for you, then what else does? I think Mini deserves a lot of props. He's not in the server. We don't have his stats displayed everywhere. We don't, necessarily put him on a podium, but I think he damn deserves one.
I'd love to see his smile because he has a very nice smile. But you know what? Yeah. Getting away from that, there's another man with a very nice smile. We're heading into the post-show. First time you witnessing the colors change, right?
Oh my, is this what happens?
Is this what happens?
I'm hating that live. Everyone gets to see my reaction. I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah, but you know what? We can talk to Mystic. We got the man right here. And surely it is going to be a good day for this guy, as I will start the same boring question once more. You 13-0 the team. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. The fact that we got 13-0'd a couple of weeks back kind of makes you feel a little bit better about us.
I wanted to ask you, Mystic. We talked about Boaster, about his changes, him taking that role off of you. You're not able to be the controller anymore. I want to know how you're feeling. Changing in the agents and how you play around the team now.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. Like, I think it enables me to be more aggressive in some positions, and allows me on the agents like KO and stuff to be more free and make them big plays sometimes. I get to showcase my mechanics maybe a little bit more. But yeah, I think the controller role better suits Jay because he's the way he IGLs it means he's more in control of the play, and I'm just there to slot in and be a chess piece for him. So yeah.
Do you feel like, especially with the movement of all the roles, you bring in new players, obviously you play with Fearoth now called Enzo, and you have that familiarity, but you're also training up a very young player here as well. Do you feel like you have so much responsibility on your shoulders as an experienced player in your team, just behind the fact that you have Boaster and whatnot having leadership around you? Is there something that you do specifically there?
Yeah, I think I'm here to mainly keep the boys on track, and obviously be there to ensure we're all working hard and we're all motivated to because we're here to win championships. So yeah, with Alpha Joe coming in, we've obviously had to adapt and work as a team and make sure that he slots in quite nice and he feels comfortable to be around everyone and play with everyone. So yeah, I'm here to welcome these players in and basically continue doing what we're doing and doing it the Fnatic way. So yeah,
continue please. We're actually enjoying it quite a lot. So you've already had 2 matches. I think the next week you're going up against Ascend. How are you feeling about that one?
I'm feeling confident. We smashed them last time. They're nothing to us. Obviously they got they've made roster swaps, right? And we practiced them a little bit a while back, and they're looking decent. So that's a strong team to look out for. And we beat the teams like FBX pretty swiftly on some maps. So Ascend, never mind. But yeah, so Ascend should be a fun matchup for sure.
Okay, is there any opponent that you do not want to face? Is there anyone that actually scares you, or you feel like you're leisurely living your best life?
Don't lie, by the way, we'll know.
No. M3C. They always seem to do really well against us, and I think they understand us quite well. So it's always a massive chess back and forth between Redgar and Boaster, like a chess game. So it's they're quite. I like the way they play, and yeah, hopefully we get to see them. The next stage.
There's still a lot to talk about regarding teams, right? Because we can take a look at the standings together. And sure, there's a very nice picture for you because you have picked up the 2-0. But regarding that, when we take a look at the entire standings and we take a look at the entire 2 groups, is there anything for you that has been, to a certain extent, surprising? Has there been something you were a little bit disappointed by? What are your feelings about those standings so far?
I'd say Navi was kind of a little bit of a surprise to me because I think that they're a great team, and I think they fell short. Like it was close games, right? I'm pretty sure. So yeah, and obviously BBL they just played, and that was a close game. Like Liquid managed to get the win, but they put up a fight for sure. So those were two quite surprising games.
You mentioned Liquid there. They've also, done changes in a different manner. Let's just put it like that. What do you make of that? Do you like the changes? Do you think it favors them, or do you think it's going to explode at some point?
Who knows? It's VALORANT, Like we've made changes all the time. It could benefit them. It could explode in their face. But I think they've got solid individuals, and they've got Link, which has no hair. So that's just a buff in itself.
I thought you were going to say that has a massive brain or something like that. But okay, he has no hair.
Nah.
So yeah, that was about fair.
I mean, look, I wanted to ask a follow-up question just now that the team's all rounded out. Do you think with the next international event, should you make it, I'm not going to sort of throw any sort of curses out there for you guys, but should you guys make it, do you think that this is the roster, because we heard Minnie speak to Tom the other day, this is the prime roster that Fnatic has been looking for, it's been formed in the way that they want, is this it? You hit international, you hit a Reykjavik vibe again, but you take it this time?
Yeah, who knows? Like, I think we've got all the pieces now. Like we've brought in Alpha and he's added more firepower, and I think we're all happy with the team's current state. Like we've got the two great RGL in mind, Enzo and Boaster, and Durka and Alpha just fragging the hell out. And I'm here to just enjoy the ride. Sit back, throw some after plant stuff, sage wall, stage slow. I'm just there, So yeah, I think we're looking good, and I think we could definitely win big trophies with this roster.
I mean, we enjoyed a lot of big brain plays with you and Enzo, for example, there in Haven. It was looking phenomenal. But a thing that we're going to take a look at as well, real quick, is going to be the games off tomorrow. Because, I mean, your opinion would be quite valuable for those, as we have a very exciting start for tomorrow. We're getting here with an FPX versus G2. And I'd honestly like to hear your opinion. After you faced FPX, and I'm sure you know G2, who's ahead in that matchup?
You know what? I reckon FPX will grab it. I think FPX will bounce back and realize that they were being a little bit too sloppy against us. They'll sort some things out. Maybe get rid of the Euro comp, because that's that I don't think that would work, because they're going crazy with these comps. But I think, who knows? I think they'll come back and take that win.
So just based off of your experience and what we saw last week, if you had to give one piece of advice for G2 for the match tomorrow, what would that be?
Just shoot heads, get into Ardis's head, like as soon as Ardis starts crumbling, I think it's game over for them. Yeah.
All right. That's a very good insight. One more thing I would really like to know from you about that game, the second game we have. Guild looks quite phenomenal in my eyes. I mean, I guess a lot of people would agree on that. Would you have personally expected Guild to be that strong in their group and even beat the likes of Mech?
Nah, yeah, I kind of expected it, because they didn't get what they wanted last Masters, and they were looking strong as well. So they've had a bit of time to come away from that event and build on what they've had. So I'm not surprised by the fact that they're dominating and they're beating the teams like with the likes of like Mech. So yeah, we'll love to play them, but yeah, I think we'll just beat them again. So yeah, maybe later.
All right, well, I'm pretty sure this is a burning question the community's been asking. I know it's only been 1.5 sort of weeks here, and we've still got games to go, but if you had to pick the top 3 teams at EMEA right now, based off that first week, and you had to throw it out there confidently, who would you pick?
Guild, us.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely us. No, I don't know. Who knows? And I think Ascend.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ascend back.
All right. Yeah, Ascend back.
All right. Cool. I mean, we don't have an FPX, no Mac on the list. It seems like they will definitely have a say in this. We'll try to have a say in this. But for the moment, thank you very much for your time, Mystic. It's always a pleasure having you around, and enjoy the evening after that great 2-0 you had.
Thank you. Have a good day.
No worries. I mean, remarkable. Fnatic really looks absolutely strong. I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point here. Kaquka, you mentioned it with Ascent. That game is probably the mid-season banger.
Yeah, exactly. And him just mentioning that he puts them in that top 3 next week is going to be an absolute banger.
especially with how much respect they'll have to give them as well. They'll go from going up against a team that they've clearly respected and done a lot of research on. You know, OG London United said they knew what they were going up against. They'd researched them. But imagine you're also going up against a team that you kind of fear a little bit, you think is on their game, and you're also trying to do as much research as you can. You know you probably aren't going to repeat a 13-0, and it's a much bigger climb up a mountain for that one. So I really do think that will be the test, and I'm excited for it.
I cannot wait for next week when we talk to Ascend and we ask them, okay, so how have you actually prepared to play against this Fnatic?
I'm really excited what they have prepared on the whiteboard for the 2-0. You know, that's the most exciting. Either way, we still have something exciting for you later, because you know my watch is saying it's not too late. So at 10 p.m. CEST, you still can watch those North American guys. That's going to be Luminosity Gaming versus Fade. We got over here on twitch.tv/Valorant. So that out of the way. Do not forget, if you want to watch more of this Valorant stuff from EMEA, ValorantEsports.com/VODs. As easy as that. And I mean, if you rewatch the VODs from today, you're going to have a very short time. Let's say it like that. So you better come back tomorrow. I'm telling you that. You better come back tomorrow because we got another day of absolutely superb Valorant EMEA action. But for now, we're going to sign off. We're going to see you guys tomorrow, 3:30 CEST. So see you guys.
Who's next?
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
show. Rain pours down like a king with a poncho. Yeah, a poncho, but I'm never gonna stop till I get what I want. So yeah, yeah, it's like demons up under my head.